Round one, fight!
Hey, welcome to the Tournament Fights. This is episode number 32. Tonight we are discussing the top 64 favorite movies of a friend of the show, Henry Sanchez. So it should be a fun time. He did a little preview. He dropped his top 100 about a week ago. If you haven't seen that, you can tune into that over on Henry Confidential over on his YouTube channel. But I'm your host for tonight, Jordan Movie Hero Anderson. Just one quick little piece of housekeeping before we get started. I did post the giveaway that we're doing for the 100 subscribers, and that's all over our social media. You can find all the questions on Twitter and Instagram at Movie Hero 2121, and you can find it over on Facebook in the group Showdown Friends and Family. And basically, there's 5 questions that are based on the on our channel specifically, and then there's 5 questions that are just general movie knowledge. The grand prize, I'm going to Venmo whoever answers the most questions in the fastest amount of time. I'm just going to Venmo you $50, and then for the runner up, I posted about 12 or 13 one sheet movie posters from my time working at the movie theaters. They're movie posters you can only get at movie theaters. It's the only place that they send them out to. So you can find that over on all of our social media. So I just wanted to just throw that out there. It'll be live for 1 week, and we're going to announce the winner next Tuesday on our show then. So stay tuned for that. But anyways, we'll get into things. We'll introduce our cast for tonight. We'll start with my first co-host for tonight, Austin Pez. How's it going? As my computer goes like incredibly slow. Austin, are you there? Well, we'll give it a minute because I don't know if I'm freezing or if it's Austin. So let's bring in Chris. How's it going, Chris?
What up, man?
Might be Austin.
Yeah, I think it might be Austin.
How's it going?
Doing good, buddy. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to talk about the top 64 movies of all time.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Austin is alive.
Oh, what the hell happened? Went live and I glitched out. I was like, I thought you glitched out.
I think you're the one that's frozen. But hey, how's it going?
Oh, well. What's up?
Hey,
I'm here now. It's all good. At least it wasn't in the middle of the questions. It's all good.
Right.
Yeah. But and then we also have joining us tonight. We have Jen Kempe, the meme queen. How's it going?
Hey, good to be back. I haven't been on in a while, but I had a stretch there where I was on a lot of your guys' stuff. But I'm excited to do this one tonight because this is going to be quite of a grab bag of different films, I think, because Henry's an interesting guy. He has a wide variety of tastes, so it should be interesting to say the least. And I expect it to be a very long show.
Yeah, right. Well, it depends on all of us, though. It depends how much we want to talk and how much Henry wants to talk, all of us. So, yeah.
Henry.
So, but last but certainly not least, we have the man of the hour, Henry Confidential.
The man in the hot seat.
It's only hot because of the spicy chicken sandwich I had from KFC. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there is no Jaws. Spoiler alert. So, Jen, you can.
I'm out.
Yeah, exactly. And then I don't know about Chris, your movie, and then there is confidential picks on here. So shout out Austin, and then there are maybe a hero or two from movies. So Jordan, you guys all did good job. It's gonna be a fun time. I love talking movies in general. So talking my favorites for once and seeing how you guys compare them, it's gonna be a blast because I technically know my opinion. I want to see your guys' opinion on my movies, depending on your reasonings.
Yeah.
And remember, you have to watch whatever movie we pick for you, like right after the show.
I will.
He's going to. Yeah. He already said he's going to crack some beers and put on whatever movie wins. So, you know, yeah, exactly.
I want to give a couple of shout outs to some people in the chat room. We got got April tuning in. We have a friend of the show, Andres Gallegos. He's asking about Jaws.
See?
No, yeah,
Right?
In the water.
I got the
Yeah,
people
yeah.
on my side.
Yep.
Mhm.
How about Jaws, baby?
Yeah, right. But we'll go ahead and just jump into things. So, Austin, if you want to break it down how it's going to work tonight,
Yeah.
I'll bring up the bracket. We're going to be doing it the original way. So we're going to be going one side and then down the other, just how we normally do it. So.
Yeah, he's been experimenting with another format, but not this one. It's a lot easier to do the old format when it's just movie posters and not people. Movie posters are easy to submit into the bracket, so very straightforward. But yeah, we took Henry submitted his top 64 out of his top 100 that he debuted the other night. He took his 64 and sent him over to Jordan to be thrown into the randomized March Madness bracket. We're going to see what matchups pop up here. So we'll start on one side. We'll get 32 on one side, 32 on the other side, and we're going to make our way to an eventual winner. Usually the outside brackets take a little longer than the inside brackets. Obviously, once we get to those inside brackets, we'll kick it into overdrive and speed it up tournament fight style once we get in there. But we'll start at the bottom of the ladder with our man of the hour. Henry will get the first vote on the first matchup when we bring it up. And like I said, we have one more guest. Malcolm Lay will be joining us in a little bit. We have tiebreaker procedures should we need them. I'll explain those when we get there. But yeah, you can vote despite what Henry might object to. You can vote for any reason whatsoever in your opinion, because this is tournament fights, not a debate. It's not tier ranker fights. You don't have to make your argument and your reasoning. If you just like one poster over the other, you can vote for that reason if you want to. As much as Henry might hate it, that's the point of tournament fights, is to cause some chaos and have a little fun. So, but you can vote for any reason you want. If you want to legitimately vote for what you think is the better movie, you can do that. You can vote out of spite just to piss off Henry. The more he gets pissed off, the more fun it will be, I'm sure. So we'll have a little fun. Right. Having him in the hot seat, see how angry we can get him, screaming at his screen, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, right. But yeah, that's pretty much how it works.
One by one. All right.
I know. He's gonna have to make some tough decisions too. I mean, these are his babies, so one over the other.
Him cry. That's the goal.
And you know what? Oddly enough, we have yet to have the movie Sophie's Choice in making these Sophie's choices. On this list. You figured somebody would have had it somewhere by now. I guess if we do like a World War II movies or something, I don't know. Eventually, I don't know.
I don't think it'd make it out of round one, honestly.
The only subgenre I can think of is if we did like a Meryl Streep tournament fights, but nobody wants that shit. So that'd be about it. But yeah, it's probably probably not going to happen. But it is what it is. Yeah. But Jordan, you've got control of the board, sir. So I'll keep track of the votes here, and we'll get things rolling, sir. What do you say? All right.
Yeah, sounds good. We'll go ahead and reveal the first pick. So.
Oh boy, what's it gonna be?
They're all in the randomizer too. There's no seats. So
Memento and Kill Bill.
Kill Bill, yeah.
Ooh, two movies Henry and I have tackled recently on Let's Rank Stuff, our sister show that we do together. We did a Tarantino episode and a Nolan episode, so he knows my thoughts on both these movies. But we'll start with the man in the hot seat. Henry, you're at the bottom, and you get to go first, sir. So what do you think, Kill Bill and Memento?
Yeah.
This one's tough. This is gonna be. I'm out. I don't want to do this. This is.
I regret everything.
Already out.
All right. So, Memento. It's a movie that. It's one of those where there's so much to learn every time you watch it. So every visit feels a little new each time. And Guy Pearce is fantastic in his role. Carrie-Anne Moss, she's great. Joey Pants, he's fantastic. Kill Bill, Uma Thurman is just one of my favorite, movie characters of all time. And just the fact that, she's over there, messing people up and everything. And one of my favorite scenes of all time, the hospital scene that, makes me want to see a horror movie from Tarantino. I'm going to go Memento just because, Kill Bill as a volume, as a whole bloody affair, I feel like is a better. But since, I'm being nice and I only picked one, if I'm picking between the two, I'm going to go Memento. But this one's rough. They are really close in my personal, top 100. So this one is one of the few where I'm like, I don't know. This one's rough.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Jen, what do you think? Oh, sorry.
This is a tough matchup. Like I already, this is a really strong one right off the bat. I would say, like, in a word for both of these movies, I would say cool. These are like really cool movies. But for me, like both of these have really strong points about them. Memento is like a really interesting script, particularly being so early in someone's filmography. But Kill Bill is like a total package in terms of the style, the content, the acting, the stunts, the choreography. So personally for me, I got to go Kill Bill, because definitely between the two, Kill Bill is the one I've watched far more times than Memento, but I should give Memento another watch, honestly. So this is a nice reminder.
Yeah. Well, Chris, what do you think?
So the one thing I can say, Henry, about like tuning into anything with you on the channel, like your movie stuff, is that usually I get surprised. Like somehow I've never seen Memento, so I really can't comment on it. But I'm not going to go based on how badass that poster does look and how amazing the cast is in that movie. But a Kill Bill is awesome, especially the soundtrack. The soundtrack is incredible.
Oh yeah.
Just like the soundtrack alone is just enough for me to be like, okay, so that should go forward. So I'm going to go based on that right there. Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds good. Austin?
Well, Henry knows what's coming with this one, because if you watched our Christopher Nolan's special on Let's Rank Stuff, I don't like Memento, and I've had to live with that fact. I don't like it. I don't like Memento. I'm just in that camp. I'm in the minority. I realize that, but I'm not a fan. I've tried to like it, and I just can't. On the other hand, I really like Kill Bill, especially as a whole thing. I rewatched both volumes recently. It flows really well. It's definitely up there for me for Tarantino. I'm definitely way more passionate about Kill Bill than Memento. So Kill Bill for me.
One would say it's the best action movie of the 2000s.
You can make that argument. You might be wrong depending on the panel.
Right. Yeah. Well. I might be saying this a lot tonight, but don't kill me. I have not seen either one of these. They're just the two movies that I have not gotten to.
That's just exciting that you get to see these for the first time. So.
Yeah,
I'm kind of envy you.
Yeah.
Well, the sad thing is that I actually own Memento. I just haven't gotten around to actually watching it. I don't own Kill Bill, but I'm sure like you can find it all over streaming and stuff. So yeah, I definitely need to get around to watching it. But I mean, actually, like honestly, the one that intrigues me more, just because I really like a lot of early Christopher Nolan stuff and like all the mystery and things behind it and some of the stuff that you're like, trying to figure things out. I'm gonna go with a Memento. Actually, like if I had to choose which one I'd rather watch, it'd be Memento. So.
Well, close one right off the bat, 3-2, but it's going to be Kill Bill. Mr. Tarantino is going to take the first round.
So I knew how this was going to play out. Kill Bill is a high one for next round. Let's just put it that way.
Kill Bill, and then we're saying that we definitely got to watch the whole bloody affair. So when I watch it first, I'll just watch the whole thing. All the way.
You're not afraid to pirate stuff.
Just watch.
It's on the internet somewhere.
Just watch 1 and 2. Yeah.
Yep.
But definitely watch them back to back, even if you have them separately.
They're on Pluto.
That's how I had to find Old Boy. Like I hate to pirate things, but if you can't find it anywhere and it's like a foreign movie, that's how.
They're on Pluto.
It's
Library. Check the library.
Yeah.
They have a lot of foreign
There you
movies.
go. But we got the Breakfast Club going up against Dazed and Confused here.
So similar.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, coming of age type movies, I mean, they're kind of similar. So we'll go with Miss Jen Kemp is go first on this one. Dazed and Confused and Breakfast Club.
I like that we have the coming of age, but 2 different decades. So there are different feels to these two. For me personally, Breakfast Club speaks to me far more than Dazed and Confused does. Dazed and Confused is a fun time and everything, but for Breakfast Club, just the way that the characters are set up, it feels like there's someone there for everyone to get attached to and really see themselves in and project a little bit. So I always like, even though it's still an 80s movie, it still speaks to me today. And I hope it speaks to the youths of today. So I got to go Breakfast Club.
The youths of today.
Youths of today. Yep. Well, Chris, what do you think?
This is a really easy vote for me, actually. I kind of talked about it in the past, but with movie theaters slowly opening, I actually got to see the Breakfast Club on big screen. Well, a smaller, but a big screen, and it blew me away. Like I kind of enjoyed this movie before, but I didn't really love it. But I had a buddy of mine who loved it, and I got to see it with him there, and it just was incredible. I mean, all the music, the strong development of the characters, and how you see these characters develop is just mind-blowing. John Hughes was a god. There's no other word for it. Yeah.
All right.
That's a peanut butter and crack sandwich for sure.
Yeah, right. For sure. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Austin.
Well,
There
I
you
was
go.
on Henry's top 100 reveal. I took notes of the ones I had not seen to try to cram in as many as I could over the week. I got to about 7 out of the 11 or 12. One of the ones was Dazed and Confused. To his chagrin, I did not really like Dazed and Confused that much. It was fine, but I didn't really. It's just because I didn't really connect it to anything to it. It's like all these 70s stuff. I just have no connection to. I'm not a stoner. I don't have a muscle car. I don't hit on underage girls. It's just
Oh, you don't,
it
Austin?
is what
Oh.
it is. I just didn't connect anything to it. On the other hand, Breakfast Club, I always found myself as I was kind of in high school a hybrid of like Emilio and Anthony Michael Hall's character because I wrestled
Brian.
while I was also I wrestled at the same time I was in the chess club, so like I'm kind of both, and I kind of I'm a melding of the two. But yeah, I've always connected with Breakfast Club, and I like it a lot. So I'm gonna go with John Hughes here.
Yeah, I also got to go with the Breakfast Club, I think. And also because I haven't seen Dazed and Confused, so it's another one that I got to put on my blind spots list, another one to write down. But the Breakfast Club, just awesome. Like, a little late to the party on it. I saw it maybe like 2 years ago or so, and it just blew me away. Like, if I were to pick, I'd say that I'm like a little bit of like a mismatch of like Emilio Estevez and Judd Hirsch as far as how I wasn't in high school. So I was definitely kind of like more of a rebel, but I played some sports. It's kind of like a combo of those two. But I just love how it's just such a character study though on these 5 different characters and like how they come together through Saturday school and like just then just driving the principal kind of nuts too. So yeah, it's a fun time. So I'll go with Breakfast Club. Henry?
Yeah, so between these two movies, they're two movies that literally you can just throw on in the background and just vibe with them, like, and then also depending on your mood, like where you're at, whether your current state of your life or just how it's a Tuesday versus Saturday, you can reflect on either of these movies, different ways on, each viewing. So that makes that a lot of fun. It's fun that these two are, up against each other. It makes it interesting. But Breakfast Club, hands down, like Dazed Confused, it's on there. It's always going to be on there. But Breakfast Club it's one of the greatest, and you just connect with it, on so many levels. And what happens, Christmas in my house, that's what you get, or when you whatever. So it's like there's
Did
so
I
much in this
stutter?
movie, and you don't mess with the bull, you get the horns, and it's just so much fun stuff. Of course, you got to suspend your disbelief, on some things of like, oh, how would he not hear it? But also, he's like, he doesn't want to be here either. Let's be real. So he's like, I want to be a dick, but also I'm not really trying to babysit them. So he kind of like, mixes the lines, and it allows them to grow. And it sucks because like, what about, when I see you on Monday? He's like, nothing really. Like, it's just life. We're friends today, but not tomorrow.
Right.
And that's a sad reality. But it makes me wish I liked more John Hughes movies. But this one is a top tier one.
Yeah. Well,
Ben Affleck was
Glory
a
Tree.
Ben Affleck was a dick in Dazed and Confused. What an asshole!
Yeah.
yeah.
Going
Yeah.
around like paddling.
He's
freshmen.
really good
What a
at it
dick.
too. Makes you wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It makes me wonder if he's
Awesome.
channeling something for real. Mhm.
Yeah, right. But up next, we have American Beauty going up against Inside Llewyn Davis. So, yeah, so this time we're going to start with Chris. So, what are your thoughts, Chris?
So I've never ever seen Inside Lillian Davis.
Llewyn.
Llewyn Davis.
Okay,
Llewyn.
sorry.
Yeah.
Looks like an amazing cast though. It's got a
Yep.
cool cover. I remember American Beauty, and it's an interesting character study. I wouldn't say I loved it. I wouldn't say I hated it. I mean, it was a fun movie at the time. It was definitely pretty powerful as well. I would have to go with American Beauty, but I definitely want to check out the other one though.
Yeah. Well, sounds good. Austin, what do you think?
I'm honestly not over the moon about either one of these movies. I got to see American Beauty actually for the first time in a theater when they were doing like past Oscar movies for some AMC thing or something, and I got to see it in a theater. So and it was pretty good. Maybe a tad overrated over there, but just in my personal opinion. And the Coen brothers are always kind of hit or miss for me. Either they really really hit or they're just kind of there. So. I'm not crazy about either one, but I'll give the slight edge to American Beauty just because I think some of the scenes are a little bit more poignant and funny to me.
Yeah. Well, yeah. With American Beauty, I'm a little lukewarm on it. Also, like it's good, but it's not something that really blows me away or anything. I've not seen Inside Llewyn Davis, but it's actually like out of these two, surprisingly, I got to vote for the one I haven't seen because that's the one that intrigues me more. Like I really want to see this movie, so yeah, I will vote for Inside Llewyn Davis. I think so.
So Inside Llewyn Davis, it's a Coen Brothers movie starring Oscar Isaac, and he's a drifter. He's a folk singer who had a tragedy in his life that kind of impacted, where he's at in his current state of mind. He goes from couch to couch, from different friends. He's an asshole. You know what I mean? He's just one of those characters that I just connect with, where it's like, he's fun and he can be a decent person, but deep down, he just says the wrong things at all times. And it's, I say this all the time. If Carey Mulligan performed how she did in this, as she was going for and Promising Young Woman, I probably would have liked it more because she's just so mean and vulgar in this movie because she just hates, Llewyn so much because he's always doing, dumb stuff. And then Justin Timberlake, it just reminds you, like, man, he can act. And there's a nice little scene with Adam Driver, the "Hey, Mr. Kennedy" scene. He's like, oh, and it's just so much fun. And I've never, yeah. Exactly. I've never listened to, or at least I don't think so, I've ever listened to folk music, but this movie just rises up every time I watch it. And I love American Beauty. It's been a favorite for, when you look at my list, like it's one of the longest tenured movies that's been on my list, like the most consistently for the longest. But Inside Llewyn Davis just rises up on rewatches, and American Beauty kind of stays where it's at, at a nice spot. But since Inside Llewyn Davis rises so much, I wouldn't be surprised in 5 years if this is like in my top 10. Like I love this movie so much. So Inside Llewyn Davis is going to get my vote. But American Beauty, don't let the Kevin Spacey name scare you away and the weird plot. It has in this movie by itself, it's a good story, and it's a good midlife crisis thing that at this point we're all getting there. We're getting close, so you might relate to it more in later years than you wish. So Inside Llewyn Davis is my vote, but American Beauty, I still love it.
Yeah. Well, Jen, what do you think?
Let's see. One of these movies has an actor I don't want to wish exists anymore, and the other one has my favorite actor of all time. Yeah, like American Beauty has a plastic bag, but Inside Llewyn Davis has an adorable cat. So where do I go here?
Where's the scrotum?
But yeah, I personally like American Beauty. It hasn't aged well for me for a number of reasons. Kevin Spacey is just one of them, but it is very much of its time of the early 2000s, and if you watch it now fresh, like for the first time, I feel like it would really feel over the top melodrama kind of stuff. So I like, it's probably something I'm never going to watch again, honestly. Meanwhile, Inside Llewyn Davis, it's not my favorite Coen Brothers movie, but I think this is probably a majority of the reason that I'm obsessed with Oscar Isaac, because he sings a lot in this movie and he is really good at it. There's a particular scene at the end where, like, we talked about the Justin Timberlake song, which is hilarious. It's a very catchy song, hilarious, but he does a final performance of Fare Thee Well, which I think is maybe a Bob Dylan song or something. But it's a very touching moment, and it's just beautiful. And I went down this deep rabbit hole of watching him play guitar and sing random songs. So yeah, there's a little obsession with this movie. It is still under the radar, even though there's plenty of people in this that have popped since then, particularly Adam Driver. So I feel people are going to discover this movie a little bit more as time goes on. Again, it's not my favorite Coen Brothers, but between these two, it's definitely the one I choose.
Yeah, sounds good.
Might not
Another close for 3-2, but the Coen Brothers take this one with Inside Llewyn Davis.
Inside Llewyn Davis. All right. Let's do it. Then up next, we have Shutter Island up against Shawshank Redemption. Ooh. Okay. All right. It's tough, but who's up first? Is it Chris?
It's me up first.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm definitely a defender of Shutter Island, although to be frank, I've only seen it twice. So because I'd seen it in the theater and then I rewatched it for our Rankum we did on Leo. And it's really good. I definitely really enjoy it, but Shawshank is Shawshank, and I could watch it anytime. Every time I watch it, it gets better and better. It just ages, it doesn't age. It's just this time capsule, this timeless, just great story and a great movie. Yeah, so it ages very much like fine wine and just gets better and better. So as much as of a Leo fan as I am, I got to be honest and go Shawshank on this one.
Yeah. Well, I have a slightly hot take, not a huge one, but I don't really like Shutter Island. Like the movie was just really predictable to me. Like it's like for a Scorsese movie, it's just kind of lower on my list, and it's just like I kind of predicted it about like 3/4 of the way through, and won't give away what the twist is, but I thought that was kind of stupid to me, to be honest. But I mean, Shawshank's awesome though, and I was really late to the party when it came to Shawshank. Like, and for me, as far as Oscar movies go, I'm a huge Forrest Gump fan, so for me, like they're kind of neck and neck. Like, I probably like Forrest Gump a lot more than most people. Like, I actually love that movie that much. That movie used to be on my top 64. I think it just barely bounced out of it, but yeah. So Shawshank's great, and yeah, I'm gonna go Shawshank. So, Henry.
So Shutter Island, there's movies that when people talk like what's the most underrated and the ones you recommend the most, or ones that get lost in the wind, like a bag, some would say. But Shutter Island's one of the first ones that I come to because it's one of those movies where people just go in where it's a Martin Scorsese movie and it's not a Martin Scorsese movie like any other. If you've revisited Cape Fear or you love Cape Fear and you haven't watched this one, it's a similar vibe where it's not Scorsese like you expect, but that like is what makes him awesome in his craft. Leo's fantastic as always. Mark Ruffalo's great. There's small roles from like Ted Levine and and Ben Kingsley and Max von Sydow. Like there's a bunch of side characters where it's just a lot of fun to watch them appear, and it's just a blast. It's not what you expect, but I don't agree that it's predictable. Maybe you've just been on the internet, so when you watch it, Jordan, that you kind of maybe have heard things, you're pointing in the right direction. But I feel like the more you watch it, the more hints that you see that are subtly on there, and it's fantastic. Shawshank easily though. Like there's the reason I hyped up Shutter Island so much because I really do want people to like give it either a first shot or a second shot. But Shawshank, it's hands down. It's Shawshank.
Yeah.
I don't even need to say anything. I love it. It's Shawshank.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, Jen, what do you think?
Yeah, it's pretty much Shawshank, enough said. But yeah, like it hurts me because like it's Wicked Hat here. I gotta go against a Boston author here, Dennis Lehane. I'm a big fan of Dennis Lehane. One of my main reasons of voting against this is I actually like the book more than I like the movie for Shutter Island. That's a personal thing. But it is an interesting book and a film. Like Scorsese has a lot of fun with. I feel like this is one of the few times where he really has a lot of fun with CGI for Shutter Island. Like later on, he's doing it for his aging and everything for The Irishman, but he actually does some interesting techniques in Shutter Island. But Shawshank, like when I just think of like classic drama, Shawshank is always like at the top of the list. Yep. So it's really hard to. It's interesting that these two got matched up though. You got prison movies, so it's kind of fun. So yeah, it's got to be Shawshank. Come on, guys.
Yeah. Well, Chris, what do you think?
Obviously, we know what I'm going to say about Shutter Island.
Yeah.
Literally, this was one of my worst movie-going experiences ever. Seeing Shutter Island in theaters, I absolutely wanted my money back. I was like, it's not the classic Martin Scorsese like great film. And you mentioned Cape Fear. The movie's disturbingly fucking amazing, but it's a great movie. Like there's so many great lines in that, so many just epic parts in that. But Shutter Island, while I love where it was set, like I love that time period, I didn't feel like it was really a time period piece. It kind of felt like Wes Anderson and him had a baby together, and then they made a film. On the other hand, Shawshank is a masterpiece, so definitely Shawshank.
Yeah.
Shutter Island was not the midnight coterie of sinister intruders.
Yeah, right.
From SNL.
From SNL, yeah.
No. Yeah. All right. Well, it looks like it's gonna be Shawshank with a clean sweep.
Oh yeah.
Rightfully so, but I recommend Shutter Island. It's a bummer because I would want it to go on to the next round if it was almost against anything else, just for the underrated aspect. But
yeah, right. Well, next we have There Will Be Blood going up against Whiplash. Ooh. All right.
I don't like this.
He quits again. All right, Jordan.
First. So, we're going to be saying this a lot. Well, I've not seen There Will Be Blood.
I haven't seen There Will Be Blood. Yeah.
Take a shot.
I haven't seen Whiplash though. So, but I have seen like the "I Will Drink Your Milkshake" scene over and over because that's like a classic, like one of the best scenes in all of cinema. And so it's just Daniel Day-Lewis at its finest, which really makes me want to watch this movie. I just haven't gotten around to it though. There's just way too many movies on my blind spot list. I've been trying to watch. That's why I have a show called Blind Spots that I do. But like Whiplash is just like so good. Like J.K. Simmons is just giving a powerhouse performance, and the way that he just beats this kid down just over and over and over again, to the point where like he's almost like suicidal. Like it's crazy. Like it's just like probably my favorite J.K. Simmons performance. I'm not saying a lot 'cause I'm a big Spider-Man fan, so like J. Jonah Jameson's up there too. But I mean, but yeah, Whiplash is just like so good. Like who would have thought that a movie just about a guy just teaching this kid how to play the drums would be like so incredible? But it blew me away when I saw it. So yeah, Whiplash.
So this is like one of those matchups where I'm like, oh my god, of course There Will Be Blood gets matched up. I'm not going to be surprised if There Will Be Blood gets bumped just because Whiplash is just very popular in the community, and obviously I love it. It's high on my list, but There Will Be Blood, it's one of the like top 5 performances of all time. Daniel Day-Lewis, Daniel Plainview is he's fantastic. He embodies that character. And if you've seen other performances from Daniel Day-Lewis, you realize that he's not just doing the best version of himself. Like he creates this character, and that makes it even more impressive because we watch him in interviews. Like he doesn't sound anything like him. He doesn't have like the stature of him. He's just a different person, and he does a fantastic job of like letting greed ultimately get the best of him. And I had this debate with someone, I don't remember who it was recently, where we're discussing of the concept of that There Will Be Blood, where it's like, a fun fact, someone sued the movie Drive because it wasn't a Fast and Furious movie, right, Austin? But it's a similar.
Right. Yeah, right.
Like, there's not enough blood in this movie. I'm like, it's a metaphor because when you think of like selling your soul to the devil or giving your blood for the blood of the lamb and all that, those metaphors, like it's that where it's like you have to like blood must be shed in order to get like one of the first scenes when he starts to get his rise into the oil drilling field, like someone literally dies and they get smashed by one of the derricks, and it's like, yeah, it's not his blood, he didn't cause the blood, but there will be blood, and you have to sacrifice that, and it's a bummer that people don't understand that aspect of it. It's beautifully shot. Paul Thomas Anderson does a fantastic job of just creating this world, and Paul Dano as Eli Sunday is over the top. The church scene's fantastic. Between the both, just the dynamic of how they just are competing back and forth, and trying to get one edge of the other because they're using each other and they're both evil, and he eventually gets them to admit he's a fake prophet because he just needs money and all that stuff, and it's just a shame that greed is just that crazy. And Whiplash, fantastic. Like, oh my god, like I love it so much. It makes me get into jazz, all that type of stuff, jazz drumming. But There'll Be Blood, it's I named my trivia after it for a reason. I love this movie. It's very important to me. But Whiplash, I love it too. So it's a tough matchup, and There'll Be Blood's not going to move on because I just know that it's not as popular as Whiplash. But hey, that's fine by me.
Well, you never know. We'll see. Jen, what do you think?
Oh, I simultaneously love and hate this matchup because, yeah, this is very difficult, but I love that, like, so far we've had, like, a consistent theme between the two films, and this is, like, a nice look at, like, manic obsession, but coming from two very different strategies, because, like, There Will Be Blood, you kind of have this slow burn dread that starts to overwhelm you throughout, meanwhile, Whiplash is just, like, topping it over and over and over again as it goes along. Like I agree with everything that Henry said, that like arguably There Will Be Blood is Daniel Day-Lewis and Paul Dano, in my opinion's best work in terms of their acting abilities. But I absolutely love Whiplash. The thing is, like, I feel like the internet is going to affect my vote here because I feel like both of these movies have been like memed and referenced and to death. So whereas There Will Be Blood, like Robot Chicken has gone on and on, and it's kind of made me think of, like, it's in the back of my brain even when I watch it now. Meanwhile, Whiplash, for whatever reason, even though everyone's like, not my tempo, it makes it even stronger for me. So I think I'm going to go with Whiplash because the internet ruined There Will Be Blood for me, I guess.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. Chris, what do you think?
I vaguely remember seeing There Will Be Blood. I mean, I love Daniel Day-Lewis in A Gangs of New York. That's an amazing performance. But I haven't seen Whiplash. But like it has come up multiple times on several different shows we've done, and I still need to watch it. So for that reason, I'm gonna go with Whiplash.
I thought you were going to do the other way.
Okay, yeah, right.
I thought you were going the other way. I could have sworn you were.
Almost fake out, but Austin.
Well, even though Whiplash is already going through because it's got 3, I'll give a vote to There Will Be Blood and at least show it some love because, I've only seen it twice, but both times I saw it, it was definitely it's not one of those movies you just like. At least for me personally, you just put on casually, like another Daniel Day-Lewis movie.
Conscious decision to watch this movie.
Even I
love it. I put on Gangs of New York a lot just because like that movie just flows and is like really entertaining and shit. And like he's great as Bill the Butcher, obviously. But yeah, There Will Be Blood. Like when you sit down for it, like it's an experience. Like it's definitely like a journey, and you got to be in the right mindset. But like his energy and his charisma just like totally carries that movie. And like Whiplash was really good. I enjoyed it, but yeah, I'd give the slight edge to There Will Be Blood here because it's just a bigger cinematic experience for me personally. So I would have voted for that. But Whiplash is gonna get the nudge. Yeah. It's close.
Whiplash, yeah.
Honestly, Whiplash is more accessible. I think that's what it is at the end of the day. Unfortunately,
it's just more mainstream. Yeah,
it is, yeah. But from next we have Pulp Fiction. Going against Rocky. Oh.
Pulp Fiction is a heavy favorite on tournament fights. It seems to make a lot of polls, so we'll see.
It does. Yeah.
This goes, but we're back down to you, Henry, and you gotta choose between your babies here.
My favorite movie from one of my favorite directors versus my favorite movie from my favorite franchise. That's oh my god. Rocky. I love Pulp Fiction. This is tough. I'm not gonna act like Pulp Fiction's overrated or hey, it's the landslide. No, this is close. But Rocky, he's my favorite character, and it's the only representation he has on this list. So I would feel disingenuous if I didn't potentially fight to no pun intended fight to have him go to the second round. Whereas spoiler alert, there's gonna be more Tarantino, and we've already had a Tarantino already represented. So as long as the Tarantino gets into the lead 8, that would be cool with me. But this is the only chance for Rocky, and this move, like my love of this franchise is made Stallone bump up into my favorite actor talk because I just watch other work, and now that I'm like a fan of him as a person and as a character of Rocky, where I'm loving everything he does, and Rocky 5 is a masterpiece, and people need to realize that. So I love this franchise so much that I'm willing to be the only person in the world, including Sylvester Stallone, that sees Rocky 5 as a masterpiece, and that's because what it built up in Rocky 1. I love this. The relationship between Rocky and Adrian is beautiful. You got one creepy scene, but hey, it's the 70s. Get over that. Everything else is beautiful from the relationship, and Adrian's one of my favorite female characters in movie history because of once again the arc that she started here. So Rocky, but Pulp Fiction, everyone knows my Tarantino fandom, so I mean that's the rough one.
Yeah, but we have a latecomer, but we have Malcolm Lay. How's it going, Malcolm?
Good.
Yeah.
You put me under him and then have him go, or is he going to go last?
No, we'll swing back around to him.
Okay.
We'll swing back around.
Yeah, we'll swing back around. So, we'll go to Jen.
All right,
next.
so we'll go to Jen next, and we'll come back around to Malcolm.
All right, I'm pulling a Vicini over here because I'm like, all right, what do I know about Henry is he's probably going to have a lot of more Tarantino on here, but there might be more Rocky movies, but I don't know. So it's difficult. I do love both of these films, but it's tricky. The thing is, I think Pulp Fiction is probably the better made film in terms of both the script, the characters, the acting, the overall presence and style of it, because at the time that was a huge thing that it was not like out of chronological order. But Rocky is like the best underdog film there is. Like when you look at them today, they're all just trying to recreate what this did. But I feel like a lot of people just think about Rocky in terms of like how the franchise progressed. When you go back and watch the original one, it's like a hardcore drama. Like it's like a really impressive film, and like Stallone did a fantastic job with it. And yes, there is one creepy scene that today is really hard to watch. But I got to give it to Pulp Fiction because I absolutely adore Pulp Fiction. But I love my Rocky. But he's out. He didn't win the fight. I'm sorry, he didn't win the fight.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate.
He didn't want to win the fight. He just wanted to go the distance.
He said Pulp Fiction is a surprise. It never shows up on tournament fights. Never.
Yeah,
right?
it's never been on tournament fights ever.
Well, there you go.
No.
It's one of the few where it is a common one.
It's been a lot.
It's also I'm a Tarantino guy, so I'm okay with that. It's one of the few.
Yeah, but
All right, Chris.
Yeah, Chris.
So I feel like everyone's kind of said like everything you can about both these movies, and they're both absolutely incredible. But I gotta go with Pulp Fiction. I mean, just that freaking soundtrack alone, like I
Yes,
literally put it on the other day, and I was cranked it up, and was
that's one of my all-time albums. Yeah.
yeah. So Pulp
Good
Fiction.
stuff. Yeah. From Austin.
My second favorite Rocky movie versus my third favorite Tarantino movie. Man, if you put the Rocky IV director's cut on here, we'd have something a little more interesting, right, Henry? You know what? I don't give a shit what anybody says. Pulp Fiction's got a lot of love on the show. I'm voting Rocky.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Pulp Fiction's made it to like 5 different polls. Let's go Rocky on this one.
Austin, that's not how Henry wants you to vote, right?
I don't give a shit. He can berate me on the next Rankum show. Who gives a shit? I haven't slept in 36 hours. Fuck it.
Mass hysteria.
Hanging on there, but for me, this is my second favorite Rocky movie going up against my favorite Tarantino movie, and I think that Pulp Fiction has to edge it out here for me, just because when I saw it, I literally had a visceral experience watching this movie. Like it was just like a cinematic masterpiece when I first saw it. Like it's one of those movies that when you first see it, you're like did I just watch one of the greatest movies ever made? Like for real, like that movie, it was incredible. And like I had to go back and kind of try and piece everything together because I realized how the scenes are shot. They're not really meant to be in like chronological order. So that was kind of fun trying to piece it together. So one of these days I want to find, I'm sure somebody's put together all the scenes in actual chronological order somewhere. But so yeah, but like Rocky is one of the greatest characters though in cinema history. Like as an actual character, like he's one of my favorites. But I got to go with Pulp Fiction because it's overall a better movie, I think. So, but Malcolm, what do you think here?
I've only seen 3 Rocky movies in total. This is one of them, obviously.
But I haven't seen this one.
Going backwards.
Out of those 3, this is probably my second favorite Rocky. Pulp Fiction is one of my favorite movies of all time. It was in my top 64, so I'm going to go Pulp Fiction.
That's fair.
Yep. Well, Pulp Fiction it is. Heavy favorite on tournament.
Wow, Pulp Fiction moves through. Big surprise on tournament fights.
Surprise. Yeah. Well, next we have Moonlight going up against LA Confidential. We have La La Land. Wait, no, I mean Moonlight. Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
But let's see who's first.
Jen is up first.
All right.
I really like this matchup. These are 2 somewhat out of the box picks. For me, I'm gonna go Moonlight personally. Like LA Confidential, I've seen I think just once, honestly, and it's a great like modern-ish noir and everything. Really interesting cast of characters, a lot of great A-listers in there. But Moonlight was just something special. Personally, I saw it like at an advanced screening before I knew anything about it, before it had like the Oscar buzz, and it was a great experience. And I just love the way that it's framed, and particularly Naomi Harris, her performance in it is just astounding to me. So yeah, I'm gonna go Moonlight.
Yeah, sounds good. Chris, what do you think?
So I never saw Moonlight, but based on your description, I have no interest. But LA Confidential was awesome.
Really?
Like I love the noir of it. Yeah, it's freaking fun. Yeah, definitely LA. Yeah, LA Confidential. Why did I say noir?
Yeah. It's all right.
But yeah.
Austin, what do you think?
So out of the 3 movies I didn't get to, Henry, these are 2 of them, and they're matched up against each other. So I have seen neither. But LA Confidential was next on my watch list, and I own the Blu-ray. It's sitting over there collecting dust, so I'm going to go LA Confidential because I would have popped in the disc next. That's literally my only reason. I have no basis because I haven't seen them either. So sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I've not seen either one of these ones, and but out of the 2, LA Confidential is the one that intrigues me more. I just have to kind of forget what I know now about Kevin Spacey and just kind of go back from like maybe when the film was first
There's
released.
plenty other people in there that you can kind of ignore him.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Even though he's
Yeah,
like
and-
kind of front center in the poster,
he's kind
really
of
not-
important in the poster, but he's not that
He's
important.
like the third.
Yeah,
he's
he's
the
not a
third
main character.
lead.
Now the poster
Okay.
is like,
There you
hey,
go.
here's Kim Basinger's boobs.
Yeah.
And then there's
Yeah,
Kevin
yeah,
Spacey.
Yep,
What
yeah,
are you
exactly.
talking about?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
with Moonlight, like I just really have no idea about it. I can't really say if it's a movie I would even like. I don't really know that all that much about it, but it's one that I'd be willing to give a shot. But I think out of the two, LA Confidential just interests me a little more, so I'll go with that one. So, Malcolm.
Yeah, I mean, I like Moonlight. It is pretty good. Like, I deserve the Oscar. I actually haven't seen LA Confidential yet. I know Henry's been wanting me to see it because we're going to do something at some stage we never went to doing, in which I would have had to watch this. But just because I'm not really as high on Moonlight as most other people are, LA Confidential's got Russell Crowe in it, who's a New Zealander, so I'm going to go LA Confidential.
Yeah, sounds good.
So LA
Henry?
Confidential is higher on my personal list, but when I saw this matchup, I was going, with my gut of like I said, based on the matchups, and Moonlight was one of the ones. Like when I saw it, I was like, oh man, the Moonlight affects me so much. Like Jen alluded to earlier, Naomi Harris's performance is just. It's crazy, watch her in Skyfall and then watch her in this and just, see the range that she has and the ability to really, just.
And she only filmed in 3 days because she was
Yeah.
so busy with Bond stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, she was too
dang.
busy, so she was doing Bond and crack. She was trying to balance out the two. It's a rough life.
Yeah.
Right. And then Mahershala Ali, this is one of those
Tough
ones where
life.
he's just one of the most morally gray, father figure movies like in history because he's a drug dealer, but he's a good influence for Chiron. You know what I mean? He really, there's scenes in the movie where they have difficult conversations because that's him, as a drug dealer. Where he's like, yeah, we'll have this conversation. He doesn't really know the answers, but he knows what he should say. You know what I mean? And he's sticking true to himself. And the scene the beach when he's teaching him how to swim, it's just not the other beach scene. We'll get to that in a second, but the first beach scene where he's teaching him how to swim, that's just beautiful. And it's just one of those where if you've never had a father, it just gives you that kind of a heartfelt moment. And then the end of the movie, I'm skipping the second act for a second. The end of the movie just makes me wish that Trevante Rhodes is in more stuff because he's a bad motherfucker. Like watching him in The Predator, I was like, hell yeah, this guy's gonna be, awesome. He really hasn't done much, and it just bugs me up because
like Bird Box. That's it. What the hell happened?
Yeah,
We failed him.
He is a bad dude. So I would, if they, I'm fun, just to be on topic. If they ever reboot Rambo and they want to make a new character, make him the new Rambo. He's a badass. I want to see him tear some people up. He is awesome. Or have his own action franchise. So I know I named myself after LA Confidential. I love it. It's technically higher on my list, but I'm going with emotions on this one. I love Moonlight. It just makes me want to go hang out on the beach with my buddy.
Yeah.
Well, see, they haven't seen it, so they have no idea.
That's why I said it that way.
Yeah. Well,
all right. So La La Land moves forward. I mean, LA Confidential.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure La La Land's up here, honestly.
And what I will say is,
of
course it is.
During the Oscars, I said it from the beginning. I was like, Barry Jenkins deserves Best Director because without his direction, that movie is not going to be as amazing. Yep. But I still wanted La La Land to win Best Picture, so I was technically okay with how it ended up going. So,
yep. Yeah. Well, next we got Fargo going up against Good Will Hunting.
Oh, right. Okay. All right.
And
Chris.
Chris, you're up. All right.
So I hate the movie Fargo, but I love the TV series.
Really?
The TV series is amazing.
Heck, you
so
mean?
the Coen brothers can basically eat a rotting sandwich. But definitely Good Will Hunting is a perfect film in every single way. So absolutely Good Will Hunting.
Yeah. Well, sounds good. Austin, what do you think?
I'm gonna go down to Brainerd. What, the Armada down there? Yeah. Oh, you are tooting. No, I fucking love Fargo. Fargo's the shit. Yeah, Fargo's awesome. Yeah, Fargo's good. But Good Will Hunting is good too. God damn, that's a tough match. Just for the late great Robin Williams, I'm gonna slightly go Good Will Hunting, but that's a tough one. Honestly, like I could probably go either way on any day, but I'll go Good Will Hunting just by a hair, just by a sliver.
I think that I'm one of those ones that saw Fargo way too late because I actually, for whatever reason, just watched it this week for the first time, and so I watched the entire TV series before I saw this. And in my opinion, the TV series is almost a near masterpiece for me. Like I love that series, and just comparing it to the actual movie after seeing it kind of in reverse order, like I do still like the TV series more, but like Fargo was great though. Like especially Steve Buscemi, my favorite character in the movie. But like just all the accents and like just the way that they have these casual conversations that they're able to make so intriguing is a lot of fun. And I've not seen Good Will Hunting all the way through. I've seen bits and pieces. I've seen like the big speech between Robin Williams and Matt Damon that's depicted in the poster, but like I have not seen it all the way through. And like I just like the way Fargo's done and the way it's shot and the way just everything about it. It's kind of one of those kind of like niche films, but I really dig it a lot. So I'm gonna go Fargo. Malcolm.
Yeah, I've seen Good Will Hunting sort of once a very long time ago, so I don't really remember much. I remember enjoying it. I actually haven't seen Fargo, but I'm going to go Good Will Hunting. But Fargo is on my list to watch at some stage.
Yeah.
So Fargo is one of those movies where it's a stupid plot where a guy, he's trying to make some money, the wrong way by staging a kidnapping of his wife and hiring the guys to do it and, splitting essentially the profits or not because he's got his own shady things. And William H. Macy, he's an interesting character, to say the least. And the dad in the movie, he's hilarious. He's like, or him, when they have the conversation, he's like, oh, just loan me the money. He's like, we're not a bank, Gene. Like, what are you talking about? Like, no, we're not just going to give you a loan and then you pay us back. Not how this works, buddy. And like you said, Steve Buscemi's awesome. He's it makes you think that he's just this really badass actor, stuff he's did in the 90s. He's like, man, this guy's awesome. And then he starts doing Adam Sandler movies and he gets a little goofy and stuff. I love Adam Sandler movies, but he's a different person. So if you see him in the 90s, it's awesome to contrast that. Good Will Hunting, it's more than just a feel good movie and a feel down movie. It's fun at the same time. It's got I don't want to say action scene, but there's like fights and stuff that happen in the movie. Like, it's one of those characters where he has an arc because he's like finding himself. And I relate to Will way more than, I would want to because, it sucks. But when there's multiple scenes that, you get into the emotions and the speeches and, the breakdowns and you're like, oh man, I relate to that so much. And there's a universe where this is like my favorite movie of all time. You know what I mean? So like I love this movie and the relationship between Will and Sean McGuire is just, fantastic. And how, the scene when he finally, on that bench, he's like, you thought you knew everything about me, just from a fucking painting on my wall. You thought you could just read me. Like, you don't know me. I don't know you. We have to talk. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like, that's life. That's really how it is. Don't just assume you know things about people. And it really gets into the psyche of that. So Good Will Hunting is fantastic. I love it. I'm going with that. But Fargo, it's awesome. It's similar to what I was talking about. I don't remember which one I said earlier, but it like American Beauty, where it's been a top tier one for like one of the longest ones. When I started getting the film like religiously in 2014, this was one of the first ones that were just always been on the list and just never left the list. Fargo's long tenure, but Good Will Hunting's higher up, and I love it more.
Yeah, sounds good. Jen, what do you think?
Oh man, I am 2 for 2 against my Bostonians here. The thing is, I absolutely love Fargo. Like, I do agree with the statements that the TV series is the superior of the two, but I still love the movie. Like, William H. Macy is freaking hysterical in this film. I absolutely love him, and he nails the accent perfectly. Like, Good Will Hunting, I do enjoy this movie. I think the bromances are far more powerful than the actual romance of the film. Like Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, like that, the Ben Affleck speech about the greatest part of my day, like that is the thing that I remember from the movie the most. That's the one that really hit me. And I absolutely do love it. And it is nice to see all my Bostonian landmarks and the bench that doesn't exist. But I love Fargo, and that's a film, like that's one of my top Coen Brothers films here. So yeah, I got to go Fargo, but I don't know where we landed up. And I think Good Will Hunting might have won here, but I don't know.
Good Will Hunting wins 4-2. Yeah, just
right.
So it's not my fault.
No,
Not your fault.
Definitely not.
heck
It's
you
not
mean?
your fault. Nope. Yeah.
Oh,
Jeez,
Wade.
it's not your fault. You know?
Oh, funny looking. Funny
Yeah.
looking.
That's the thing. Fargo is responsible for getting the best description of Steve Buscemi. He's kind of funny looking.
Funny
It's like,
looking.
yeah. Once they said, I was like,
Yeah.
that's exactly how you describe
Kind
that
of
man.
funny. Yep, exactly.
Kind of funny looking.
Yep. But up next, we have Children of Men going up against 12 Angry Men. All right.
That's hilarious.
Why does this
The
poster
Men's.
look like a remake almost? Like it's so weird.
Yeah, yeah. It
Because they
does kinda,
colorized
yeah.
it and they're
They
like,
colorized
yeah.
it.
how
It's
do
so
I-
odd
how
to
do I-
me.
how do I-
For a
Yeah.
second, I was like, is there a remake that I don't know about?
Just
There's
original
a TV
posters.
movie from the 90s, but no,
Okay.
not a full remake.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's the 90s.
Who's first?
Me.
All right.
Cool. It's a movie I don't care for versus a movie I love. So this is easy for me because I think Children of Men is some pretentious bullshit, and I really like 12 Angry Men. So 12 Angry Men easily gets my vote on this one. And I was rewatching it, Henry, before you said, I got 30 minutes in, and I was like, fuck this. I ain't even going to finish this shit.
Oh my
12 Angry
God.
Men easily went this.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah,
Well, for me,
easy for me.
yeah, this is a movie that I have not seen in Children of Men versus a movie that I love as well. Like I love 12 Angry Men. I think it's an amazing movie. Like it's just a lot of fun just seeing them just deliberate in this courtroom kind of setting. Like that's a good time in it. And for me, like I'm just kind of hanging on the edge of my seat, like for just like a group of these 12 guys just talking, like debating things. So yeah, 12 Angry Men for sure. Yeah. Malcolm?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen 12 Angry Men, but I've always wanted to. I'm not a big fan of Children of Men. I don't hate it as much as Austin
I'm not
does.
alone.
Now he's
I'm
getting
not
sad.
alone. I'm not
What are
alone.
you doing?
But that being said, I haven't seen it in a while. I might need to rewatch it just to see if I still feel the same on a rewatch. But my vote is going to go to 12 Angry Men.
The comment kind of made me laugh because he said that it ruined jury duty for him. But for
No
me, I
jury
thought he was
duty.
talking about-
Never that interesting.
I thought they were
No.
talking about the Pauly Shore movie at first. I'm like, what the frick? So yeah. But anyways, yeah. But
Children of Men is a
Henry?
movie that I don't understand what you guys are saying. It's so well paced. It's a concept of the youngest person alive, Diego, at 18, that he gets murdered because fame, and it's like I feel like are you not understand like that a world we live in today, early 2022, where if that was the case, that's how it happened. Like people just want to either be their best friend, kind of Spider-Man level stuff without getting into the movie, like his identity is revealed, everyone just wants to be his friend and all that stuff, and similar concept where it's like what I mean, like that's just what we get. And then Clive Owen's one of those characters. I love the morally gray leads who was like they're not meant to be the hero, they're kind of just put in a situation, and that's the situation with him, where he's just in the situation. He gets asked to do something. He needs the money. It's an apocalyptic future. He goes to do it. Julianne Moore's character is part of like this rebel alliance, kind of. And then Chiwetel Ejiofor, Charlie Hunnam, they're part of it. And stuff happens, and it's crazy. Amazing shots. Alfonso Cuarón does a fantastic job of just shooting this movie. The opening scene where the bank blows up, or the coffee shop blows up. I think it was the bank next door. Yeah, it blows up, and it's just that's beautiful. Then you have the scene with the one take of the car, when they have the explosion and when stuff that happens. It's beautiful. The ending scene's beautiful. Oh my God, Michael Caine, he's just a wild animal in this movie. Strawberry cough is, I don't smoke drugs, but like it makes me want to do that because you just want to have that strawberry taste in your mouth because the way he describes it. And he's pull my finger, Jasper, he's so much fun. But yeah, 12 Angry Men is one of the 5 best, greatest movies ever made. So with all that said, you guys are crazy on hating Children of Men, but 12 Angry Men is one of the 5 perfect, greatest movies, objectively speaking, of all time.
Well, I had to laugh even harder at Richie's comment where he says jury duty ruined
True.
jury duty for me.
Yeah.
But anyways,
You're out of order.
yeah. But Jen,
Oh, it's my turn. Yeah, like I don't hate Children of Men to the degree that other people seem to. I do agree. I will say that Children of Men, the premise, the storyline is probably very similar to anything that you could see on like sci-fi weekend movies, made for TV movies. However, it is definitely elevated to a much higher degree from Cuarón's direction. Like Henry described a lot of my favorite parts of the movie already, so I won't have to go over them again. But yeah, like his direction really makes it much more interesting than what is actually being presented to you. So yeah, it does. It is a good film, but 12 Angry Men, that is one of like the tightest scripts ever, honestly. Like it is a nonstop thrill ride, which is weird to say about a film that is in one room with just 12 dudes. So yeah, it's fantastic. If you haven't watched it, absolutely. Like I know a lot of people are averse to going back and watching these classic kind of films, but this is, it's a dialogue heavy film, but you do not feel it at all. It's a breeze. It's fantastic. And it just twists and turns throughout. It's a really interesting story. So if you're looking for something like that, absolutely check out 12 Angry Men. Like Children of Men is interesting. We have two men again. This is all these themes on this match. Right. Children of Men is good, but 12 Angry Men is great. So yeah.
Well, it'll be showing up soon. We're gonna be doing best movies that are set in one location, so it'll be showing up again for that.
Absolutely, will be on that list.
Yeah,
and also it's also a One Crazy Day or Night movie as well, because it's one crazy day in a jury room. So,
one very crazy day.
Very crazy. Crazy white guys.
The crazy white guys arguing, throwing knives on tables and shit. It's fucking crazy.
That's like the writing room for Justice League. Just a bunch of white guys yelling at each other for different reasons.
Yeah. But Chris, what do you think? Here.
It's an easy vote for me. 12 Angry Men is an amazing movie.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's a clean sweep for the 12 Angry Men.
12 Angry Men it is. All right. Then up next, we have The Wrestler going up against Drive. Okay.
All right. And Jordan.
Me first? This one actually makes me happy because I just watched Drive right before we went to air here. So it was my very first time seeing it, and it was freaking amazing. Like I absolutely love that movie, but I also absolutely love The Wrestler too. So it makes it a tough matchup. I'm just glad that I've actually seen these two because like they're almost near masterpieces in a lot of ways for me. Like this is like a really tough match for me personally. It's probably the toughest so far. And I mean, like Ryan Gosling, like he's good in almost everything he's ever done. Like he's just awesome. But I think that I gotta give the edge to The Wrestler because Mickey Rourke, like when have we seen him this good before? He's usually not like at this caliber, and like he just like he's just giving the performance of a lifetime here, and you see all the like ups and downs and the depression and all the different things that he's going through it. But so I'm gonna go with The Wrestler, but I do want to shout out the music from Drive too. It's one of my favorite soundtracks. So, but I'm gonna go with The Wrestler, I think. So, Malcolm.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen bits and pieces of Drive. I haven't actually watched it start to finish. But I love The Wrestler. Wrestler easily gets my vote. I think it's really underappreciated by the community. I think a lot. It's not talked about a lot.
It's ironic in a community full of people who love wrestling.
Yeah.
And there's some famous wrestlers in here too, for that matter. So yeah, my vote goes to easily get.
Someone on the panel might know one of them.
Right?
I might know one of the guys who's in the movie and have been have taken a move from him that I might show on screen here in a second.
So between these,
if I can pull it up in time.
So these two movies are two movies that make you wish that the directors of each movie did more accessible things because Drive is like, oh, Nicholas Winding Refn, he's gonna be awesome. It's like, not really. And then I personally love Darren Aronofsky's movies, but like this is the movie where like, oh yeah, Darren Aronofsky, this is the Darren Aronofsky movie because Wrecking for a Dream, I can't really watch that. Black Swan, you kind of got to be in a mood. Mother, you kind of either one of your favorite movies of all time or it's your least favorite movie of all time. You know what I mean? And then no one watches Noah. No one's seen The Fountain. But you know what I mean? So this is like the movie from him that you know what I mean? So it's an interesting matchup of it's a director duo right there. I love that that got Jed wrote
You got me.
But only one has Marissa Tomei being a nice lady. She's very
nice
sweet.
lady.
Yeah. Aunt May before she met Uncle Ben, am I right, guys? Before she
Hey, she had to pay the bills.
Facts. She definitely paid them. But I want to shout out Oscar Isaac as a standard He's a very fun character. And so I love Drive. It's a lot of fun. Every time I watch it, I'm like, oh, this needs to be higher. But it's like I can't for some reason. Ron Perlman, Wild Boy, Albert Brooks, even though he's a COVID hoarder, watch Curb Your Enthusiasm, you'll get that joke. Even though he's a COVID hoarder, Albert Brooks is a menace in this, and he actually shaved his eyebrows to be even more scary, and that's creepy as hell. And Bryan Cranston has a cripple, so or however you want to describe it. He walks with a limp with Shannon, so he's great, amazing cast. But The Wrestler, I grew up as a wrestling fan, and this, all the behind the scenes. One of my last thing I'll say, when he works at a grocery store, and there's a scene where he gets to be, in the deli, because he wants extra hours, and he's like behind the scenes, walking up to the deli, and you just hear the music, the crowd from the wrestling. He's like typing himself up, and he goes in there to do some of that. And then Darren Aronofsky actually filmed him really doing deli stuff in the movie, so it's like real awkward and crazy and goofy and stuff, and it's a fun little tidbit. So The Wrestler's awesome, but Drive's also awesome, but The Wrestler gets my vote.
Yeah. Well, Jen, what do you think?
This is tough. Like, I personally, these two films have a very similar vibe in the way that they affected me, honestly. But I will say I find it interesting because, like, when The Wrestler came out, people were like really vibing with it and like pushing it, and then it kind of just disappeared. Meanwhile, Drive, I feel like, went under the radar and slowly has been going up in terms of our kind of community. There are a lot of people that really pump it up. This really hurts me to go against a movie that has both Oscar Isaac and Albert Brooks in it. But yeah, I got to go with The Wrestler because like everything Henry said, like Mickey Rourke devastated me in this movie. I absolutely love the scene in the deli. Like it is very much real. And it like really, I was like, oh, my poor little bunny. So by the time you get to the end of the film, I'm like, oh my God. So yeah, I got to give it to The Wrestler, but Drive is effortlessly cool. And it has Oscar Isaac, but he's mean. So I guess I'll go with The Wrestler.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Where's the deluxe version?
Yeah.
No, I don't think I really like I didn't get the same experience with The Wrestler like you guys did. I think it's an okay movie. I probably need to rewatch it, and that's okay. But a Drive's just a hell of a lot of fun. I gotta go with Drive.
Yeah. Well, Austin?
Well, can you blow me up at all, Jordan? Like on a little bit bigger screen? Is it possible?
Let me see if I can.
Gonna throw off the entire thing.
Sorry, dude.
The way to do it, I'm just like.
Stop sharing your screen and then go to the main thing and then you click him as your big guy. I think.
Okay, yeah. Well,
yeah, there you go.
All right, so
we'll bring it
real
back.
quick.
You can even do the other one, the one with the big square. Yeah, the big square.
It's better be worth it.
There you go.
Okay. All right, so just so you can see it, so it'll be about 3 or 4 seconds after the start of this clip. The guy in the movie that he has the death match with, the Necro Butcher. This is me reffing a match with him back in 2008. So it's after this clip. So not this, but I'm the referee. Oh, wait. Ooh. Oh, look, there's Necro Butcher. Oh, who's that? That's me. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. That hurt. Oh, God damn it. That hurt. Oh, shit. That hurt. Let's see that in instant replay. Oh, look. There it goes again. Oh, shit. All the way out of the ring to the floor. Oh, shit. That hurt. Oh, and there goes there goes my shoulder. There goes me not getting the wind knocked out of me. There goes me fucking up my elbow and almost missing the table and splatting on the floor. So anyways, you can bring me back.
No panelists were harmed in the filming of this episode.
Yes. Well, they were. But the guy doing that to me is the guy in The Wrestler, the Necro Butcher. His name is Dylan. He's a very nice gentleman outside of the ring. Who Mickey Works wrestles. Yeah, who he has like the match where they're stapling each other and shit like that and doing all the crazy shit. Yeah. So, so yeah, my buddy's in The Wrestler, so I vote for The Wrestler. Boom, there you go. Yeah. Long time ago. A younger me who could do shit like that. He did that to me now, I'd probably die.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, The Wrestler moves on.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So, up next we got Psycho going up against It's a Wonderful Life.
Oh, God damn it.
Gee.
Oh man, what similar movies.
Well,
the same
well,
movies.
two kind of descent into madness in some ways, if you think about it. So, yeah. But
wow,
that's Malcolm, right? First.
Yeah, it's Malcolm first. Yeah,
okay.
background to Malcolm.
All right. This sucks. What you got?
This is a really tough matchup.
Yeah.
I love both of these movies. but I'm going to go to the one that I watch every Christmas time. That's definitely
Right? No.
Psycho,
oh yeah,
right? Okay, yeah.
Every Christmas.
No, It's a Wonderful Life is just a heartwarming movie. It's just one that I just love. And yeah,
All right, fair enough.
good.
As I said just a second ago, 12 Angry Men, there's 5 greatest movies of all time. It's a Wonderful Life is in that top 5. But Psycho is similar to me with There Will Be Blood, where just Anthony Perkins' performance as Norman Bates is up there for me with Daniel Day-Lewis as Daniel Plainville. Like, his performance is just unhinged and creepy, but also like charming and like fun. And I don't know, it's one of those things where it just, the score, it's just one of the most memorable things in film history. That score, the iconic, shower scene, it just brings everything to the table. And yeah, if you go in today's day and age expecting a modern slasher, you're not going to get that. But if you go in just watching the movie as its own with no expectations other than just watching a well-made movie, it meets every expectation that you're going to get. It's amazing. Psycho is fantastic. It's always going to be my favorite Hitchcock, and I love it so much. But It's a Wonderful Life. It's a tough one. It really hurts me to vote against It's a Wonderful Life because how much I love it. George Bailey is one of those characters just love life. But Psycho, oh my God, love your mother.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, Jen.
Oh, I hate that these got matched up in round 1 because it automatically kills a classic here. So yeah, like I agree with Henry. Like Anthony Perkins' performance really became like the template going forward for like, this is how we portray madness, which is not exactly right, but it works. From an entertainment standpoint, it works very well. And I do love Psycho, and like there's a lot of interesting techniques in there from Hitchcock, but it's not my personal favorite, so that makes me feel a little bit better because I absolutely have to go to It's a Wonderful Life. It is my favorite Christmas movie. It's not necessarily something that you need to watch at Christmas because it's very life-affirming for the entire thing because it is about the man's entire life, not just about Christmas. And it is Jimmy Stewart's best performance, in my opinion. George Bailey, he's an all-American hero, and he's just, shucks, just so perfect. So yeah, I gotta go. It's a Wonderful Life. I love that film. I watch it every year. Gotta go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris?
This is really tough because like I've probably seen It's a Wonderful Life probably easily like 500 times. My dad's favorite like Christmas movie, and I love James Stewart. But at the same time, this is probably not my favorite James Stewart movie. So that's what maybe makes this slightly a little easier. I mean, and just Psycho is just incredible. Yeah, I got to go with Alfred Hitchcock Psycho.
Yeah. Well, Austin?
Yeah, I like It's a Wonderful Life a lot, especially the colorized version. Definitely seek that one out. But yeah, I'm just kidding. But yeah,
Yeah. We'll seek it out.
Yeah. No, but if I had to pick one of these, it's going to be Psycho because I'm a horror guy, and Psycho is just one of the most influential horror films of all time, and it's kind of ahead of its time as far as talking about mental illness and personality disorders, even grief to a degree. Like it kind of meshes all that stuff into one. Yeah, really, really, really good, and probably easily my favorite Hitchcock movie. So yeah, Psycho.
Yeah, this one's like really tough for me. Like they're both like as far as classic movies go, these are like really high up on my list. For someone who's not really into that many classic movies, I can probably name you like 15 that I actually can say that I really like. And so these are both two of them. And man, like probably, I mean, literally like a coin flip here, but I think I'm gonna go Psycho just because like just seeing his descent into madness and just the character study, like we said, and then for just some of the iconic scenes and the music, all of that. So I'm gonna go with Psycho. So.
All right. Well, Psycho unfortunately has to knock out It's a Wonderful Life and moving forward, which stinks. But what are you gonna do?
Psycho is the Potter of this matchup.
Right. Yeah, Mr. Potter. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, next we got Terminator 2: Judgment Day going up against Casablanca. Another classic. Another classic.
So A classic film versus another favorite of tournament fights, another favorite that makes it pretty far. So we'll see how it fares against Casablanca. But Henry, you're up first, unfortunately.
Out of all the matchups in all the tournaments.
Yep, right.
In the world.
You had to walk into
T2 had to walk into Casablanca. T2 is arguably my favorite movie growing up as a kid, and it still holds up. Amazing CG. Arnie's just one of my favorite humans in the history of life. Casablanca, if it's going up against anything else, that'd be, I would have a nice, compelling, argument. But I just, between the two, I cannot go against T2 in this one. Casablanca, I love it. I highly recommend if you're not into classics, but you like romance, you got a little bit of war, a little espionage, a little spy stuff, some dramas. Unfortunately, we will not be able to play it again, Sam, for round 2. Or maybe not. I don't know. I'm assuming, to be honest.
We'll see.
But T2 is my vote.
I just love Andres freaking out in the comment section. He's like,
I agree. I'm so mad
now.
There we go. yeah. But Jen, what do you think?
I hate this.
Yeah, right.
Like Casablanca is fucking amazing, and it's so quotable, and it's very funny. If you haven't watched it, like Claude Rains in this film is so good. But like personally for me, it's weird because like it always gets pushed as like one of the greatest romances of all time. But personally for me, the thing that really struck me when I first watched it, if you remember, there's a scene where they have the dueling anthems because this is during World War and everything, and they have like that moment of like really standing up for your country despite the conflict and everything, and that always gets to me. That's the scene that kills me. But Terminator 2 is arguably my favorite action film of all time. Like it is just a masterpiece of sci-fi and story and characters and development, and it's so good. It is so good. So I'm so sorry, yes, Micah, but I have to go with Terminator 2. And I feel like I'm betraying my own brain, but that's what I'm doing.
Gee, I wonder what the Casablanca kid is going to vote for.
Okay, guys. Well, first off, I want to give a shout out to Mike Schaefer, who's been watching our YouTube show this whole time. He basically kidnapped the TV from his kids who were playing video games to watch this. So thank you, Mike.
Nice.
But yeah,
what about kids?
So I just want to show these off. These are actually reused on top of me and my wife's wedding cake. We kind of did kind of a partial So these are the ornaments from '97 that came out from Hallmark.
Okay.
So pretty cool. And I wore a white tux like Rick, but these are pretty cool too. Really trying to show them off. Really. And you can't really see Rick. It's kind of lame. But yeah, Elsa and Rick. But yeah, it's absolutely my favorite movie of all time. I've easily seen it 1,000 times. You mentioned the dueling anthem. One of the things that makes that even more powerful is that the people singing were actually refugees from the war. It's got the romance aspect. It's got the, kind of a man who's trying to, he famously says, I don't stick my neck out for nobody. And that could have stuck with me because then he's kind of forced to kind of do so. And it has one of the most powerful scenes in a movie I can kind of think of. When the gal who ripped his heart out walks in and, tramps his heart to pieces. And he's kind of left at the bar later on, and he's crying into his drink and goes, just play it again. Yeah. I'll just stop geeking out about this movie, but seriously, it's one of the greatest movies ever made. So Casablanca, even though it definitely probably will not win. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Austin, what do you think?
Well, 3 things. I prefer Terminator to Terminator 2. Terminator 2 makes it a lot in these tournament fights. Therefore, I'll keep Casablanca alive and vote for Casablanca. So there you go, Chris.
I'm not mad.
Yeah.
Here's looking at you, Terminator 2. So, T2. Yeah.
This matchup made me have to go get a beer,
of
though.
Course.
That's all I'm going to say. So, Malcolm?
Look, those that know me know I'm not a big fan of the original 2 Terminators. I'll probably go back and rewatch them at some stage. But Casablanca is amazing. My vote, it easily beats Terminator 2, so Casablanca.
Well, guess what?
Huh?
We have our first tie. And since Malcolm's on the bottom, he gets the tiebreaker, and he's going to knock out Terminator 2, I imagine.
Right.
So there you go. Right? I'm
I'm
assuming
not
so,
mad.
right, Malcolm? Make it official, Malcolm. Make it official.
Won't be back. Casablanca moves
I'm
on.
so glad because honestly, like
Yeah.
after
It
Chris
won't
had
be
gone, I was
back.
like, I want to change my vote.
Yeah, right?
I think it's probably
Chris,
like
Chris,
yelled
you
in
owe
my
me
room right now.
because I saved you. I saved you,
Thank
Chris.
you, buddy. You're my
saved
hero,
it.
man. I definitely owe you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my wife
Right.
and my wife and my roommate are probably like, "What the hell is he yelling about there?"
Yeah. Right. Well, let's see what we got
Is this the
next. We
first
got the
time Casablanca's got out of the first round?
Yeah,
I
because
Good job, Malcolm.
Chris's top 64. It made it into the final four, I think,
Chris's-
something like that, or
yeah.
the top.
Yeah.
Made it pretty far.
Yeah.
Yeah, made it far.
But the Dark Knight going up against Hell or High Water.
Ooh, okay.
I've never
Hmm.
seen High Water.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
All right, Jen is up first.
Jen, okay.
Ooh. I have a lot of respect for Hell or High Water being here because, yeah, like this is another one of those. At the time, if you were in the movie community, you were like all about this film, but it kind of has fallen off the track now. But the performances of the three right on this poster are fantastic. Ben Foster, in particular, is amazing in that film. However, The Dark Knight is arguably the best superhero film ever created. So yeah, it's just really it's I don't need to go off on The Dark Knight. We're gonna do this for a long time. I'm expecting it to go very far. So
Yeah, right.
The Dark Knight for me, but Hell or High Water, if you haven't seen it, it's fantastic. One of the better modern type Western films that there's out there. So
Yeah. Well, Chris.
So, I mean, The Dark Knight's a good movie, but I've been meaning to check out Hell or High Water. I mean, it has a ridiculous cast in it. I mean, just Jodie Foster, Chris Pine, Jeff Bridges. So the fact that this is on this list makes me
You
absolutely
mean
want to
Ben
go check
Foster?
it out.
I think.
Ben
I think
Foster.
Jodie
I mean, that I knew what I meant.
he's right there.
Yeah, you know what?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Silence
right.
of the Hell or High Water.
But yes, I will definitely check it out.
Yeah.
I'm making a list
Well,
of
Austin.
movies I need to watch.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So which did you vote for again? Did you vote for Hell or High Water?
Hell or
Or
High
did you
Water,
vote for Dark Knight?
absolutely.
Okay,
Hell or
cool.
High Water.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I like Hell or High Water a lot, but I haven't revisited it since I bought it on Blu-ray and watched it back in like 2017 or something like that. I'm due for a rewatch on that, and I've been on a Western kick lately, so I need to go back and watch it. But yeah, Dark Knight's my number one Nolan, and it's fucking Dark Knight. Yeah, it is what it is. There's not much to say about it. So yeah, any other matchup, I might give it to Hell or High Water, but this one, no, sorry, it's gonna go Dark Knight.
Yeah. Well, Hell or High Water. When I first saw it, like, it's a little different than what I expected. Like, I didn't expect it to be kind of like a more modern kind of Western in it, and it really blew me away though. Like, I was really surprised by it. Like, it was a good time, and The Dark Knight's not even my favorite of this trilogy. Like, I prefer more of a Batman Begins. I just like seeing the way that he trains and like kind of like a different take on the origin of that character. And just because The Dark Knight is such a huge, heavy favorite, I think I'm gonna go Hell or High Water. So, Malcolm.
He's on the phone, so I'll go and I'll buy him some time.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna rip off the band. I'm going Dark Knight, so I'm just gonna talk about Hell or High Water for a minute. Hell or High Water is one of those movies where Jeff Bridges, it's one of those ones where he pulls off the mumbles and grumbles, the Tom Hardy, Jeff Bridges and Tom Hardy, if they can find the exact role that pulls off the mumbles and grumbles and it makes sense for the character, it's perfect. And this is a great example of it. He's fantastic. John Roca's in this movie, doing a vape, that's a lot of fun. No, he's not really. The one
it's
who
his doppelganger.
Yeah. Okay.
But Chris Pine in this movie, like, he's not a pretty boy. Like,
Gil
he is,
Birmingham.
I mean, he's still pretty.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying like,
Yeah.
Chris Pine in this movie is like Robert Pattinson in Good Time, where if you only knew the rom-com version or the Star Trek version of Chris Pine, watch this movie and it's gonna totally flip your opinion on him. And Ben Foster, if you've seen Alpha Dog, you know he's a wild boy, but he's fantastic in this movie. I told you to give me Dr. Pepper. You trying to make me mad, Mr. Pibbs for assholes. So that scene reminds me. That's the first thing I think of every time this movie. It's just so much fun. And there's both fun fact, both of these movies have Heat-like vibes to them based on the bank robbery stuff and the opening scene for The Dark Knight. So that's the connection that we're gonna have for this one because we've had weird connections each time. And once you actually find out the motivation of why they're doing what they're doing, it's one of those morally gray. That's like the most common theme that you'll see like on my list. I just love the morally gray where you connect to it more because they're not the altruistic hero, but they're also not complete dirtbags. And this is a perfect example where they're clearly breaking the law and doing bad stuff, but you feel for them. And Chris Pine likes to give $200 tips. I love this movie, but Dark Knight, it's GOAT status. So it's
Yeah.
And we'll go back to Malcolm because he was on the phone. So we just bumped you for a second. So we'll go back to Malcolm.
It's all good. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen Hell or High Water. I've been meaning to sort of revisit this in ages. I do enjoy it. It's a good movie. The Dark Knight, I mean, it's not my favorite of Nolan's Batman trilogy. I prefer Batman Begins over it.
Same.
But I do really like The Dark Knight, so my vote's he's still going to go to The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds
Some love
good.
for Hell or High Water, but Dark Knight will roll through to the second round.
Yeah. Dark Knight it is. All right. Let's see what we got. Next, we got Coco going up against The Shining. Okay. Nice matchup. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
They both deal with death. We'll say that. So
Glad I'm drinking.
All right.
Chris
Chris?
up first. Chris.
Wow. This is such a weird matchup.
Yeah.
I think this is the first weird one where it's like, there's nothing.
Yeah.
Ghosts of the past.
Yeah.
I guess.
Ghosts, right? They're both connected to the underworld.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Coco. Coco was actually a really good story. I kind of avoided it forever. I was like, I really don't think I'm gonna like this, but I loved it actually. But The Shining has so many good freaking scenes in there, and it's just great writing. But God, the book is so much better though. So actually, for that reason, I gotta go with Coco.
Okay.
There's a whirlwind of emotions there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was tough.
He had to figure it out in his own time.
Yeah, right.
I love it.
Well, Austin, what do you think?
I'm kind of ashamed to say it, but I pretty much swore off animated movies about 5 years ago. So I haven't watched any Pixar movies, any DreamWorks movies. I'm not.
Yeah.
I can't get into them anymore. Like they just don't hold my attention. I'm sorry. So no, but I'm way more of a horror guy than animated movies. So than animated guy. So it's easily The Shining.
There's a skeleton right there.
Yeah. But he's happy-go-lucky playing guitar skill. No, I don't care. I'm sorry. Unless it's some horror movie in animated form, the last
some horror
one I kind of
There's
liked
murder.
was Paranorman because it was kind of a horror movie with kids. I like that one. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, for me, Coco is one of those movies where I went in with pretty low expectations to where my expectation actually ended up at were really, really high. Like this movie just blew me out of the water, especially near the end. It just hit me in all the feels and everything. It's a beautiful movie to look at too. It's just like really gorgeous. And The Shining, The Shining's great, but I don't know. There's just something about Coco that I just think is just freaking awesome, and it's probably in my top 3 favorite Pixar movies.
Wow.
So I think I got to go with Coco. It's just a really great movie. So I would encourage people to watch it. I think you would like it, Austin, but I don't know if you tried it.
No, here's the thing. My sister just had a baby. And like I know there's a lot of animated movies in my future, so I'm just done with like new animated movies, and I'm just gonna stick with the old school shit that I know is good, that I can watch over and over again, and I'm not taking the risk of showing her some shit that she's gonna love that I'm gonna hate and watching it 12 times in a day. So it's no Frozen, it's none of this good dinosaur, none of this bullshit. It's gonna be like Aladdin and Lion King and fucking Toy Story and. It's going to be all the good stuff, the shit I know. Kung Fu Panda. There we go. That's good shit right there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, fair enough. But yeah. Malcolm, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I like Coco. I can't remember it's up in my Pixar rankings, though, but I think it's about the middle somewhere. But I love The Shining. It's easily going to get my vote here. But yeah.
Yeah.
Henry?
You guys are killing me here. Coco is amazing. Coco, it's got fantastic music. Coco is like a good example of why I don't really like Encanto that just came out, because initially, like, everything that like sticks with me in Coco, I don't feel even like a little bit with Encanto. Like, you know, it's cute and it's got, you know, a fair premise, but like it just doesn't have like the emotion and the vibes and the memorable characteristics that everything that I get from Coco. Like I said, the music's fantastic. Miguel, he's you know, he just wants to, anyone who like wants to be like a creator, you know what I mean? He wants to make music and he wants to, you know, be a singer, but his family's sworn off music because of, you know, stuff past issues in the family history. So like you understand his drive and his motivation to kind of like, you know, go behind his family's back, and you just, you know, you commend him for that, and it's beautiful, both visually but also like, you know, metaphorically, and you get all the emotions. The Shining's iconic and it's fantastic. You know, Jack Torrance, one of my favorite characters of all time. Like Jack Nicholson does a great job of just building up that character, the slow madness of, you know, the descent into madness. That's like, you know, everything that you remember for the movie, the concept, you know, the red rum, the twins, the bloody hotel. It's got all the iconic imagery, but it came out in you know 1980, so it has, you know, stood the test of time. Coco, you know, it's only, you know, what, 4 or 5 going on 5 years old now at this point, but it's one of those where I feel like people are just going to give it the time, and it's going to grow on them in their Pixar list. Like I said, the music is just, you know, fantastic. It's beautiful, and you know, sure, you know, a bunch of white people aren't going to relate to it. I understand that, but you know, it's top tier Pixar for me. It's my number one by, you know, a lot, and it's high up on my list if you saw my top 100. So I love The Shining. I've always loved The Shining. It's my favorite Kubrick, my only Kubrick on this list, on this last you know, reorder of the list, but this is my, you know, Pixar and Coco, and I love it so much. So my beers are kicking in. Go ahead next.
Yep. right. Well, Jen, what do you think?
I don't hate Coco. It's okay, Henry. I know Coco is beautiful. It is gorgeously animated. The music is lovely. It's so like, even if you haven't seen it, the poster, look how vibrant that poster is. It's so cute. But it is also that I'm pretty sure, I was trying to think, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I cried the hardest I ever have for a Pixar movie in Coco. So yeah, it's quite devastating. It's fantastic though.
In a good way.
In a good way. Yeah, no, like I loved every second of it, but yeah, that one really hurts to watch, because they nail the familial relationships and the sense of memory and everything so well. So yeah, it is great. I would recommend it if you haven't seen it, but The Shining is fantastic. Like The Shining is like so infinitely quotable. Like I've seen it so many times. Henry, yeah, you hurt your case because you said it's the only Kubrick here. It is my favorite Kubrick, so I would have voted for it anyway. But if it's the only one here, I absolutely have to vote for it. So The Shining, but watch Coco.
Yeah.
Well,
for sure.
With that, we have a tie, and the tie goes to Henry. So you can pick either one, sir. You have all the power.
Yes. Coco.
They're gonna be. Yeah.
Coco. All right, Coco.
And just to be clear, they're separated by, you know, 50 slots in my top 64. So I love The Shining. It's one of those. It's always been there. But yeah, Coco. It's high.
And I'm an equal opportunity hater of animated movies. I don't give a shit if it's Hispanic or white or whatever. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'm not watching any of them.
They're dinosaurs. Green.
I don't give a shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to sing "Remember Me Yet" because Coco survives. So we'll sing it.
All right. Are we on to the other side? I think.
Not quite.
Oh no, almost.
We're almost. There. Got 2 more matchups.
Almost there.
So. Yeah, so we got
All right.
500 Days of
500
Summer
Days of
going up against
Summer.
Arrival.
Oh,
All right. So who's first this time?
me.
You are? Okay.
Another easy one because I fucking hate Arrival. It's pretentious Denis Villeneuve bullshit, and I fucking hate that movie. And I like 500 Days of Summer, so this one's easy because fuck Arrival.
Yep, and I'm the exact same way. Like I hate Arrival. I can't stand it. Totally
Who are you people?
Totally just
Bullshit.
BS. Like
Bullshit.
like Denis Villeneuve up his own ass. Yep, exactly. So
Mhm.
but 500 Days of Summer might be my favorite rom-com of all time. I love 500 Days of Summer because it just shows all the ups and downs, and it also shows you. And there's no spoiler, but it showed you that all relationships aren't always exactly what you think they're going to be. So yeah, I'm going to vote 500 Days of Summer for sure. So, Malcolm.
Yeah, I mean, I love 500 Days of Summer. It's one of those ones that, well, yes, it's technically rom-com, but it's also one of those ones that technically isn't a rom-com.
It starts off the movie.
Yeah.
This is not a romantic.
Yeah, it's just one of those.
That's true.
But that being said, I watched Arrival for the first time last year. It's amazing. I mean, like this is the one that because I watched this after I saw Blade Runner 2049, which I also really enjoyed. Denis Villeneuve's really a great director. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go Arrival.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, sounds good. Henry.
So I have a stretch of movies where they were like, my S tier movies growing up from my, young age to my, teenage age, the most impressionable Henry, and 500 Days of Summer is one of those 5. This is a movie that I have a relationship with an ex-girlfriend where like, the entire time, she was like my Summer and I was Tom. I'm just the dumb guy who just not getting all the signs. Let's just be friends, but also, I kind of love you. And I'm like, I'm so confused. And, like so people who think Tom's just an idiot, they don't understand. Like that's kind of the point where it's like, yeah, he is an idiot. Some guys are just, what's the phrase? P-whipped. It just is what it is.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just that's life. You know what I mean? We're whatever. So But Arrival is a movie that I have never been like, when you have that when you smell something that like gives you the bad memory of something when you sleep, and just the smell of it.
Oh, like a shitty movie? Yeah, I smell a shitty movie. I do.
Yeah.
I do that all the time.
You
I
could
watch
have
Arrival.
picked good smell. I don't know why you went bad.
You're gonna smell
The
like,
worst smell in the world.
no, but the point is just the memory of that smell gets that. That's me with the score of this movie. As soon as the score starts to play, the tears just go because of just what I know about this movie. Like it gets me every time.
It is.
So this is a
Yeah, how
bummer.
sticky it is right at the screen.
Hey,
Uh-huh.
mute yourselves, you crazy people.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this one's tough because they're close. Like on my list, I'm gonna go with the tears. I'm gonna go Arrival, but I love 500 Days of Summer. It's higher up on my actual top 100, but Arrival, the tears got me, and when I saw it, I'm like, that just the memory of it gets me. So, and also Hawkeye, he knows science.
Yep. Well, Jen, what do you think?
Oh, I'm so confused right now.
I
Like 500 Days of Summer, it's fine. It's fine. It's fun. It's playful. I do like when they have the scene where it's like, what really happened and what he pictured has happened. Like that's one of my favorite things in it. It's very playful and fun, but it's not like top tier romance kind of films for me. Like I'm confused about the arguments of like, this is Villeneuve like up his own ass pretentious, because I think that this is the one that he's made like for broad audiences. For me, I think it's one of the most straightforward things he's ever done. And the production design
is way more straightforward. He hadn't made a good movie since Sicario.
Yeah.
But this is the one that I think he made for mass audiences, and I think it worked. I think it was beautiful. Like the production design is phenomenal. I love every design for the ship and the creatures themselves. And Amy Adams should have been nominated for the Oscar. That was stupid. But I will say that Hawkeye. He mentioned Hawkeye, so he almost ruined the movie for me in the final moment because all of a sudden he goes, "Want to make a baby?" And I'm like, that's the line we're gonna have for the closeout of this film. But yeah, so I love Arrival. I gotta go Arrival. I'm confused by all of y'all. So yeah.
Well,
that's what happens when you make a mainstream bullshit. Is have people gonna like it, have people gonna hate it. So
We've
Exactly,
arrived at the conclusion that they're crazy people.
well, Chris, what do you think? Are you on board?
So
with
I hate The Arrival, and I
There you
haven't
go.
ever seen 500 Days of Summer, but I'll go with
Oh.
that
All
one.
right, so he said The Arrival, which is a different film of
Yeah.
Charlie
Charlie
Sheen.
Sheen. That's
So
Charlie Sheen.
Arrival makes it through.
yeah,
No,
right.
it's not.
No.
I
I worked in the
would
theaters when this
rather-
movie came out. Trust me, there was confusion.
I would rather drink rat poison, okay?
yeah. Well,
You guys also all
I just don't
hate
understand
Blade
why
Runner.
people have so much love for it. I understand
Yeah.
maybe people might like it, but people like.
And you guys hate
outside
Children of
of
Men.
it,
You guys
freaking
just hate sci-fi.
masterpiece. I don't get it. Like people told me, you got to go see Arrival. Like it's a masterpiece. I'm like, okay.
yeah, I totally hate
Bye.
sci-fi, which is why Aliens is my favorite movie ever. Yeah, I fucking hate sci-fi.
It's a
yeah,
trash action movie.
yeah, but
Fuck you. All right,
now
no more
we have a
ranking
tie,
shows.
right?
Yeah, we have a tie, and it goes to Jen, so she's gonna put through
Arrival, done.
Villeneuve for us. Yeah, done. Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh,
yeah.
so this is gonna be interesting
far,
next time
makes
because potentially Coco goes up against the Rivals. Now you're all just gonna have to like deal with it.
yeah.
No, the line goes down.
No,
so
it's gonna go. It goes
That's
down. So whatever it's
Well,
gonna go
we'll see.
against.
We got Parasite next. Again, to remember the Titans.
Good, two better movies, so that'll beat Arrival. Excellent,
Yeah.
fantastic.
Well, who's up first?
Jordan.
Me? Well, this was my teenage self when I first saw it. I remember the Titans when I was a freshman in high school. That I would have hands down picked the Titans. But then I saw freaking Parasite, and I saw it 3 times in the theater because it's like it's a near masterpiece for me. Like I think it's just amazing. And usually when I go see things multiple times in theaters, it's because there's someone that I know that hasn't seen it. So it's like, you haven't seen Parasite? All right, we're going to see it. And like, yeah, like this movie just blows me away. I'm a huge fan of Korean cinema. Like I love Korean cinema. But funny enough, I'm not an anime person. I know that's more Japanese, but even still, like I'm just more of like the live action. So like any of that kind of stuff. And Parasite's awesome. I mean, Remember the Titans is like one of the best sports movies, especially for football. I mean, like Left Side, Strong Side, all that stuff. I mean, it's a lot of fun, but I mean, it is no Parasite for me. So I got to go with Parasite. So, Malcolm.
Yeah, so I'm not an overly big fan of like foreign language movies. Like I'll give them a go if they're really acclaimed. So I have seen Parasite. It's great. My vote is going to go to Parasite just, because I do like it more than Remember the Titans. Remember the Titans is fun, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, Henry, what do you think?
I love Parasite. It's a movie that, at this point I'm almost very fluent in Korean because of how many times I've seen this movie. It's just in the background. I've learned all the words. It's the reason that, I'm one of the few people that actually watched Squid Game in its original language and not the trash English dub.
Yeah.
But I grew up playing football in high school. Remember the Titans, obviously with a little less race issues. The football aspect of it just brings back all my memories of high school. It's exactly, what it is. You have that family, you have the small town where you become legends. You don't know how many classes I passed in high school just because I was on the football team. Like that's just how it goes. And, Denzel, people forget that Denzel's in a Disney movie technically, and he Oscar worthy in his performance as Herman Boone. Like he's just so great in it. It's just because it's one of those, Disneyfied movies that people, sports movie, it's formulaic, but it just does it just so masterfully and beautifully. And the football is actually great. Sure, Ryan Gosling is a liability at corner, but other than that, everything's so great. Sunshine, he's awesome. Now he's in the NFL. Trevor Lawrence is now finally actually in the NFL, but hey, it took him a while. But Remember Titans, it's awesome. But Parasite is amazing as well. And
Bertio's mama. Can't forget about Bertio's mama.
Mm-hmm.
But so which one did you vote for, Henry?
Remember the Titans.
Okay.
He's like, don't ask me.
Yeah, right.
Don't ask me. I'll just pass.
Answer that question again. But Jen,
Henry, I like that you felt the need that like I need to explain that Denzel's a good actor. I think we all know Denzel's a good actor. He's never done a bad performance. I do love both of these films. Remember the Titans, like Disney is really good at doing the feel-good sports movie, and this is like one of their shining temples of that. I absolutely adore the dynamic between Jerry and Julius, the two key players throughout the film, and it's just a great feel-good sports story, a very American Pie kind of thing. But Parasite, I absolutely adore, and I'm so proud of everyone for like championing this movie, because this is one of the few times where it just built by word of mouth without giving away anything about the film.
Facts.
So many people went to see this just knowing that people go, I saw it, it's great, go watch it. And that's amazing. Like, usually people are like, no, who's in it? Or like, what's it about? Kind of stuff. But this is one of like the best blind picks to watch kind of film. And if you haven't seen it, I'm not gonna tell you anything about it, because you should just go watch it. You'll be blown away. Like, stylistically, the direction is so good. The cast is amazing. It's a fantastic film. So I gotta go Parasite. But in terms of feel good movies, it would absolutely be Remember the Titans. But Parasite is just a phenomenal film.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, what do you think?
So I haven't seen Parasite, but I do love Squid Games. And unlike you, Henry, I am not versed in Korean, so I like the English language. Okay, I don't have to try to read a book while I'm watching a movie or watching a TV show. So I'll probably check out Parasite based on those votes alone. But I Remember the Titans is awesome. Like it definitely has like a special. I don't know. It's a great movie.
I don't think that there's an English dub of Parasite. I think it's just only.
I think there probably is by now.
Probably
but
by
I
now,
would
yeah.
sub over dub all day. So yeah.
Okay, well then
I've only seen one
take a
clip
nap.
of the Squid Game dub, and then the Raid Redemption, the first Raid. I watched it in dub, and I'm like, this movie sucks, because that dub's like, I don't want to hear these white people, voicing it. It just doesn't even sound right.
Yeah,
Then I rewatched the original. I'm like, oh no, this movie's awesome. It's just the dubs are stupid. So if you don't like foreign film, just don't watch dubs. They're stupid.
I've watched Raid with the subtitles, and I hate that movie. Like, give me my money back, save my life.
No.
Literally, don't waste my time.
No way.
This panel,
Raid is awesome.
we're wild tonight.
I hate this panel.
Yeah, right.
Well,
I hate this panel and I hate all of you. I'm never coming back to school.
Fuck you, you're cool. Fuck you.
Then the permanent mute button goes on me because of my Raid.
But Austin, what do you think?
I don't know what y'all's whose problem is subtitle. I watch subtitles on English movies, fucking always. Shit, I try to catch everything. That's how I learned that the subtitles for the Hateful Eight. Every other subtitle in the opening is "Get on up there, yeah," in the background, doing the horses in the beginning. Fucking, I love that they had to subtitle that. So in this one. I like both these movies a lot. My brain says Parasite. My heart says Remember the Titans. I'm going to go with my heart this time and say Remember the Titans. I don't really have a reason. That's just what I'm going with. So we have another tie, and it goes to Chris. All right.
I'm going to go with Remember the Titans.
Oh.
All right. Fair enough. All right.
It slightly hurts, but not too bad. Remember the Titans is still pretty good.
It's still great.
Yeah.
It's still good.
Yeah, but I believe that's the end of this side. Yep. All right.
Yep.
Hooray.
So we're on to the
All
next
right.
side.
Left side, strong side.
Facts.
Left side, strong
I
side.
know a bunch of
Remember the
movies that have been
strong
brought
side.
up. The right side's pretty strong too, guys.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Yep, you can see what's
I
up
like good
next.
movies.
We got Glengarry Glen
Ooh.
Ross going up against
A little
Al Pacino versus Al Pacino. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
Wow.
Wow. All right. Is it Malcolm first? Right.
Malcolm first. Yeah, Malcolm first.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen Glengarry Glen Ross. I've always wanted to, just so I can understand the quote. Coffee is for closest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I love Heat. Heat is a really great movie. So my vote goes to Heat.
Yeah. Henry?
So this is one of those movies that I feel like as time goes on, Heat's just gonna always rise up my list. But it's just one of those where, because it's 3 hours, I love it. I don't have any issues with the 3 hours. I just haven't seen it as much. So like, as I reconstructed my top 10, finally going with my gut, and like picking movies that are just my favorite movies, you know what I mean, the ones I love. This fits more in that lane because of just how much fun it is and the genre I like. But Glengarry Glen Ross is just one of those movies that like it's before like it became a thing, you know, what Ethan Irwin always be closing on the Schmodown. Like before he was the Schmodown even started, like I've always loved this movie, and it's just one of those ones where, as someone who's like dealing with, you know, those types of jobs and, you know, hate your boss and all that stuff. And like, I just vibe with this movie so much. Like, I just love all the characters. The opening monologue from Alec Baldwin, you know, if he's not shooting people, he's telling people to put that coffee down. You know what I mean? He's a wild boy. So, you know, it takes brass balls to sell real estate, you know, always be closing, AIDA, you know, action, interest, AIDA. Damn it, I forgot. I put myself on the spot. That was my fault. Anyway, Glengarry Glen Ross, it's one of those where I just other than, you know, that botch quote right there, I just quote it so much. Like, even when I'm not trying to, I'm just monologuing, you know, the opening scene, just regular stuff. Al Pacino, he's just awesome in this movie. Jonathan Pryce has a nice small role, but it's integral. Ed Harris, you know, you love him, but he's also, you know, he's arrogant, he's a prick. Jack Lemmon, one of his old man roles, and he's just awesome in this movie. You know, obviously Kevin Spacey on here again. He's just in good movies. It is what it is. He's good in the movie technically, so it is, you know, but he's definitely a side character, even though he's on the poster. I love the script for this. I actually wrote a paper on this in college for the actual play. So Glengarry Glen Ross is my pick, but Heat, and there's any day where Heat could just bump up into my top 20, but it's just not there right now, and Glengarry Glen Ross is high up for me. So both good picks. Glengarry. Definitely weird picks, though. Like, it's a weird matchup.
Yeah. Well, Jen, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Pacino's the only link between these two. But what the hell, Henry? You got 3 Kevin Spacey movies so far, but only 1 Kubrick? What the fuck? But yeah, like, these are both great films. My argument's going to be that Glengarry Glen Ross, it is a dialogue-heavy film. The cast, as you can see, is phenomenal. However, the thing that really makes it memorable is the script. And that is because it is a play. It was a play first and then was made into a film. That's not to say adaptations can't be greater or less than the original, but I think what makes this special is the actual dialogue, and that it comes from the original play. Whereas Heat is one of like the greatest heist films of all time and everything, and it's just a fantastic dynamic between Pacino and De Niro, even though you only have that one scene and they're not technically together. And it also has Val Kilmer, so how mad can you be? So I got to go Heat. Glengarry Glen Ross gets the steak knives and he gets the money. There you go.
Yep, exactly. Well, Chris?
So I've never seen Glengarry Glen Ross, but that sounds like an amazing movie. So another movie added to my list that I got to definitely check out. But Heat's incredible. I mean, Heat's such a damn good movie. So I got to go with Heat.
Yeah. Well, Austin, what do you think?
Yes, I'm in many films with all male casts. Oh, like Glengarry Glen Ross? More like Glenn puts Gary's balls in his mouth. It's a Zack and Mary reference. Justin. Glengarry Glen Ross was one of my first watches this week, leading up to the show. So I got a couple of Wolf of Wall Street vibes with it, with Alec Baldwin doing his shit at the beginning. Felt a little Jordan Belfort, you know, going a little crazy. Yeah. But for me, the movie didn't quite reach the heights of that like opening 15 minutes afterwards. It kind of fell off a little bit for me. Not to say it wasn't good, but I feel like it starts so high and then just kind of cruises the rest of the way. Just for me, I still enjoyed it, but Heat is the shit. And give me all you got. Give me all you got. Give me all you got. Heat.
Yeah. She's got a great ass, and you're all the way up inside.
Great ass.
Like Heat all the way. Like I watched this movie for the first time actually today. For whatever reason, I just hadn't seen it, and yeah, like it was a lot of fun, and it has that iconic bank robbery scene that's like shown in like multiple movies. That's like pretty much like standard for like how all bank robbery scenes should be in a movie. And
break, but I feel you.
Yeah. and I've never seen Glengarry Glen Ross, but just from all the like amazing dialogue, it just sounds like a really well written movie that I really want to see. So, but I haven't seen it, so I'm gonna go with Heat.
You got to remember, I'm the Tarantino guy, so of course I like the dialogue. But yes,
Jack Lemmon is so good in this.
Oh yeah, Shelley, the machine.
Yep. Yeah. Sounds like heated it is.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I'm fine
Malcolm
with
didn't
that.
vote. Oh, yeah, Malcolm did vote. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. Okay, so,
I'm fine with that. Like I said, if he ends up winning this whole thing, I wouldn't be mad. You know what I mean? Like I love
Yeah.
it, and it could creep its way up anytime. I just 3 hours long.
That's a
It's
long.
well
That's a
paced.
long movie to watch right after this show, though. So you better hope
It's a long
doesn't.
movie. Yeah. That was one of the things I was going to mention, that like the action doesn't ramp up until almost an hour into it, but when it does, oh boy, does it ramp up, and like it does not let up.
Yeah, slick.
So, yeah, but next we got Old Boy. Speaking of Korean cinema, going up against Chinatown.
Ooh.
Okay. All right.
Korea versus China.
So
Yeah.
The original
Yeah,
Squid
right.
Game, right? No,
But yeah, it's the original, right?
yeah, right.
Yes. No, not the Spike. Not the Spike.
Like I love
Lee movie,
Chocolate
no.
Copley, but
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
No.
All right. Well, Mr. Confidential, you're up first on this one.
This one's rough, dude, because like these are two of my favorite endings of all time. Like, holy cow. I'm not even looking at my list right now. I can't remember which one's higher.
no cheating.
I'm going with my gut and my
Yeah. No cheating.
two of my favorite twists of all time. Oh my god, this is a brutal battle. This is a weird criteria, but you know, ask Austin in our Let's Rank Stuff show. I have weird things if I'm picking at straws of which one I'm going to rank higher. The fact that Old Boy is not acceptable.
You want to talk about weird criteria? Saw 6 is my favorite Saw movie. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Exactly.
You know, that's all I gotta say.
Because Old Boy is not accessible on digital, and I don't have access to rewatch it at any time, but I could technically rewatch Chinatown at any time. I'm more likely to do it. It's weird. I know it's weird criteria, but it's one of those things for me. I own 98 of my top 100 movies because 2 of them are just not available on digital, and Old Boy's one of them. That just bums me out. So it's a weird criteria. It makes no sense, and that's just how my brain works sometimes. I'm gonna whatever. Chinatown. I love them both. I pick either one. I'm not mad at any of you guys for whatever reason. Go ahead. I recommend both of them too.
You say that now, but someone might say something. So
no, yeah.
If
you say some wild shit, but if it's respectful, I'm cool.
Oh man. This is tricky. Like these are both like really interesting storylines that they have a lot of twists and turns. You don't exactly know where it's going to go if you are not familiar with the stories. I think a lot of people might know the twist for Chinatown by now. But if you don't, that's great. But personally, I think for me, I was more impressed overall with Old Boy, and that is a more interesting film to me. Like Chinatown, like Nicholson is great and everything, and it's a great film noir, and it's a great script. But Old Boy just had something special about it. Of like for me at the time, it was like something that I hadn't really seen before. And if you haven't seen Old Boy and you've seen Daredevil, and you like the fight sequences in Daredevil, please go watch Old Boy. So yeah, I'm gonna go Old Boy.
Yes.
Fun fact, I just looked at my list. They're separated by 2 slots. So this
interesting.
This is as close. I had a feeling that this is close for a reason, and that's why. So that's cool.
Yeah.
All right, Chris.
Easy vote. I'm gonna go with Chinatown. Great movie.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds good, Austin.
Yeah, the first time I saw Chinatown, I actually got to see it in a theater as part of like a Fathom Events thing. So that was cool. My first viewing of it, so that was nice. So always a good way to see a first classic movie. Oh my god, that scene where the dude sticks the knife like in his nostril and then like pops it out. Oh my god, that makes me like cringe every time.
I feel it.
Oh my god, I feel that shit. I felt I like gasping. I was like, oh my god, fucking man. Old Boy's awesome. I have yet to crack open my 4K that I just picked up of it because it's not available on digital. I had to pick up that 4K. It's new from Arrow, so I highly recommend it. But yeah, Old Boy rocks, and stay far away from the Spike Lee remake because the original is my jam. So yes, please.
Chan-wook Park is a fantastic director too. It's amazingly directed.
Oh yeah.
You know, people hate Polanski for multiple reasons, but it's also well directed. So whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I like controversy again. Whatever.
Yeah,
I like
clearly.
movies for the movies.
Yeah. Well, for me, Old Boy is in my top 20 movies of all time. I freaking love Old Boy. Like it's just so powerful, so good. Just like you see everything that the main character goes through, like Dae-soon, I forget what they call it, something like that.
Dae-soo, yeah.
But yeah, and yeah, like he just goes on this like Madman on a revenge tour just to kind of figure out like like how the hell all this crazy stuff happened to him and why and like just one more crazy thing after the next as you go on the journey with them. I've never seen Chinatown, but sounds like someone that I would definitely be into for sure. But I mean, Old Boy, just like, man, that movie is just so good. It's a movie I could watch over and over and over, and I never get tired of it. So yeah, Old Boy, hands down.
All right, fair enough. Malcolm.
Yeah, Malcolm.
Malcolm. Hello.
Malcolm? I think he just froze.
I think,
There we go.
yeah, I think some back.
Okay. Yeah. You're back, and we're back.
I haven't seen either of these movies, so I'm just going to vote for the one I want to see more. So forget it, Jordan. It's Chinatown.
All right.
Well,
Fair enough.
with that,
I haven't seen it.
well, with that, we have a tie, and it goes to me.
Okay.
And Old Boy's the shit. So Old Boy.
There you go. Boom.
Yeah.
Let's go. Old
Fuck,
Boy.
Yeah.
Spoiler: Old Boy
Yeah.
is the one that's higher up on the list by 2 spots.
There you go.
I'm not
Yeah.
mad at that.
I'm gonna
We
put
did
that. I'm gonna put that hammer down on Chinatown, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Right. The hammer. Yep. Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. Old Boy.
Which movie does? Never mind. It might come up later, so I'm gonna.
It might come up later.
Yeah.
I have something. No, I have something I'm gonna say. But it's okay. Well,
Yeah. It's all right. But we actually got 7
Ooh,
going up.
Another Kevin Spacey movie, huh, Jen?
No.
Yeah.
Hey Jen, more Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, what is it with you?
he's a good actor. Whatever.
Yeah.
I like the balls on that kid doesn't mean he's a good actor. Whatever. That's not the point. He's not the. He's only the lead in technically one of all these movies so far. So leave me alone.
Yeah. Right. Well, Jen.
That's true. He doesn't have K-Pax on his
why
list,
the
so I mean,
first
give him that.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it. Okay.
Do you like Sloths or do you like
I'm
Moss?
so
Good
mad.
look.
Like
Yeah.
these
Yeah.
are both phenomenal films. And see,
What do you like what's in the box at the end?
I know, like, because I think I've probably seen Silence of the Lamb more often. However, I like just watched 7 again last week, and it's so good. Oh man, I'm gonna go Silence of the Lambs. Because yeah, it was like for seeing like a female FBI. Like I work with the FBI a little bit. It's a big deal for a female agent to like get.
She is an
respected,
FBI
honestly.
agent.
I'm an FBI agent. So it was a big deal. Like I absolutely love all of the Hannibal Lecter book series and everything. And Silence of the Lambs is the best film. And yeah, it's great to see this character brought to life on screen. It is, in my opinion, Jodie Foster's best role, and Anthony Hopkins is fucking amazing in it. So yeah, but like that is not taking anything away from 7. That is a great film, and I think Brad Pitt's best work. And Morgan Freeman, what can you say? He's always amazing. So, but Kevin Spacey, you know what? Kevin Spacey's in it. That's why I'm not voting for it. There you go.
We all have our criteria.
Yep. Well, Chris.
This is tough because I love Silence of the Lambs, such an iconic character. But kind of like we talked about earlier, I mean, I feel like I'd be voting for that character. But the 7 is such a phenomenal movie, like twisted and dark and amazing. So I got to go with 7.
Yeah. Austin, what do you think?
Yeah, fuck this matchup. I'm gonna give the edge to Silence of the Lamb just because I don't know why, but I quote Buffalo Bill a lot. Would you? Would you?
Yeah.
You better.
Interesting glimpse into your background here off screen.
I hope you don't have a basement.
Yeah.
Puts the lotion in the basket.
It's just a fun. No, I like doing his voice when he's putting the couch into the van. That's fun.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah. It's fun stuff. Yeah, for me, 7 was a movie that really, really surprised me. Like, I'm one of the defenders that actually will say 7 is a horror movie. I do think it is because it's just so dark and
it is.
And when I went in to watch it, like I didn't expect it to be so dark. I was just like, wow, like really surprised by it. And and like there's just parts that are just kind of make you feel even like a little sick to your stomach and stuff. But it's a fun ride though. Like it's definitely like a fun, creepy ride, and kind of similar to Chris. Like I feel like if I voted for Silence of the Lamb, I'd just be voting for the character, because like beyond that, like the movie's good, but it's not like an amazing overall movie. It's just Anthony Hopkins' performance as Hannibal Lecter. It's just what makes the movie go from good to incredible. But 7 though, like 7 has my vote for sure. So, Malcolm.
I like both of these movies. Like Silence of the Lambs is great, and Anthony Hopkins is good in it. But it's not a movie I actually go back to. I'm going to go for the movie I've seen exactly 7 times, and that's 7.
So you're not allowed to watch it
There you go.
anymore? Is that...
No, you have to stop.
You can't ever watch it again. Yeah. Yeah.
So this is a matchup that's fun because this Silence of the Lambs is one of the 3 movies to win the Big 5 for like reason. Like it's best picture, best screenplay, director. Jonathan Demme is one of those people where this and then Philadelphia 2 years later, it's like that's crazy. Where it's like not the same. Jodie Foster and Anthony Hopkins, their weird chemistry is just. I know it's a lot of fun, and I bet there's something about this movie that Sam Rockwell watched, because when he was doing his character, that he got a little bit of Buffalo Bill, a little Anthony Hopkins, a little bit of Meigs. He's just doing a lot of crazy stuff. So this movie is more influential than people give it credit for. They know the movie, and they know like the memes and everything, nice Canty, all that stuff. But it's one of those where people low-key at this point underrated, because it's like, oh yeah, Silence of the Lambs obviously, but also this one I want to talk about, which is technically what I'm going to say, because I'm going to vote for 7. But it's one of those movies, like this is the first. I've said this a few times. This is the first movie that showed me that movie is quote unquote cinema. I was hanging out with a girl, and I was like, oh, I'm getting into movies. She's like, oh, I love this movie, I want to show you. And I don't remember, because I've never really talked to her much, but she was like, this movie you need to watch. It's incredible. I fell in love with it immediately. It's became one of my favorite movies. It's always been top tiers. This is once again in the 2014, 2015 range when I got it. And this is the one that's never left my top 100. It's probably never even left my top 25 at any point. I love this movie so much. And Silence of the Lambs, it's a great matchup, but 7, by a landslide. Even
it's a smart matchup. They're both really intelligent thrillers too.
Facts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly. Well,
right.
7 it is.
4-2 for 7. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right.
4-2 almost makes 7.
By the way, the fact that he did
I'm not mad.
Immediately after Alien 3, wow, Fincher. That's
Yeah.
Right. Well, next we got Friday going up against 7 Samurai. 2 totally different movies. Yeah.
Oh my fuck.
Yep.
Smoky.
That's the randomizer for you. 2 opposite movies. Okay. So, Chris, you're up first.
Oh my gosh,
almost
this is
last.
awesome.
Yeah.
So one of my wife's favorite movies is 7 Samurai. Friday is a lot of fun, but I'd never seen Samurai before, and then we watched. I think there was a remake of this that inspired that. But anyways, we had to go back and watch a whole watch, and I loved it. 7 Samurai is freaking awesome. It's a freaking masterpiece. So absolutely 7 Samurai.
Yeah, sounds good. Austin?
All right, Henry. This is going to be the one time I use you put them in front of me and what I'm going to watch, because I'm going to watch Friday.
That's fair. 7 Samurai is a huge time commitment.
And that's like a 3.5-hour commitment, and I want to watch a 90-minute fucking great comedy over one crazy day, because it'll be in our one crazy day tournament too. So yeah,
be fresh.
I'm gonna go with this will be the one time where I'll cheat and use that argument, Henry. Sorry, but 7 Samurai is great, but I'm gonna say Friday.
Yeah, like Jed said, this is actually the one where I'm like, that's fine.
That's fair.
Yeah, you got to understand that. Come on, you got to understand that.
This is like the one time. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, we got to kind of do the same thing here, just because 7 Samurai, it's great, and for what it is, if you put yourself in that kind of mindset and you're prepared, like for me, like I feel like I had to like make sure that I had the right mindset going in to actually fully appreciate it. But I mean, like Friday, just like one of the best comedies, and yeah, it's so quotable. Like, that's not a cigarette, that's a cig of weed, or like there's just so many like amazing quotes.
That's Rush Hour.
Yeah, I was
You
gonna
got
say,
your
that's
black
not-
movies confused, sir.
No, it's Friday when
Chris
he's like
Tucker
running
of
on
it
the
all.
street, and when like Smokey's high,
No.
he's bouncing all over the street. Yeah,
Jordan, do me a favor.
What's
Don't
Friday?
argue with me on Friday. It's not. Just
That's
do yourself
when
a
Chris
favor.
Tucker walks up to the guy in the pool hall in Rush
Yeah.
Hour and says, "This ain't no cigarette, that's cig weed." That's
Glaucoma.
you got your own Chris Tucker movie.
Yeah.
And what does he say then
Mhm.
before he's bouncing around the street when it's like laced
Something
with whatever,
else.
you know? Yeah. Well, I could have sworn that it's from Friday. Is it? Are you even saying that like it still feels like it's from Friday? He said something similar. It's definitely
Chris Tucker's
similar.
Chris Tucker in a lot of movies. Let's just be real.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
should look it up, but
Mhm.
he says something very similar. I'll just say that. But anyways, yeah.
Fuck
But-
Hector. That's what he said.
Yeah. But anyways, there's so many other good lines. Like, what's up, big perm? I mean, big worm. You know, there's a million and one great quotes from Friday. But yeah, I got to go with Friday. Yeah, it's just a little more rewatchable. Like Seven Samurai is one of those movies I think everyone needs to see at least once. But it's kind of not so rewatchable. I'll just say so. Yeah. But Malcolm.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't seen Seven Samurai. It is on my list of ones to watch at some stage, because many people, when the community said I should watch this. But Friday was a huge surprise when I watched it for the first time. So I'm going to vote Friday.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
It's even on the soundtrack. I mean, this ain't nothing but a cigarette. That's cig of weed.
Yeah.
That's Rush Hour, 1998.
I'm gonna find-
I know my shit.
I'm
So
going to find what he says because it's something similar. So, but
so
anyway.
Seven Samurai is a movie that, like I was talking about earlier with It's a Wonderful Life and 12 Angry Men. It's one of the five greatest movies ever made, objectively speaking. It's got everything you want. It's so influential. It sets up so many tropes and themes and genres. It's got action. It's got heart. It's got camaraderie. It's beautifully shot. Even though it is 3.5 hours, it's better. And in Japanese, it's more well-paced than you would ever imagine. Like Akira Kurosawa does an amazing job of just setting up this world and these characters and everything they're doing. Shiro Mifune, he's one of those characters, like I said, the morally gray, where he's trying to be the badass samurai, but he's clumsy and he's goofy and he's really just trying to fit in. He clings on to his family tree because he's trying to live up and be that, and everyone can relate to that. And it's heart-wrenching because there's you really care about these characters, and obviously not everyone's gonna make it because that's just how films work. So it actually you feel that the scene when they're fighting in the rain, it's like I said, just beautifully shot. It's amazing action. It's practical. Seven Samurai's got one of my favorite ending scenes of all time, like ending shots. The score in this film's amazing, which you don't get that often from foreign films. You don't think of top tier scores, and it's beautiful. Akira Kurosawa is one of the most famous directors of all time for a reason, and this movie made me think that I was gonna like The Last Samurai when I watched it. That movie sucks. And I was like, oh, I like samurai shit. No, I just really like Seven Samurai.
You like
No,
real
but if you like
samurai
Seven
shit.
Samurai, go watch 13 Assassins. That movie kicks ass.
Yeah, well, I don't want the white savior Last Samurai movie sucked. I was really bummed out. But anyway,
13 Assassins is good.
If you've known me for long enough, you know that Friday is just one of Henry movie. You know what I mean? It's if you truly know me, you're not surprised that this is on my list. So as much as I'm gonna rave and promote Seven Samurai and really be bummed out that it's not gonna make it out of the first round, Friday is just the fact that it's not in my top 10 is crazy, but it's just one of those where the plot is technically razor thin and you go in just because it's just a fun, stupid comedy, and I just love it so much. But Friday, but Seven Samurai, people might be surprised that that is legitimately one of my favorite movies, but it really is. I love that movie so much, and it's not for everyone. And I get people who are like, yeah, I get it, that's fine. But yes, Friday is going on for me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he says, so the quote is I know you don't smoke weed. I know this, but I'm going to get you high today. That's what the quote is. Okay.
There you go.
Mhm.
So anyways.
Nothing
Not
like
even
you
the
said.
same.
Oh, it's close.
Nah.
What's close? What's the
Jed,
quote
what do you
about
got?
weed? Come on.
Jed, what do you got?
Come on. What's close enough? Give me some.
No.
I'm trying to save
Come
you,
on.
buddy. I'm
Come
trying to
on.
save you.
No.
Take
It's
your L.
close. No.
Take the loss. And move on.
Anyways, Jen.
Oh my God, this
My
is the
show,
weirdest
damn
matchup we had. But this is weird because it actually of the movies that we talked about so far, I'm like most excited to go back and watch both of these after all the discussion, like both of them to like back to backs because screw it. But like Friday is a lot of fun and it's a great little microcosm of that point in time. But Seven Samurai is a masterpiece. Like I was gonna say arguably, I'm like, no, it's just a masterpiece. Like this is one of the best team up kind of films. Like you wouldn't have the Avengers if you didn't have Seven Samurai, honestly. Like it's so well done. And even though like it's a foreign language film and there are 7 of them along with another outer cast kind of members, it's hard to keep track of actual names. So as I'm watching them, like I'm remembering, other than Mifune, obviously, I'm remembering them like in order of how they appeared. So I'm like, that's number 5 and stuff like that. And I'm like, number 5 is the coolest motherfucker I've ever seen. He is so cool. He's like the Terminator. So yeah, like I absolutely love this film. You do get really attached to the characters. It's an epic. It's amazing. If you haven't seen it, it is a time commitment, but you will not be disappointed. Go sit down and watch this film. Yeah, it's Kurosawa's best work of a fantastic filmography overall. So yeah, it's I can't recommend it enough. So Friday's great, but Seven Samurai is amazing. So
well, as great as Seven Samurai is, I got 2 words for it. Bye, Felicia.
no.
Friday it is.
Now that's how you quote the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seven Samurai.
Come on.
Seven Samurai, you got knocked the fuck out. Sorry.
I
Oh
steal.
my
I
God.
don't kill.
No.
All right. Well, up next we got
Another great matchup.
we got
Yeah.
Interstellar versus School of Rock. All right. Who's up first?
Austin, I think.
Me, fuck.
Austin? Okay.
God damn it. My number 2 Nolan versus like a movie I just adore to pieces, School of Rock. Shit.
Jeez, yeah, exactly.
You know what? School of Rock. School of Rock. I'm gonna go with my heart on this one. School of Rock. I love it so much. It's really, really fun.
Well, for me, I've gone through a roller coaster when it comes to Interstellar. Like when I first saw it, I absolutely loved it, and then people started kind of shitting on it a little bit. So I rewatched it with like the wrong mindset, and I was just like maybe I don't like this movie so much. It just seems a little pretentious. But then I was like, no, there's other people getting into my head here. Like Interstellar's awesome, and the music's great, the storyline's great. Matthew McConaughey, and he gives an amazing performance, and even the stuff kind of near the end. They're going through a freaking black hole, so it's like nobody knows what happened inside of a black hole 100% yet. And so it's like anything could be inside something like that, like time's linear. Like I kind of like that aspect that they dive into it. In the School of Rock, like it's funny, and I had a really great date with this girl to go see it. The School of Rock, where we were just laughing like super hard from beginning to end. But I think that I got to go with Interstellar here. It just gives me just a little more than School of Rock. So, Malcolm.
I need to rewatch Interstellar. It's one of those ones that I at this current time I'm not that high on it. I'm also not that high on School of Rock either. I think School of Rock is fine. But just by here, I'm going to go School of Rock.
Yeah. Well, sounds good. Henry?
Private stuff.
Yeah.
Interstellar, I have more in depth. Me and Austin's show, Let's Rank Stuff over on my channel, Henry Confidential. So you can get like my full thoughts on it. I love it. I'm not, gonna act like I don't love it. I clear it's in my top 64. It's top tier Nolan for me. But School of Rock, it was my favorite movie growing up. Like when I was talking about earlier with Kill Bill, 500 Days of Summer. This is the number 1 and T2. This was the number 1 of those. I used to go to a video store, and this is crazy that I became a quote unquote film fan in 2014, like I said. But growing up around this time, 7, 8, 9 years old, every day I went to a video store. Those existed, kids. A video store, and I had them put in the DVD. Those existed, kids, of School of Rock, and I watched it on repeat. And this is literally like, everyone's like, oh, Lion King, I burnt out the tape and all that stuff. Aladdin and Toy Story and all that. This was the one for that. And obviously at the video store, waste their money and their electricity. But this is the one where I quote it all the time. You're fat and you have body odor. You're tacky and I hate.
See me after class.
Yeah, this is a bees.
The fact that you have body odor. Yeah.
And Stevie Nicks, it made you love that. It
Don't be
incorporates
talking about
music.
bow tie.
Yeah, exactly. It incorporates music so fantastically. Ed Sneeby, just call me Mr. S. You know what I mean? There's just so much about this is Jack Black. This is everything. And since the Richard Linklater earlier didn't move on, I knew that this one maybe was, depending on the matchup, and I knew I was going to vote for. So School of Rock, kind of by a landslide, but like it's one of those landslides where like it's so high up in the high, but like Interstellar is not that far off. But this one, you know what I mean? It's hard to explain in my mind, but yeah, School of Rock by a lot. It was my favorite movie as a kid. It still holds up, and it's a banger.
Yeah. Well, Jen, what do you think?
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. I'm not the biggest fan of Interstellar, but I will say like it's some of Nolan's like best use of special effects. Like it's some of like the best space choreography I think I've seen on film. Like that particular scene where they have to like do the burn so that they rotate at the same speed as the station. I'm like, I don't know why, but I'm on the edge of my seat for the scene. Like I really do love that. But like in terms of like it's a little maudlin in moments and things like that. However, on the other side, School of Rock is just like this pure joy-gasm kind of movie. Like Jack Black is one of them. Like he's just inherently likable. He is a big child, and he like riffs off the kids so well in this. It's just so much fun, and it has a big heart, and like it does make me like tear up a little bit and seeing them all really get to live their dream. And it's so cute, and it's great music too. Like just pull up the Legend of the Rent song where he's just ripping it on the fly. That's amazing.
So hardcore.
The Legend of the Rent was way hardcore. So yeah, I'm going on School of Rock.
By the way, you play cello. Move it down here.
Hello.
You have a bass guitar. There's so many lines.
Read between the lines, guys. Read between the lines.
You guys know about roadies? They're sluts. They sleep with the band.
Groupies.
Good stuff.
You and your gold stars.
You made me a groupie.
Yeah. But Chris.
So I gotta absolutely go for School Rock. It's an easy vote for me. Great movie. As you said, it's got heart. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, definitely School Rock.
Yeah.
I love Interstellar, but School of Rock is like, if we're doing like
It's
my
so
64,
cute.
this is the one.
Super
This is one of the
fun,
ones
super
that I would
fun.
want to represent it. So I'm so happy.
Yeah.
All right. School of Rock takes it.
All right. School of Rock it is. All right. Let's see. And then we got Blind Spotting.
Jesus
Against
Christ!
one flew over the
I hate this movie.
So, yeah. Who's up first?
Jordan is up first.
Well, so I have seen both of these. It's been a while since I've seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I wasn't like super impressed with One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I mean, like it was fine. Like I like the whole like Nurse Ratched kind of thing. I like kind of Jack Nicholson playing the kind of like mental patient. I mean it's fine. It doesn't really do anything to like blow me away. But like holy shit, Blind Spotting. Like this movie, like so I watched it for the first time this week actually, and it's one of those movies I want to give it some more time, but I think it's gonna end up in my top 10 of all time. Like this movie really hit me hard, and like just all the different themes and like on the movie in the end. It really doesn't hit you too much over the head with all the racism stuff. I mean, like it's definitely in there, and it's definitely very poignant. But it's
no candy, man.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, like it's more about the relationship between on just two best friends and like all the things that they have to deal with, and then they throw in some racism stuff in there that actually kind of plays into the movie pretty well, I think. And yeah, like by the end, like it wasn't one of those movies where I was crying necessarily, but I kind of had those really strong emotions by the end. I was like, holy crap, that like gave me the chills by the end. And like, yeah, this movie like is like one that I'm definitely gonna be watching like at least once a year for sure. Like this movie's great, so I gotta go with Blind Spotting for sure. And all the music too. The music is like just awesome in this movie. So yeah. Malcolm.
Yep. This is a tough one for me because I haven't actually seen either of these movies. Both these movies have been on my watch list for the longest time as well. But if the movie of Blind Spotting is as good as the TV series, I'm going to go Blind Spotting.
Was a TV series first?
Yeah, I think the
It's a
TV series is set after the movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. Well, Henry?
So this one's tough. I'll do a little spoiler. These are both in my top 20. So it's like, this sucks that the matchups, like these, so far, all my toughest matchups, they've just been like right next to each other. So it's really hard to like compare because it's like clearly they're not. I calculate how I order my list for a reason because it's, you know, I have either subgenres or sub themes or whatever, and this is the one where it's like it's the coming of age of criminals where they're coming out, they're trying to like better them, you know what I mean? Both of them are like similar in that vibe, and like I relate to Colin so much because he's just one of those characters that just he's a good dude who's just, you know, been through some bad stuff. And on the inverse, Jack Nicholson's character, R.P. McMurphy, he's one of those where he's a bad dude who's kind of becoming a decent person because of, you know, all the patients in this hospital and just the dynamic between him and Nurse Ratched, because just how she kind of pushes him into, like, you know, she pushes his buttons and he gets, you know, on the evil side and, you know, being a dick, but also like, you know, these characters are like humbling him. And, you know, you have Danny DeVito, who's a lot of fun. He's trying to bet, you know, it's a dime to bet. Oh, I'll just cut it out. No, that's not how that works. Like, it's just so much fun. Like his patience, and then everything with Chief, you know, how he doesn't, you know, talk, and the relationship that they. Oh my God, this one's tough.
The more you talk, the more confused I get.
I love both of them so much. I'm gonna go Blind Spotting because it's higher on my list by 3 spots. Spoiler alert. It's close. It's one of those where, you know, I you know, oh my God. So long story short, you know, just to give a little insight, Miles reminds me of my best friend growing up who passed away, who just went down like a bad path, and he was just kind of one of those guys where he was just being what he wasn't. And when you just really get into like the psyche of the two characters, and you realize like Colin on paper is, you know, the big black guy with braids who, you know, is allegedly the criminal, and you have Miles, the white guy in Oakland, who is just like, you know, he's the one actually pretending to be a criminal, but like he's just a white guy deep down. He won't say the N-word, you know what I mean? He's not as real as he's portraying, and it's just a nice dichotomy of the two, and it just I connect to it, you know, a lot, you know. So, and also the fun scene, you know, he's like, quit saying bugging. You're not on the East Coast anymore. You live over here now, man. It's hilarious. So I love Blind Spotting, so I'm gonna go Blind Spotting. But Cuckoo's Nest, it's been, once again, I keep saying this all the time, this is one of those ones for the last 7 years it's been in the top 20, 25 range the entire time. But Blind Spotting has just risen up, you know, in the last 3 to 4 years since it came out. So it's a bummer of a matchup.
Well, Jen,
this one hurts. This one hurts a lot. Like, I'm like getting mad at myself the way I've been voting, honestly, because at this point, because I'm gonna go for Blind Spotting, because Blind Spotting, I went into that film, I knew nothing about it. I was the only one in the theater. I didn't even know who was in it. I just knew it was called Blind Spotting, and I was completely blown away. I absolutely loved it. It was my favorite movie of 2018. Cuckoo's Nest, though, is so good. It is so, and like as we were talking about it here, like I'm remembering scenes, and it has that sneaky kind of cast where like you see like Danny DeVito, you see Christopher Lloyd, and it's like way before they're actually anybody. But the thing that always stuck out to me was Brad Dourif's Billy Babbitt, who has a stutter, and there's a particular scene where Nurse Ratched just kind of leans into him, and it's like brutal, and that like destroyed me, and it's making me want to go back and watch it again. But I am going to give the vote to Blind Spotting, but I would recommend either one of these any day of the week.
Yeah. Well, Chris, no, you have some thoughts.
I didn't realize, I don't think I've ever actually seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, somehow I've missed that one. I know you talked about how good Blind Spotting is, but I've never, ever seen it either. But if I was going to go with probably something I'd probably watch first, probably Blind Spotting.
Yeah. Well, Austin?
Yeah, I watched Blind Spotting this week for the first time as well. It was one of the ones I was able to get to. It was good. I don't know if I was over the moon for it, but it was entertaining. I enjoyed the chemistry between the two lead actors. But yeah, I really dig One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. It gets better every time I watch it. All the whole ensemble is really great. And I've said it once and I'll say it again. Nurse Ratched is sexy as hell in that movie. And I'm not alone
You like
in that.
authority. That's what I can hear.
Hell yeah. He's sexy.
Power
I ain't the only
in
one.
boners.
Go look up the Reddit threads. I'm not alone. I'm not
Dear
alone.
Lord.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, what are the votes at here? I'm trying to
5-1 for Blind Spotting.
Wow.
Blind
Didn't expect
Spotting
that.
it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
It's the way me and Rue, we've introduced this movie to the community. It's become a fan favorite of the community, and I'm so
Good.
happy because it's a
Yeah.
banger. Because I don't really like
Such good
these types of
chemistry,
movies
too.
because they're over the top and like what Jordan said, it doesn't hammer it home. It's just part of the plot.
No.
It makes sense, and it's a
Yep.
good message while not overdoing it.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, exactly. But then next we got Django Unchained going
Yeah.
The
to
Django.
Stand By Me.
To Django.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Wow.
To Django. Yeah. So is it Malcolm first? Right?
Yep.
Yeah, all right. What do you think, Malcolm?
I love Stand by Me growing up. It's just one of those feel good movies. Like really early, Kiefer Sutherland, River Phoenix was in there. Corey Feldman. And this is tough because it's going up against probably what's almost my favorite Tarantino, Django Unchained. But just for nostalgia, I'm gonna go Stand by Me.
Yeah.
So obviously I'm a Tarantino guy, but Django's one of those movies, and Leo, my favorite actor, and Tarantino's arguably top 2 director. So like this is a match made in heaven. But Stand by Me, similar to what I was just talking about Blind Spotting, River Phoenix's character, he that was my buddy growing up. Like the whole thing of you've never had best friends like when you were 12. Like that hits home more than I ever after around the 12 range, I started to bounce around and stuff. So I never had that core like set of friends. So the memory of my friends, like my actual what I grew up with, is from like this movie. Like we were all like that vibe, and we would have done that, gone on that trip. So I love this movie. I tear up every time at the end because it just brings me back, the memories of my friend and just River Phoenix. The whole part where he's like, they assumed I stole the milk money. You know what I mean? And that's the bummer because that's what happens sometimes. You have people who's part of a family and you assume they're the bad guy, and they're being told that they're supposed to be the bad guy. Start to be the bad guy. He's like, do it. He's like, maybe I tried to give it back. And then maybe that person stole it and blamed me because they knew I was an easy target. And it's like, that hits home. That's like, man, that's rough. And then it just, it's a bunch of kids just talking like kids do. You know what I mean? And it's so much fun, but it's also heartfelt. Lardass is an amazing character within a character. That's just a fun story because that's actually, them actually being them, like he's able to be an actual kid in that moment instead of like a kid pretending to be an adult, because that's a silly, over the top story. But he's a writer. It's a lot of fun, and everything with his brother Denny, just the flashbacks and just the memory. It's a weird thing. You can insert the wrong son died from this movie, but that's neither here nor there. But Stand by Me is a banger. Django is also a banger, but Stand by Me, it hits, and I love it so much, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, absolutely. Jen, what do you think?
I don't have like the strongest connection to either one of these films, so I'll go pretty brief. But for me, I probably would go Stand By Me just because childhood nostalgia tends to win out, especially more than slavery does. So yeah, I think I'll go for Stand By Me.
Yeah.
Maybe anti-slavery, but I feel you. I get it.
Yeah.
I don't think Calvin Candy is like the protagonist of that movie, but all right.
Maybe I'm
I kind of feel like the freed slave is the protagonist that we're rooting for. But
Yeah,
all right.
yeah, right.
It's an interesting take on Django.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting.
I'm just saying, when people talk about this movie, the number one thing they bring up is Leo. So just saying,
Yeah.
I'm not pro-slavery, but I'm saying the thing that people talk about is him, a slave owner.
I mean,
so.
even I do.
Yeah.
So you're not wrong. I will give you
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah.
Chris?
Yeah.
This is tough. I mean, I love Stand By Me. Stand By Me is an incredible movie. As you said, it has a lot of heart. It definitely reminds me of when I was young. when I was a kid, I had my group of friends. We kind of hung out together. But I gotta go with Django Unchained. Django Unchained is a very powerful movie, like right down to the bitter end. Yeah, when he gets his revenge, it's amazing.
Yeah. Well, Austin.
Yeah, I didn't grow up with Stand By Me. I've only seen it a couple of times here and there. It's good. I just don't have a connection to it really. Like a nostalgia connection or anything like that. But Django's my favorite Tarantino movie. It's my number one. I've seen it probably 50, 60 times. I can't even count like how many times I've watched this movie. I love it. So yeah, it's an easy Django for me.
Yeah. I've never seen Stand By Me, so I can't really comment on it. But it's one that's been high, especially for like 80s movies. Like it's been really high on my list. But Django's awesome. I'm still kind of working my way through Quentin Tarantino's filmography. I've only seen 6 Quentin Tarantino movies, so I'm not totally there yet, but I'm getting there. But and it probably ranks maybe about third on the ones that I have seen. But it's a lot of fun though. Like it's definitely like a great movie with some great characters, great writing. I mean, it's solid. So I'll vote Django. Sure.
All right. A little late love for Django, which makes it a tie, and it goes to Jordan up top for the tiebreaker.
Well, just because I haven't seen Stand By Me, I can't really put it through, so I got to go Django.
Oh, all
But it's high on
right.
my list, so on my blind spot list to watch. So I'll be watching it very soon. But yeah, so
That one hurts.
moving. Yep. We got Schindler's List going up against Witness for the Prosecution.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, so
His wedding is horse shit.
Yep.
All right, Henry.
Yeah.
Make a decision.
Schindler's List is the greatest movie of all time. Like that is number one best movie of all time. It's not my favorite, but it's the best movie of all time. It's hands down. There's no debate. It's the greatest movie ever made. Witness Prosecution's a banger. Oh my god,
It's really a banger.
Well, on the bright side, we have one court movie from 1957 moving on to round 2. I'm going Schindler's List, but if you haven't seen, I didn't want to spoil it when we're talking.
Do not spoil it.
No, but I'm talking. I didn't want to spoil it, this being on the list. But if you haven't seen Witness for the Prosecutions and you're not a big fan of classics, kind of like what me and Jordan were talking about privately, this and 12 Angry Men are like two of the like. Those are the two because they're the most accessible of just they're timeless. Like they don't feel like, other than the black and white cinematography, they don't feel like old timey movies. Like they're so well made. Sid Lumet did 12 Angry Men. Billy Wilder does Witness Prosecution. It's a banger. But Schindler's List is the greatest movie ever made, and it's a bummer that these two are matched up together.
Yes. Well, Jen.
Yeah, as you were scrolling, I say Schindler's List. I'm like, oh, that's gonna be it. And then Witness pulled out. They're like, oh shit. Now I'm like, okay. Like Schindler's List is great. It is Spielberg's epic. It is the most personal to him. It is the most. I feel like it's the most emotion he's put into a film. But I'm gonna go for Witness for the Prosecution because this is one of those like I had a similar phase as Henry did apparently, where all of a sudden it's like I'm gonna get into film, so I like would look at like all the different AFI lists and stuff like that, and this was on like every like courtroom drama kind of list, and I was like, all right, I gotta watch this clearly, and it is by far I think the best courtroom drama out there. It is, it's a fantastic script. I'm not gonna give anything away, but I will just say go watch it if you haven't watched it. I'm gonna go Witness for the Prosecution. Yeah, that was hard. Damn it.
Yeah. Well, Chris.
So I'm all about the
you.
classic movies, but I gotta say, like, I've never seen Witness for the Prosecution. Never even heard of it. Like, I don't know anything going into it. So I definitely, absolutely need to watch it, especially since I love classic movies. Like Turner Classic Movie Channel. Hell yes, that's amazing.
Like,
for some reason they don't put it on a lot. They don't. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But put this on the top of your list. If you like everything you're saying, yes, make this like within the next week if you can.
I will absolutely do
I recommend
that,
it.
for sure. Yes.
Yeah.
But Schindler's List is such a ridiculously incredible movie. I gotta go with Schindler's List.
Yeah.
Could have saved one more.
Well, Austin.
Yeah, Witness for the Prosecution was one I got to this week. It was one of my blind spots, but I watched it on Sunday, and that movie fucking kicks. That movie's great,
Yep.
and it was awesome. And it has like, I won't spoil anything either, but it has like 3 different twists in the final like 10 minutes. It's crazy. It'll knock your socks off. And Schindler's List might be the better movie overall, but it might be recency bias. I'm going to give it to Witness for the Prosecution because I'm just kind of still high on it from a couple days ago. So why not?
And I'm not mad at it. It's the greatest movie of all time.
Yeah.
You're voting against, so I'm not mad at it. God damn
Fucking
it.
great.
It's
Fucking great.
Yeah, well, there's one of these movies that I haven't seen. Guess which one I haven't seen? So I'm not seeing the classic one, of course, but I have seen Schindler's List, and it's one of those movies that I've seen twice, and like I'm surprised I've even seen it that many times because it is so hard to watch. But I would agree with Henry, like it might be the best movie ever made. Like it's like such a masterpiece. Like I think it's Steven Spielberg. Like he has maybe a couple movies might be considered masterpieces, but I mean Schindler's List is his masterpiece, and just so heartbreaking. I mean, just seeing Liam Neeson go up against Ralph Fiennes as a horrible villain. I mean, a great villain, but like a horrible person. Yeah, that's just like oh man, it's hard to watch, but it also gives you all the feels. I mean, I'm just hearing that like main score from Schindler's List just like almost makes you want to cry every time when I hear it. And
chorus.
So yeah, it's so good. So yeah, I got to go with Schindler's List for sure. So yeah, Malcolm.
I haven't seen Witness for the Prosecution. It's definitely one I plan to get around to seeing at some stage. Schindler's List is a great movie. I love it. That's what I'm going to vote for.
Yeah.
To the Jews.
Well, yep. Yeah. Schindler's List.
Well, real quick before we move on, I'll say I watched Witness for the Prosecution on Tubi, Tubi, the little free app, free movie app that just has ads like every 15, 20 minutes. It's on there, so you can watch it for free. That's how I watched it, and it's really great.
It's pretty short, I think, too.
Plus,
It's like an hour and a half or hour 40, something like that. Yeah, it flies especially once it gets to the courtroom. It flies.
But I will say, if the pacing affects because of the ads, that's fine because it's so well paced without.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind.
Oh yeah, no, I was fine with it. They actually placed the ads really well, like in between key stuff. So like they had good ad placement. I'll say.
Look at the posters.
Not always the case.
Monocle that plays integral to the plot, and it's awesome when you actually like.
Oh yeah.
Charles Laughton's hilarious.
No, when he's telling every woman in his presence to shut up for like the first 15 minutes in the movie, I was laughing a lot actually. You need to take your pills. Shut it. Come over here, get your medicine. Shut up.
Change your underwear.
Shut up.
So I had to watch the movie Drive for the first time to watch it on Tubi, and the ads do kind of like affect the pacing slightly, but you get over it. I mean. For a free watch, I mean, it's worth it. But
yeah.
But up next, we got Spider-Man, the original, going up against.
Oh no!
All right. So.
Jen.
It was Jen. Yep.
No, don't make me go first. Oh no! I was so excited for Spider-Man. I was so ready. All right, this is 2 in a row where I get excited about the first picture and then I get the rug pulled out from me. I gotta go for Get Out because I absolutely was blown away by Get Out. Like Jordan Peele is a master. I can't wait to see his next. What's it called? Nope. I'm so excited. Wait, I'm so excited for that. But then like I'm also riding the high of No Way Home right now, and I do love Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. Toby is so much fun, but in terms of film, looking at it as a film quality, like Spider-Man did pave the way for a lot of films going forward, but Get Out is just, every time I see it, I enjoy something else about it. So I got to go Get Out.
Yeah. Well, Chris, what do you think?
I got to absolutely go with Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. It's just, it takes me back, to seeing those movies in theaters. And I just saw the new Spider-Man recently and it was just mind blowing. It's everything I wanted in a Spider-Man movie. And yes, I have my little Spider-Man ring too. But that will probably be my very last real vote because I have to
Alright.
be up early tomorrow morning for work.
Yeah,
And I want to
Hey,
do
it's not bad going out on
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
yeah, right.
So do I, but
Exactly.
I'm toughing it out, and I ain't slept in 2 days.
yeah, right.
Chris heard Jordan said get out, and he's like, all right, I'll leave. Like,
Bye.
See ya.
Bye,
Yeah.
Felicia.
Get out.
Bye, Felicia.
All right.
But do you have
All right,
anything you want
Chris.
to promote real quick?
Later, guys.
Chris?
Hey, Henry, I'm glad I got to be here for part of your top 64, man.
finish the episode,
Yeah.
and I'm sure it's gonna be a blast and also wild.
Absolutely,
Mhm.
We'll let
buddy.
you know how it plays out. So yeah.
All right, man.
All right.
All right.
Have a good one, guys.
Nice.
Bye.
Later.
Aye. All right.
All right,
Yeah,
spiders.
he doesn't
or
have many
Pete? Which
plugs.
one are you picking?
He's
Oh,
just on our
dude.
yeah.
Yeah. This one I normally would lean for the horror, but I'm gonna go with Spider-Man because I have a connection to that movie. I worked at a theater in 2002 when that movie came out and watched that movie become like a crazy phenomenon, like sold out shows round the clock. I would go in and watch it on all my breaks. Like just I fell in love with that movie like over the course of that summer. Watched it a whole lot. So yeah, it just holds a special place. Like it's probably like my second favorite Spider-Man movie. So I love it. I'm gonna go Spider-Man.
Yeah, like part of me really wants to vote for Spider-Man because like literally if you reach like 5 feet in any direction in this room, there's something Spider-Man related in this room everywhere. Like it's like literally like Spider-Man's my favorite comic book character. But this is just the original Spider-Man. If we're talking Spider-Man 2, then I would say yes. But like Get Out though, for like a directorial debut from Jordan Peele, it's just freaking like man, he came out like strong, like Get Out just like really blew me away from start to finish, and the movie just gets better and better as it goes along. Like it's just it really gives you a lot to think about too, and in a good way, but also kind of like in a dark, kind of creepy way too. So, but yeah, I gotta surprise myself, and I gotta go with Get Out. So, yeah. Malcolm.
Yeah, if this was Spider-Man 2, it would be a much harder decision for me. But
Yeah.
I love the Spider-Man franchise. But Spider-Man, I've got 2 words for you: Get Out. Get Out is my vote.
Get Out. Yep.
Henry.
Spider-Man's also my favorite character. I got him on my arm right here. It's just,
Nice.
my boy. I feel like this is the one where it gets everything right because there's no expectations and you're not trying to like outdo the other one, or you're not trying to compete with, how do we one up it, or how do I separate myself from it? It sets the tone immediately for Peter Parker, for Aunt May, for Spider-Man, for the villains, for the town in New York. Like it does J. Jonah Jameson, like it does everything that you need it to do. People can call it over the top and campy, but it's like I never have understood that. Like, sure, there's the pumpkin bomb scene that just never comes up in the rest of the movies that just could solve all the problems, just the one scene, but it's just Sam Raimi doing Sam Raimi things. That's just a director trademark more than whatever, you know what I mean? That's just having fun with that one scene. But Green Goblin, there's a reason that people love Willem Dafoe as an actor and Green Goblin as a character, because what he's represented here. Sure, the suit is clunky, but like the performance, the voice, everything that you actually want from Norman Osborn and Green Goblin is founded here, and it's amazing. Get Out, I love the movie, don't get me wrong, clearly it's on the list. It's one, every time I watch it, I'm like, I'm glad I didn't let the politics get to me because of we need to love it for X, Y, and Z. No, this is just a banger of a movie, and you guys are just going through a weird phase. Let the movie be great on its own, and don't, try and push a stupid narrative. Get Out is a banger, and I love it, clearly, but Spider-Man, it's not making it clearly, and it's going to bum me out. That is similar to Stand By Me, where it's like, oh my God, there's, like, if I'm just objectively speaking, I'm like, Henry's top 64. Those 2 of those should be in the top 8, and they're a bummer that neither of them are going to be. So Spider-Man's my vote. Moving on.
Well, it almost did, but it's a tie because Chris did vote, it goes to Malcolm for the tiebreaker, and I think he's going to stick with Get Out, unfortunately. So, yeah, for maybe our final tiebreaker if we only have 5 people. So, I'm assuming he's going to stick with it. You can go either way.
Saying it's the last tiebreaker. I might switch it,
I
and
like
I'm not going to
Spider-Man.
switch it. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like Spider-Man too. You're gonna switch it? Is that what you're saying?
No, get out.
Okay. All right.
You're just building your hopes. That's
what a
all.
tease.
Fucking New
What a
Zealand humor,
tease.
man. I just don't get it. Taika Waititi.
Then we just dash all our hopes and dreams, Malcolm.
I
All
know.
right.
Damn it, man.
No,
I'm
but
like mad at myself now. Like,
yeah.
You could have saved it,
killed
Jen. You could
Spider-Man.
have
What
saved
did I do?
Spider-Man.
Yeah. But up next we got Scream.
Well, so could you, Jordan. You'd have betrayed
my
your
God.
guy around your
I
room.
know. Yep. Come against Pan's Labyrinth.
This
Yeah.
is the third kick of the
Betrayed my
nuts.
guy.
I know that.
Yeah.
I hate the right side. The right side is too good.
Yeah, right.
I told you when we left the left side, I'm like, the right side's got
Right
banger.
side strong side.
Yeah, banger. Yep. So Austin,
I'm up first. Yeah, I'm up first.
God damn it,
I've
dude.
kind of realized over the last few years, I don't think I'm a Guillermo del Toro fan. I don't think there's a single movie I love from him. Really.
Los Andres. After the last one.
I'm
Like,
sorry.
goodbye.
Yeah.
Done. Yeah, right. Anyways.
Yeah, I think the only thing I like about Del Toro is his creature designs. I think that's about it. I haven't really been over the moon about any of his movies at all. I've yet to find that one. But Scream is one of the great horror movies of the '90s, and I'm excited for the new one. So, Scream.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Austin. I am over the moon about one of his movies, and that's Hellboy 2, but that's it. I mean, besides that, I mean, none of his movies really do it for me. But his creature designs are like some of the best. So like he does great creature design, and I love seeing just some of the interviews that Del Toro's done you can find on YouTube, like from his home, and like showing off all his creature designs that he has all over his house and stuff. It's really fun to watch. But like I'm a massive Scream fan, and I'm super excited for this upcoming Scream movie this weekend because I'm actually hearing really good things about it. So that's really encouraging. So yeah, we'll go Scream. So yeah, Malcolm.
Yeah, I haven't watched a lot of Del Toro movies. Pan's Labyrinth is one I've tried to watch, but I just can't get into it. I'm gonna go Scream.
I don't know what you guys have against how do I phrase this? Spanish filmmakers. You guys shit on Quran, you hated Coco, and now Del Toro.
Yeah.
Pan's Labyrinth.
Hey, some of his movies are fucking boring, like Crimson Peak. That movie bores the shit out of me.
Yeah,
oh my god, what a horrible movie.
Yeah.
Crimson Peak fucks, even though it's brother and sister, but it fucks. But anyway, Pan's Labyrinth. So one of my favorite movie villains of all time, Capitan Vidal. He's just one of those where he's just pure evil. Like he just really he just embodies, but it's from like a war perspective, so you kind of get it. You know what I mean? It's not like he's not like a Hitler part, but he's more of just a Spanish Civil War where he's just one side versus the other. He's going up against the rebels. You know what I mean? And it's Alice in Wonderland for adults. You know what I mean? Like Ophelia, she's just going down, quote unquote, the rabbit hole, and she's just trying to figure out like who she is as a person. Like why does she have this affinity for like fairies and fairy tales and all that stuff? And is it because of something deep down within her, or is it just because she's a kid? And it's beautiful, but it's also dark. Carmen's a nice character where she's like a Princess Leia type, where she's kind of like she's head of the alliance whilst kind of being on the in. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I love it so much.
Sleeper agent.
Yeah, and it's so much fun. Like the score is beautiful. Like it's oh my god. But Scream is just rising up. Like I swear to God, like it's going to a point where Scream's just like, oh, come here. Why am I not in your top 10? Like when you see my actual top 10, you're like, oh, I just love what I love, and Scream's up there. I'm going Pan's Labyrinth because it's higher. But Scream, it's creeping. I swear to God, like it's creeping. I love the franchise, just like me with like Saw, where it's like I love all the. Well, I don't know. Scream 4 actually kind of sucked. I was really bummed. I watched for the first time last night. I was really bummed out. I did not like that movie almost at all.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Yeah,
I
Scream.
might be in the minority. I don't like it either.
Scream 1, 2, and 3 are awesome, and Scream is like it's just Ghostface. One of the best things. Like Ghostface is technically better than Capitan Vidal, but I love Pan's Labyrinth as a whole slightly more.
Sure, yeah. Well, Jen, what are you gonna go with?
I hate The Right Side so much.
Yeah.
I love both of these films. Yeah, I love Guillermo. I think he's so imaginative and playful while also being really dark. And Pan's Labyrinth, I think, is his best sandbox in terms of being able to play around and still have a really interesting story behind it. I think this is the strongest script he had to work with. That being said, I gotta go for Scream. Scream is so like it's a little bit of everything because it's entertaining in its own right as a slasher, but it's also like a critique of the genre. I wouldn't say parody because it's not overly the top. It's not like friggin' Scary Movie, which is a parody of Scream. Yeah. It's a horror film in its own right, and the scares are real, but it's also hilarious. So yeah, like it's just got a little bit of everything. It's a very smart film, and Matthew Lillard is just amazing in this film.
Hit me with the phone.
Hit me with the phone. It's like I freaking love that line so much. It's so funny. I gotta go Scream because just the fact that like it got made to begin with and then became this franchise that is still going today, and I'm very excited to see it because I do think that the next one's gonna be great.
Now,
so but like
4, I'm not gonna be mad. Now it'd be
so
just not.
But I have nothing but love for Pan's Labyrinth, so I'm sorry, Henry, but I still gotta vote for Scream.
It's all right. I knew going into this that I have a decent amount of foreign language films and they weren't gonna do well. It's fine. I get it.
New Scream. I'm just really scared for Dewey. I hope he makes it out, but I don't know if I.
Oh, he's a fucking goner. He's a fucking goner.
Yeah, makes me
sad.
Yeah. But,
Deputy Doofus.
Yeah, Deputy Doofus.
Scream it is. Yeah. But next we got Mad Max Fury Road going up against A Star Is Born. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, and Jordan's up first.
This one's easy for me. Like, I am not a fan of A Star Is Born. Like this one or any of the previous ones or any of them. Like I just find them boring. I just don't really care for it. I understand like what they're going for, but it's not for me. It's just no. It just puts me to sleep. It's like turn around, and let me get another good look at yours on whatever the quote is because I misquote things there. But yeah,
than your Friday quote.
Yeah, but Mad Max though is freaking awesome. I used to have that exact poster hanging on my wall, but I switched it up. But yeah, like this movie just blew me out of the water. It's just beautiful to look at. Just like what they were able to do, what George Miller was able to achieve, like in his advanced age with this like just like crazy, like all the wire work and all the vehicles, all that stuff. And like I'm a massive Charlize Theron fan, so like I kind of like her being a little more of the focus here. But even Tom Hardy's great without really like having very many lines in the movie. So yeah, and I worked in a movie theater when this came out, so I saw it like 4 times in theaters. So yeah, Mad Max for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Malcolm.
This is easy for me as well. I'm not a big fan of Mad Max Fury Road. Look, the action is great as Mad Max Fury Road, and like it's a beautiful movie. I just don't care for it. I really loved A Star Is Born. I didn't expect to love it as much as I did. Like I knew it was a remake. I had no idea about the other ones, but going into this fresh and getting like an actual singer to play the up and coming sort of star is probably a good move. And this is like I did not know that Bradley Cooper could sing until this movie. So
I don't think he could. I think he just learned it for the film.
He's a fine singer. Yeah. I think it was like
he trained
or like an award show where he actually like no auto tune and no like production. He's not as good as he is in the movie, but he does a good enough job where it's like it's commendable and he's in the right direction. And
he was gargling whiskey for weeks or something to get that role.
Yeah, right.
So you went A Star Is Born, right, Malcolm?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So these are two of like my favorite movies of the decade, like the 2010s, where it's like, when I think of like the 2010s, the first that comes
getting no drink that's a fresh.
Whatever. You guys can go Nickel Fritz. Anyway, as you guys see on my list, like I like musicals as a whole, but like I like movies that are about music more, like like Inside Llewyn Davis, School of Rock, where it's like I just connect to the vibes of just like making. I like creators, you know what I mean? I like the concept of like art and creating art and like the grind of working up. And sure, Allie, she becomes a star like immediately, but she's one of those. It's an inspiring thing because like in today's day and age, there's so many talented people that just need a chance, and that's all it happened. You just happen to, this guy's a drunk. He goes into your drag bar where you're singing. You're the only girl there, and they literally they just love you so much they let you show up as an actual girl to sing, and it's one of those where it's so sweet and that you just love at first sight. You just connect like it's because of the arts. You know what I mean? That's what brings you together, and I love it so much. Mad Max Fury Road, banger. Like it's no doubt about it. I love the movie. Fantastic. It's beautiful to look at. It's a lot of fun. But A Star Is Born just hits me on those emotions of just when I'm thinking about it. I love the music. It came out in a time when I was dating this girl where we had like similar vibes of just this movie, and it's just it'll never leave. And the more I watch it, the more it just rises. It's like bottom tier of my top 10 of the 2010s, but I feel like by the end of the 2020s or the 2020s, it's gonna like be a top tier 2010 movie for me. And it's I love it so much, and it bums me out the criticism of it, and it hurts. So that's why I love it even more when I hear people shit on it, like Jordan, and it hurts my feelings. That's how I know I love it. Jen, on to you.
Yeah, but Jen,
this is the easiest pick for me in a while. I absolutely adore Mad Max Fury Road. Like that was the most fun I had watching an Oscars for a long time. Just going, witness me every time they got an award.
Yeah, right.
So like I absolutely love it. It's amazing. It's some of the best editing for action ever. I think people overlook that a lot, just thinking like, oh, it's really cool and everything. But it's like, no, it's very well thought out the way that everything is.
The behind the scenes too of when they actually make, because a lot of it's practical.
Yeah,
it's fucking awesome. Well, if you have the Blu-ray, watch it.
It's amazing to see a director that late in his years pull out like such a fucking badass banger like this. So I absolutely love Mad Max. Like A Star Is Born, it's fine. I enjoy it. I like that Gaga is being taken seriously as an actress. She's definitely pushing to be taken seriously as an actress, and it's paying off in spades right now. But for me, I had seen the previous ones. I'm a big fan of the Judy Garland one, so it didn't quite click for me like it does for others who are coming into it for the first time. I think a lot of it has to do with the song. The song is like so good, and they had pushed it out so early, and the trailer was so good that it was like people had already like gotten it in their heads before even seeing the movie. So like that, I think that hurt it a little bit. But I gotta go Fury Road. I absolutely love.
But Remember You This Way is also one of those, especially in the context of the film.
Yeah.
Holy fuck! That at the end song.
That hurt. That one hurt. Yeah.
That's how you write an original song in the context of the film. That just is beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think?
So A Star Is Born was one of the other ones that I jotted down that I hadn't seen before the show. Blind bought the Blu-ray and made a mistake because now I'm stuck with it, and and it's just not for me. It's not. I watched it. Look, I'm not gonna shit on it because like the performances are good. You know what I mean? Like, and it's very well made. But like this movie is not for me. Like I was kind of like, and I don't know what it is. Maybe it's. I know it's not a music biopic, but like ever since I saw Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story, it just like ruined all those kind of movies for me. Because like it's all those things, it just made fun of every beat that all these movies go through, and it hits a lot of those beats, and it's just like, but Mad Max is the shit, and I saw that movie like 3 times in the theater, and Star Wars was fine, but I'll probably never watch it again. I got to be honest, probably never ever watch it again. So I'm sorry, Henry. I'm not shitting on it. I'm not shitting on it, but.
Being honest.
I'm being honest. I can't lie and say I liked it because it was fine.
But George Miller, the director of Mad Max Fury Road and the whole Mad Max series, and also Happy Feet and Babe. It's like, really?
Yeah.
He's a complex man.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Serious.
All right.
So, Mad
3
Max
2 for Mad Max. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But moving on, we got Inception against The Departed.
This is
fucking
bullshit.
Yeah.
I was literally
crime here.
I was literally looking at my list. I'm like, wow, we're halfway through the right side, and there's 3 movies in my top 10 that haven't been brought up. Oh, look, 2 of them want to go against each other.
Up against each other. So
Malcolm
first, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking
This is tough. I love both these movies. And Brian says in the chat, it's Leo versus Leo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to go just by the slightest of margins. Inception, like this is probably my number one Christopher Nolan movie. And yeah,
Yep. Well, Henry.
Oh, look.
Tough decision.
My favorite Nolan movie versus my favorite Scorsese movie. My favorite Leo movie versus my second favorite Leo movie. 2 movies in my top 10. My favorite 2010 Leo movie versus my favorite 2006 Leo movie. Like, what the hell, man? Some bullshit. By the way, Shutter Island was also 2010 with Inception, and Blood Diamond departed year 2000.
Busy man.
I'm going Inception because it's hands down. It's my favorite Nolan by a lot, even though like second place is high in my top 100. Inception, it's secure. It's number 1. It's high on my personal list. Departed, really fucking high. It's one of my favorite. I quote it on a hands down. You know, I'm the guy that does job. You must be the other guy.
The other guy.
How's your mother? She's good. She's tired of fucking my father. You know, like it's just go fuck yourself. You know, it's just so much that I just quote on a regular basis. But Inception's just, it's my jam. And if There Will Be Blood didn't make an Inception, I need that to be my quote unquote blockbuster that goes to the next, one. And I mean, There Will Be Blood's not a block, but like epic, like fuck. I'm angry. I hate this nonsense.
Why'd I do this?
Yeah. Well, Jen.
Fucking randomizer, man.
Yep.
This is really tough and it's close, but I can proudly say this is the first time of this thing that I get to root for the Boston movie. Here we go. All right. We got there. I got to The Departed, not The Departed. It's The Departed. Yeah, like no, I love both these movies. Like, and they both have really stacked ensemble casts, but like this was the first time that I really saw Leo. Like I saw him in Titanic and I just kind of noticed it. Like I didn't get it. I was like, I don't get what people are talking about. And then he comes in this and he's so vulnerable while also being like this loose cannon. And I absolutely adore this character for him. And meanwhile, there's other amazing characters in there. So yeah, it's just, I love it. It's so good. It is a remake. I don't think I've
Here you go.
I don't think I've actually seen Infernal Affairs, so which I still need to do, but I love The Departed. So yeah.
I don't agree. It's whatever.
Yeah.
Yes,
like
it was weird. Yeah. I will say, as a Bostonian, it's weird that I think Marky Mack has one of the worst Boston accents in the film because everyone around him is trying to do it, that he leaned in so far that it got like comical. Leo's is actually really good.
Yeah, right. Well, Austin,
give me a bottle of scotch and a handgun to blow my fucking brain.
This one isn't as tough for me because Inception is like top 3 Nolan for me, but Departed is not in my top 5 Scorsese. I got other Scorsese I know. I've only seen it really like 2 or 3 times. I rewatched it for the Leo show we did with Malcolm's, and that was the first time I'd seen it in a while. And like it's good. Don't get me wrong. I very much enjoyed it. I enjoyed the rewatch. I'm glad I did. But Inception I've probably seen 15, 20 times. Like it's the shit. So I gotta go Inception.
Yeah, The Departed for me is like a solid like a 6 out of 10. I don't really love it, but I do like it. Like it's not, but it doesn't rank like super high for me. But Inception is one of those movies that it's like it's kind of all over the place because it's like there's so much to take in that it's like sometimes I'll watch it and I absolutely love it. I'm thinking masterpiece, but then I watch it again and I'm kind of like that movie's like it's like so overly complicated. It's like why do you got to get so complicated and make you think about 20 different aspects of this movie, and it's like it's just kind of like hard to for me to really decide how much I do like it, but I know that I like it more than The Departed, but I still like The Departed. It's just like not like one of my top Scorsese movies, so I'm gonna go with Inception.
Whenever
I just want to translate for the dog that the dog is very upset that you're all voting for
the dog is very upset that you gave The Departed a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, I was gonna say, whenever I hear Jordan on any of these episodes, be like, I'm giving a rating. As someone who doesn't have a letterbox and he's like, oh, I'm giving it a 6 out of 10, it really grinds my gears. Where are these numbers coming from?
Well, use a different website. So
I don't like Flickchart. Fucking bullshit.
Then I put like years of effort into Flickchart, so eventually I'll get a letterbox. But I'm waiting to do it until my top 64 redux because I'm completely working my top 64 because I realized that I had way too many superhero and comic book movies. Me and Austin had a conversation about it that it's like I need to like rework it. So
One
I'm
per
working on it.
franchise.
Well,
It'll
and,
hurt
and
you when
I
you first doing the list, and it'll help.
and I don't do Letterboxd just so Henry doesn't know where my batshit crazy rankings of these fucking franchises and directors are going to go. Like he can't go and cheat and see what I
Jen
rank
about my
them.
influence on
With
Letterboxd.
Inception.
Just Letterboxd more, guys. It's not just you guys; it's everybody. Medea,
I don't do it. I don't want you getting
people.
spoiled. When I rank Rocky 4, the director's cut higher than Rocky.
But let's see what we got next. We got Hustle and Flow up against Back to the Future.
Oh my god,
so
that's a bummer.
I believe Henry's up first, right? Is that where we're at?
Yeah, Hustle and Flow.
Yeah.
Back to the Future is awesome. I'm not going to shut on. I'm not being edgy because it's going to, make the top 4 because it's a popular vote. Hustle and Flow is just a movie I've loved longer, and it's higher on my list. It's even if you don't like hip hop, even if you don't, it's not a music biopic, so it doesn't go the traditional route that you expect from like what you were just talking about earlier with A Star Is Born. Hustle and Flow does it. It's rags to riches, like Rocky story of a guy just trying to grind and just find something. He's not an aspiring rapper. He just kind of like he's a pimp, and he kind of just it's hard out here for a pimp, but he's like just trying to low key find, and he's also a weed dealer, but he's also just trying to like find his way to like get out of the slums and out of the ghetto and stuff, and like rap just it's one of those where it's like, oh yeah, in high school I kind of because he long story short, I don't necessarily, it's not necessarily said, but a guy who may or may not be homeless, but he's like, oh, give me some weed, I don't have any money, I'll trade you this keyboard, like a little toy keyboard. He starts playing, he's like, oh, it gives him back the nostalgia of like I kind of low key rapped a little bit in high school, and it just gave him the reason to kind of do that. And then Ludacris in it, as he's an asshole, but he's also the rags to riches, but he's the opposite of like, he comes out of the bit and he lets the fame get to him. And it's a great grind. And it's in my my top 100 that I had to edit out because of copyright when I did the full video. But in the Hustle and Flow actual scene, when Taraji P. Henson, when her character, she's singing because she's pregnant and she's she's a hoe, and she lives with the pimp, but like she can sing, so they give her a chance to sing background. And when she actually hears it with a little bit of reverb and a little bit of editing and stuff, you hear it, like I literally get goosebumps every time, and I tear up because you see her reaction, like, fuck, man, just like kind of what I was saying with The Star Is Born. Like sometimes you just need a chance. Like you're really just that good and talented, and just no one's hearing you. And that's a good example of it. She just sings the chorus, but it's beautiful. So Hustle and Flows, it's another one like I was talking about earlier with I keep saying it all the time, but like I have about 10 movies that were like the foundation of who I was from age 5 to like 15, and this is one of the 10, and this might be number 2 behind School of Rock. Like I love this movie so much. Back to the Future banger. Like nothing negative to say about it. They're neck and neck in terms of like placement, but Hustle and Flow securely is my better of the 2, and hopefully you guys get tired of seeing Back to the Future on these lists. So.
We'll see, but
it's happened before. It has to come up against the right movie. Like it's hard to come up against the right movie to vote against it. So we'll see what it comes up against. Mm-hmm.
Well, Jen, what do you think?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not the case here. Hopefully, this is the only time I have to say this today. I haven't seen this movie. I have not seen Hustle and Flow. It's been on my list, and after that pitch, it has moved up the list because I absolutely love Taraji, and everything you just said sounds awesome. So I will go out and check it. But meanwhile, Back to the Future is one of arguably like a perfect script. So yeah, I have to go Back to the Future by default because I do not vote for things I haven't seen. So yeah.
The weirdest part of this movie, Hustle and Flow, is directed by a white guy. Nothing about the movie.
That is weird.
It doesn't feel inauthentic. Like it feels real for like the setting, and you would assume like F. Gary Gray directed or something along John Singleton, but it's Craig Brewer, random white guy, and it's just like okay, but it's awesome. It's like Curtis Hanson doing 8 Mile, but 8 Mile is about a white guy. It kind of makes a little sense there. But this, Austin, what do you think?
Yeah. What do you think?
Hustle and Flow is sitting on the shelf right over there. I ordered it. I didn't get a chance to watch it because I had to watch 2 Rambo movies yesterday for the ranking show. So that took over the spot where I would have watched Hustle and Flow. So I'm sorry. I just didn't get to it in time. Haven't seen it. And that's the one that I've been meaning to get to for a long time. I should have seen it by now, and I apologize. I just haven't gotten to it. It's kind of like Jen. It's like we probably should have seen Hustle and Flow by now, but it is what it is.
I think you'll like it more than A Star Is Born, but I don't expect you to love it. But I'll be happy as long as you like it.
That's fine. I will let you know what I think when I get to it. I will try to. But yeah, so it goes Back to the Future by default. But I'm willing to vote against Back to the Future if it's up against the right movie in this tournament.
Yeah,
so I'll say that.
Yeah. Well, I've never seen Hustle and Flow either, and it's been one that's like not like hasn't even been on my radar. Like, I don't even really hear too many people talking about it besides you, Henry. So I mean, but on the way that you kind of hype it up kind of gets me interested because I'm actually like a big hip hop fan. Like I love hip hop, especially kind of old school. Like
it's the
80s
Memphis
and
theme
90s
too.
and
So if you like
stuff.
3-6 Mafia growing up, it has those
Okay.
vibes.
Yeah.
I mean, it has
Sure,
their
yeah.
song.
Yeah, right.
Facts.
Yeah, but yeah, it just hasn't really ever been on my radar. But now maybe it is a little bit. So, but I gotta go Back to the Future though. It's in my top 5 of all time. So Back to the Future.
That's good enough for me.
Yeah. Malcolm.
You know, it's hard out here for a pimp, especially when you're going up against Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You fucker.
Someone had to say
Hey, Henry, you knew what you were getting into when you signed up for tournament fights. Sorry, you knew what you were getting into.
Fun fact: I took this off my first couple editions, but then I realized it's just one of my favorites because it's one of the
Be
childhood
true to
ones.
you, man.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel any better, on my 64, if you go back and watch it, I had a shitload of movies that people had like not seen, and it broke my heart. Like a shitload of movies.
Well, no, I was
people
talking
were
about
just like,
the Back to
"Oh,
the
I haven't
Future
seen
ones.
that."
I'm not really mad that you guys
that.
went Back to the Future, like because I do love it. It's just Hustle Flows a little.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't officially voted yet anyway. I mean, I actually haven't seen Hustle and Flow. But Back to the Future is going to move on regardless. I actually was going to vote for Hustle and Flow over Back to the Future because Back to the Future's come up a lot.
Yeah. For
like
me and my top 64, my top 64, I had too many cookie cutter movies that's why I'm reworking my top 64, and people seem to not really want to vote for those cookie cutter movies on mine. So, but yeah, Back to the Future is moving on. If my computer stopped wigging out here, there you go. All right. So up next we got La La Land. Going up against
There it is.
Happened One Night. There it is. Yep. Oh, it's on here. Yep. So
this is a bullshit matchup.
The Jen first, right?
Jen?
Me?
Yeah, Jen.
Yeah.
See, I knew La La Land would be here. Unfortunately, I really wanted to love La La Land. I did. I saw the trailers and I was so excited, and it just didn't quite click for me. I don't know why. I love musicals. I don't know why. But Henry doesn't like musicals, and he does like La La Land. So maybe that's it. I don't know.
I say I like music movies more.
I know, but I don't know. There's something, I don't know. It's something, the way that they promoted it seemed very like old school throwback musical, and it just, I don't know. My brain didn't connect. Meanwhile, It Happened One Night is one of the best rom-coms ever, and it's like essentially the trope for every single rom-com going forward. It's very funny. It's hilarious. You haven't seen it. It's adorable. I absolutely love it. So yeah, It Happened One Night. And it's one of the few got all the Oscar movies out there. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, Austin.
So I blind bought the Criterion Blu-ray for It Happened One Night to watch it for this show. So I did watch it. And no, I liked it. I don't know if I loved it, but I liked it. It was pleasant. It's a pleasant movie.
Yeah, that's
I'll say that. But here's the thing. I've been on a Clark Gable kick because I just watched Gone with the Wind for the first time recently, and I love Clark Gable in this movie. I love that most of his characters he just doesn't take shit from these girls. He's kind of sarcastic. He's kind of a dick, but he's kind of cool. And I don't know, he has a smooth way of just handling business. And I'm on a Clark Gable kick, and the fact that movie, they stop in Jacksonville for a night, which is where I lived for 30 years. So anytime a movie will shout out Jacksonville, it's kind of just fun because it just doesn't get a lot of shout outs a lot. And La La Land was all right, but I haven't gone to it since the theater. So I'll vote for It Happened One Night for recency bias. So yeah. Because again, it was pleasant. It was all right.
Yeah. Well, spoiler alert, I've not seen It Happen one night.
Oh, really?
I need to get up to right. Surprise.
Take a drink.
I need to get up to date on my classic movies for sure, but I just didn't really grow up.
It's the third of the big three that I have on this list. I have all three of them on this list.
Yeah.
I recommend it just for culturable,
movie
reasons.
But surprisingly, so I went to go see La La Land with my ex-wife in theaters, and remember, like she hated the movie so much that she kept leaving the movie theater, and I was wondering what was going on. But like I was loving it though. Like I actually really really like La La Land, and I'm not a big musical person, but I love all the music in it. Like I listen to the music all the time. Like I think it's great music. I think that Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling have amazing chemistry in it, and like it's a fun story. Like it's not really like a Jordan type of movie. Like if you caught me watching this, you'd be like, "What are you watching? And why are you watching this?" Like it seemed a little out of place, but I actually really, really like it. Like it's one of those that I was really shocked that I liked it as much as I did. Like it's one I'm surprised that I don't own actually. Like for musicals, like a modern musical, like I really dig La La Land. So yeah, I'm gonna vote La La Land. Easy.
I wonder what Malcolm's gonna pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad because I also haven't seen It Happened One Night. I am just going to work my way through this book. 1001 movies to watch before you must see before you die. And it is in here. But yeah, I love La La Land. I'm going to vote La La Land.
Yeah.
So La La
So it comes down to you, Henry. You could put you through either one because it's 2-2 right now. So you can do something here.
All down to you.
That makes it interesting because La La Land's higher on my list, but my gut is going, It Happened One Night right now because of just the underdog story, because there's just something about this movie. I want to get more eyes on it. La La Land, I love it. Everyone knows I love it. I've talked about it so much in the last, 5 going on 6 years that I'm okay with, not talking about it, even though it's higher on my list. It Happened One Night, I love it. Kirk gave it a 2.5 out of stars, and I gave him a fucking long ass paragraph yelling at him. So I'm not yelling at him about La La Land, but I yelled about It Happened One Night. So It Happened One Night. Clark Gable and Claudette Gobert, their chemistry, it makes you believe that they can fall in love within, that little bit of time frame because of just, the natural chemistry that they build. So it's a banger. And Frank Capra, same director as It's a Wonderful Life that you guys showed.
There we go.
Yeah, well.
So Whiplash moved on. So we got one Damon Chazelle and we got one Frank Capra. It works. Let's go, baby.
All right.
Well, I do really like Clark Gable though. Like I really like Gone with the Wind. Like I was surprised when I saw that one. So I mean, I maybe like this one. So you never know.
Scene with him and the bus driver. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You know what? Yeah.
And then the improv scene that the two characters have in the little cabin,
and the little cottage thing,
and they're yelling at her. Hilarious.
Right. That cottage stuff gets racy. She throws her thing over the little cloth, man. Ooh, that's a racy scene for 1934. Woo,
exactly. And that like
TV
where their love develops because they finally see each other like not putting up the act and just like having fun, and they're like, oh shit, you're kind of sexy. So yeah.
yeah.
Henry's number one is still yet to be seen. There it is.
Yeah. All right. Big Lebowski going up against Dial M.
I knew this was coming.
It's a bummer, man. It's a bummer, man.
All right. It's interesting that I'm going first, Henry, because I don't care for either one of these fucking movies. You know my thoughts on this from the 100 show. I'm one of the camp that I don't get Big Lebowski. I've given it chance after chance after chance. I saw it with a group of super fans serving White Russians at a little art house theater. I still didn't. I like it, and I like scenes in isolation. I just don't think the movie works as a whole. I watched Dial M for Murder for this show, and boy, is there a lot of talking in that movie. A lot of boring talking in that movie, and boy, was I bored to fucking tears watching that movie. No, it's not. It's not. I was so bored. So, do I vote for the boring one or the one I don't get? I'll give it a Big Lebowski just because I like some of the character stuff in it. That's it. So I'll give it to that by a hair.
Well, Down for Murder is one of the few Alfred Hitchcock movies that I haven't seen because I'm actually a big Alfred Hitchcock fan as far as classic movies go, and but I haven't seen it. But I've seen The Big Lebowski. I mean, it's good. I wouldn't really call it great in my book, but I think that it's good. Like it's fun. It's a fun movie. So, and I've also seen it in theaters, but when they re-showed it during the pandemic when they were showing just like more classic movies and stuff. So it's fun. So yeah, I'll vote Big Lebowski. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Dull M for Murder sort of once a while back. I remember liking it. But I saw Big Lebowski for the first time last year, and I just really loved it.
Thank
Part of me wants to vote. Part of me wants to vote against it because to knock out Henry's number one. But I hey, that's the problem with revealing your list before you do this show. People
Yeah.
are going to want to take out your number one.
Yeah.
Well, because I know my number one is not technically popular within the more likely panel that's going to be on here. So, like, I knew it wasn't going to make it anyway. So it makes it first round. I'm happy because some people didn't get their favorite movie that first round, and that's a bummer.
It's in the lead right now. I mean,
I know that, but I'm saying because he said you bring it up, and I just knew I don't expect to go far, throughout the whole thing, and I've accepted that for a few weeks now. With that said, Big Lebowski favorite movie. You went. I'm sorry, Malcolm, go ahead.
But in saying that, if I'm going to be honest to myself, it is the Big Lebowski. So I'm going to give my vote to Big Lebowski.
There you go. And obviously, I'm going to go with Big Lebowski too. It's no question there. But Dial M for Murder, I genuinely love this movie. What this movie is, it's a man who had it all as a tennis star, and then he kind of get with his wife Grace Kelly, who's a piece, and there's something about like their chemistry where it's like Ray Milan and Grace Kelly, like they have good chemistry, but you can just tell that they're not in love anymore. And then you find out that she's been cheating on him with a man. And then, obviously he does a plot, to murder her, and a beautiful plot. Like everything he does in this movie is like, it's fucking chef's kiss. Like, I don't know if I've ever even said that before, but I know that people say that. Like, I swear to God, I'm telling you, this is one of the smartest scripts I've ever seen. Like, Austin, I disagree with you wholeheartedly. Everything about this movie, it just everything aligns up and it's perfect, and I fucking love it. And yeah, it's dialogue heavy. I'm a Tarantino guy. I love dialogue movies. That's fine. Glengarry Glen Ross. It's based on a play similar to Glengarry Glen Ross. So if you guys, whatever. John Williams is in this movie, not the composer, the actor. He plays the detective, and he's awesome. I love this movie, but yeah, Big Lebowski is my number one. Spoiler alert. It's going to be hard to go against it. Let's just put it that way. So Big Lebowski for me.
Yeah.
I'm going P. So Jen, don't hurt my feelings.
Yep. Jen, yeah.
Why did they? I love these movies, Henry. Damn it. I love both of these. No, I do love both of these movies. Dial M for Murder. It's not my. I'm a big Hitchcock fan. It's not my personal favorite, but I would say it's probably like at the bottom of the top tier in terms of popularity. I will say the thing that's interesting about it is it's one of those cases where it is like a mystery in terms of it's a crime and you're trying to solve the crime, but you see exactly how it went down. So the thrill of it is really in seeing the detectives piece out like exactly where it went wrong and like this is how they figured it out. So like it's one of those. It is a clever script because like it manages to like keep you invested even though you actually saw what went down in the beginning. So, but for Walter alone, I will root for Big Lebowski because there are just so many fun characters in this movie. I got to go Big Lebowski. I can't lie. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Big Lebowski, it makes it so. Number one survives. Unlike some of our shows where our number one got knocked out. Well, mine got knocked out in the first round. So, but so next we got Fight Club going up against Reservoir Dogs.
This
all right, and it's me first, right?
Bracket's sneaky. It's a fucking sticky bitch, man. I love it.
Well, like I said, I'm working my way through a Tarantino movie that I've not gotten to Reservoir Dogs yet, so that one's on my list. Like it's gonna happen, and probably when it happens, I'll end up doing an actual Blind Spots episode, just because it's a Tarantino movie. Like I probably want to do like a Blind Spots on all the Tarantino movies I watch, but the Fight Club just like freaking awesome. Like I just saw Fight Club for the first time this year, and somehow the twist was never spoiled for me after all this time. Like I still didn't even know what the twist was, and so that made it more fun. And yeah, the movie was just awesome and just like brutal in a lot of ways, but like it was interesting to see how it kind of handles some mental disorder type stuff, and yeah, like I mean, I had an awesome time with it. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Fight Club for sure. So, Malcolm.
Yeah, I mean, Reservoir Dogs is about 9 on my Tarantino list. I mean, it's a good movie. It's just one that I just don't connect with. I mean, I've tried rewatching it once, but I really love Fight Club. And yeah, Fight Club easily gets my vote.
Yeah. Well, Henry, you're gonna go with
Reservoir Dogs easily, but Fight Club, it's one of those ones where it's smarter than it should be given the twist. Technically, there's more that adds up that doesn't, but technically there's a few things that don't. So it's not perfect. So when you're watching, you're like, depending on if you're in a critical mood or not. Like, it's obviously my top 100, my top 64, but depending on my mood, it either is like top 20 or like bottom 64 type of deal. And you know, at this moment, it's bottom 64. I still love it. Brad Pitt's probably my second favorite actor of all time behind Leo. You know, I'll fucking, you know, whatever with his abs. And then Reservoir Dogs is just so much fun. It's just so fun fact. There's this movie trivia game that's, you know, not the Schmodown app that never gets fucking updated, but the fucking popcorn
That's
trivia
okay.
that also no it's not, but popcorn trivia also never gets updated. I think 2017 movies are the last ones on there, so it's in the same boat. But Reservoir Dogs is one of the few that I was able to blindly, so I always cover up the multiple choice and answer them. And this and Friday are the two movies that I got perfect scores on. Like, I love this movie. The reason that it's my number 2 Tarantino and technically behind Pulp Fiction right now is just because at the time I solidified this list, I had watched Pulp Fiction more recently. So neck and neck, it's always been that way. You know, Kill Bill's third, but like kind of like it goes Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs, Kill Bill. You know what I mean? But like, you know what I mean? It's one of those. But Reservoir Dogs easily. But Fight Club's awesome. It's not not as stupid as people think it might be, and it's smarter than people think it should be.
Yeah. Well, Jen, what do you think?
Yeah, see, this is why me and Henry are friends. Reservoir Dogs is my favorite Tarantino movie. Clearly, I'm a big fan of dialogue-heavy films. Yeah, like the entire cast, like the ensemble, is the way that they play off each other is just phenomenal in that film. And yeah, I don't know why. There's no women in it at all. I don't know. I'm a bad woman. But Fight Club, like I do enjoy Fight Club.
She's the one that shoots orange. She technically.
Yeah,
that's powerful.
I enjoy Fight Club. I haven't seen it in a while. I went through like a Chuck Palahniuk phase, so like I enjoyed the book as well as the film and everything. So I think that added a lot of layers to it for me. And yeah, I agree that like it's one of those weird things of it can be interpreted in so many ways that it does. Like, it is a smart film, but it also can be viewed in a very dumb prism as well. So it's fascinating, but it is one of like Brad Pitt is so charismatic in that role, and Helena Bonham Carter is just like perfect. I absolutely love her in that film.
Like that since grade school.
She's so good.
Yeah.
But I got to get to Reservoir Dogs because that is my favorite Tarantino.
Yeah. Well, Austin.
Ooh, it's a tie right now. What do I do? Let's see. Well, Reservoir Dogs is 6th place for me as far as Tarantino goes.
Don't spoil your Fincher.
I won't spoil my Fincher. But I guess I'll just use a quote, and you can move the one that's appropriate. This is Bob, and Bob has bitch tits. Fight Club.
Yeah. Meatloaf for the win.
I don't expect it to be my number 1 Tarantino anyway, so it is what it is. And I
Mm-hmm.
don't expect this one. I don't expect this one to be my number 1 Fincher either. But there's another one that's like a crazy lead that I think is going to come up in the next 2 matchups. That it's going to be fun if they go against each other.
Yeah,
that was it.
Yep, that was it.
I forgot.
All right, so can we clock this one in under 4 hours if we speed through this? We'll see.
We'll see.
All right.
Yeah, we'll go to the other side and see what we.
2 4-hour shows in a row, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. Let's do it. No sleep. No sleep.
No sleep for Pez tonight.
Yeah.
But I took American Psycho out last minute. Fuck.
Oh yeah.
All right, so here's how this works for anybody watching. Jen knows how it works, and she'll come back to it. But overdrive, baby. 10 seconds or less. No essays.
10 seconds.
You got to pick.
Yep, and you got to make a decision.
Go.
Yep.
You got to make a decision.
Yeah,
Malcolm,
yeah.
go. Breakfast Club, Kill Bill.
Yeah. 5, 4, 3,
You're muted.
3,
1.
You're muted, and he's muted. Oh no.
Breakfast Club.
There we go.
Breakfast
All right.
Club. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, Jen,
I-
we're in overdrive mode. 10 seconds or less.
Got it.
Let's go. Plow through. All right.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling that Pulp Fiction's going to make it very far to cover Tarantino, and I don't know if any of my other coming of age movies have gone this far. So Breakfast Club.
Yeah. Jen?
Oh, this is a tough one, but if I'm being honest, it's Kill Bill. I think is the better film. So yeah, Kill Bill.
Yeah. Austin?
Kill Bill.
I'm going to go with The Breakfast Club.
All right,
So,
Breakfast Club moves
Breakfast
on.
Club it is.
All right.
You had the tiebreaker there.
with me.
But,
Mhm.
So next we
Someone
got-
in Pittsburgh, Kirk's upset that Breakfast Club even made it past the first round.
yeah, right.
And he's even more mad that Breakfast Club and Days of Confused went against each other.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right,
Inside
inside.
Llewyn Davis
versus
Shawshank.
Ooh.
Inside Llewyn Davis.
All right.
Anybody who's never seen, I recommend it. Shawshank, hands down.
Yeah.
All right. Jen.
Jen?
Yeah, like Llewyn Davis is it's fun and it's good. It's interesting, but yeah, it's Shawshank is classic.
Yeah.
Shawshank.
Yeah. I've not seen Inside Llewyn Davis, so Shawshank.
Hey, Mr. Kennedy.
Malcolm?
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah. There it
Hey.
is. Right.
Llewyn Davis. Hey.
All right.
I respect it. Wow, boy.
Just
got a
watched it
little
for the
love.
first time the other day.
And you loved
Yeah,
it?
yeah. Oh, nice.
I loved it.
Fucking A, you
Shawshank.
did.
Yeah.
I recommend it.
but next we got Whiplash going up against Pulp.
I'm on Letterboxd. You would have seen
Fuck.
it.
Mm.
Oh, man. First kick in the taint. Let's go, Jen.
Yeah.
All
we're
right,
gonna
Jen.
quick decision. Jen.
Oh.
Gotta be
I
quick
hate
though.
that.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
I'm gonna go Pulp Fiction because it's more complex, honestly, and it has more iconic characters. Whiplash is fun, but Pulp Fiction is iconic.
Yeah.
Jazz
Yeah.
hands.
Absolutely.
It's jazz
Yeah.
hands. Whiplash
Yeah.
is jazz, but Pulp Fiction is jazz hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm bigger on Tarantino than Damien Chazelle, so Pulp Fiction.
Yep. I got to go at Pulp Fiction. It blew me away when I saw it for the first time this year. So, yeah, Pulp Fiction. Actually, 2 years ago. Sorry, I saw it 2. But, anyways. Malcolm?
Pulp Fiction's in these tournaments a lot, Whiplash.
Similar to what you just said, but the opposite. Pulp Fiction's in a lot for good reason. Pulp Fiction. And also, we took out Kill Bill and Reservoir Dogs. I need at least one Tarantino in the top 8.
That's true.
Yeah. Pulp
Good point.
Fiction. Yeah. All right. Well, we got LA Confidential going up against Good Will Hunting.
Good
Okay.
Hunting. I just missed watching LA Confidential, so I just have to go by default to Good Will Hunting. I apologize, but gotta be honest.
Well, I've never seen either one of these still, but I have seen the scene that's depicted in the poster. I haven't watched that full speech because everyone says it's iconic. So just for that, I'll vote Good Will Hunting. So, Malcolm?
Yeah, I still haven't seen LA Confidential, but I still really want to, so I'm going to go for Kim Basinger's boobs. I mean, LA Confidential.
yeah, right.
I think LA Confidential is up
Sorry?
by 1 or 2 spots, but my gut says, how do you like those apples? Good Will Hunting.
Yeah. Jen?
He set me up. Son of a bitch, you stole my line. Good Will Hunting.
Oh, baby! I said
Yeah,
you
yeah.
spiked.
I prefer the sequel, Hunting Season. So yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
bitch.
yeah.
applesauce.
Yeah.
Sometime in the
So
future, someone's actually going to make that trailer a
Action
movie.
Gust or I'm busy, Ben. Damn it, I'm busy.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Next, though, we got
12
12
Angry
Angry
Men.
Men going up against the Wrestler.
Ooh,
man.
All right. Jordan's up first.
Man,
All right.
you only get 10 seconds. Frick.
10 seconds. I'm counting you down.
We'll go
Ask my ass
with
wife. She's lucky if she got 10 seconds.
12 Angry Men. Sure, it's one of the few classics I can actually vote for that I really like. So
1957, baby.
yeah,
Mhm.
Malcolm.
I'm going to go the Wrestler, but it's hard to believe 12 Angry Men was Sidney Lumet's debut.
Yeah, right.
12 Angry
Wow.
Men, top 5 movie of all time, objectively. But Wrestler, awesome.
Yep. Jen.
Yeah, this is one of those like script versus performance kind of arguments, and I'm gonna go script every time because I like writers. So yeah, 12 Angry Men.
Bing bong.
Austin.
12 Angry Men for me.
Yeah.
So you like you like script every once in a while, Austin.
I do.
Yep,
I just didn't like the script for
Like that
Dial M
one.
for Murder. It fucking bored me.
We don't know.
He talks for 15 goddamn minutes before he blackmails the guy. It's like, I know what you're getting to. Just get to the fucking point already. Jesus Christ. You're talking forever.
Oh,
Talking
you
a
know
little
you're- I know
class,
you're-
little finesse.
Fuck. It's like,
Yeah.
let's move it along here. Let's get
Oh,
to the
boy.
goddamn murder.
I'm nervous.
All right.
I'm nervous.
We got Psycho versus Casablanca.
God.
Oh.
And
Good thing
not
Chris is
here,
gone.
so, yeah.
Yeah, he's gone. I can't save him this time.
Send the
Malcolm.
screen. I'm gonna send the screenshot to him.
Yeah. Malcolm, yeah. Right? I'm actually going to.
Casablanca.
Yeah.
Mm.
Psycho. Casablanca is awesome, but yeah, Psycho.
Send the screenshot after we declare a winner, though.
Oh, yeah, great. I'm gonna go Psycho because that is the one that I choose to rewatch far more often. Like Casablanca is a classic, but Psycho is a classic and entertaining as hell.
Yeah, Casablanca couldn't harm a fly.
Yep. Austin.
Psycho.
Yep, and I gotta go Psycho. Sorry, Chris.
All right.
Yeah.
Hold on, leave it there for.
I mean,
Psycho.
it barely made it out of round one, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Want me to hit it?
Yeah, no, I already hit the regulars. Move it over and I'll screenshot real quick.
Oh,
Mm.
come on.
No.
Don't do me like that. Okay, there we go.
Boom.
Mhm.
Back. Shift Command 3. It's already done.
Yep.
All right.
There we go. All right. Moving on, we got the Dark Knight going up against Coco.
I think we've
I
had this
forgot
match
that Coco
before in
killed The
something.
Shining.
Yeah, Coco
We
killed
have
The Shining.
somewhere.
Fuck. This seems like a familiar matchup. I think this has happened in somebody else's thing. So, but yeah, Henry.
Coco. I'm Mexican.
Sure, yeah. Yeah. Jen?
Do it for the brown people, Jen.
The Dark Knight,
Yeah.
I'm white.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You started it.
Set that up.
And I voted for Coco last time.
Dark Knight. There's a lot of British people in it, and my heritage is British. I don't know. She stole my line.
I'm part bat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll give some love to Coco because like Dark Knight's too big of a heavy favorite for me, so I gotta go with Coco. So, Malcolm.
So it's a tie at this
Yeah.
stage. I'm
Wow.
going
much power.
to do it. Coco.
Let's go!
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, Coco. Oh.
And Coco's the only animated film here, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think so.
That's something to think
Yeah.
about.
So, yeah.
Something to think about.
So far,
Yeah,
Rocky
yeah.
is the
Something-
Rocky was the only in my top 4 that didn't make it out of the first round, and
Yep.
at least Coco is the it's going on. We're happy, people.
Yeah. We have a rival
All right.
going up against Remember the Titans.
Oh, fuck.
All right, Jen.
I'm gonna go a rival, even though I have a feeling it's gonna die.
Well, Austin.
Yeah, I still don't like Arrival. Remember the Titans.
Yeah. I actually want to remember the Titans. I do not want to remember Rival, so remember the Titans. Malcolm.
I do want to remember Arrival.
All right.
I played
Well,
football in
Henry?
high school, and I technically don't have a kid yet. Remember the Titans.
Ooh, all right.
All right.
Pull out game
Titans.
strong.
Titans, it is. Yeah.
All
Jen,
right. These are
Jen,
him.
earmuffs, Jen. Jen, earmuffs.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the end of
And the
that
Bills
side. All
side.
right.
All right.
Right.
And back
Fine
over.
favor. All right. Let's see.
The
All
right
we
side,
got
Jen. Are you ready for this?
No,
Oh,
I'm
this
not
is gonna-
ready
this
at
is some
all.
tough
I'm already
one.
mad about this
Oh.
side.
Heat versus Old Boy. Oh,
Heat
no.
versus Old Boy. Shit. I'm up first. Oh fuck. I might have to take the full 10 seconds. 7,
Yeah.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Old Boy.
Yep. Yeah, Old Boy's probably one that's going to make my top 10 eventually. Like, it's not quite there yet, but it will be. So, Old Boy. Malcolm?
Heat.
All right.
Going with my gut. Old boy.
Yeah. Jen?
Yeah, Old Boy over Chinatown was a harder argument than Heat over Glengarry, so I'm gonna go Old Boy.
Facts.
Yep.
All right.
Old Boy it is.
4-1 Old Boy. All right.
Right. We got 7
7.
up against Friday.
Friday.
We have
Ooh.
7 versus Friday the 13th.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
All right, Jordan.
It's me. Yeah, this one I gotta go with 7. I think this time. So, Malcolm.
I think we failed to have 7 versus 7 Samurai as the matchup.
Right. Yeah. Should have.
That being said, I'm going to go 7.
Yeah.
Almost any other matchup, Friday would be a little tougher, but 7's been really long tenured. 7.
Yeah.
But Friday.
Yeah.
Friday's really good.
Yeah. Jen?
Yeah, it hurt me not voting for 7 when it was up against Sounds Land, so I'm happy to vote for it now. 7.
So bang on my goddamn door like you goddamn.
Yeah. Austin?
Well, we'll have to say goodbye to Friday, but we'll see it again in our one crazy day / night tournament. So Friday we'll be back.
For that
we'll make a big comeback.
That type of list, I feel like it should go far. So I'm.
It might go pretty far. So we'll see. But I'll still vote for 7. Yeah, clean sweep. But we'll see it again. We'll see you again Friday pretty soon. In a couple weeks.
Next Friday?
Grab a dog.
Yeah. Right.
Choke 'em.
Yeah.
Maybe next.
I like Friday After Next a lot. I like Friday After Next a lot actually.
I like
it's
all
fun
3.
movie.
They fucking. I'm
Yeah.
a Friday boy.
Well, we got
Some people are
So
Island
Rock.
boys. I'm a Friday
going up
boy.
against Blind
Oh,
Spotting.
So weird.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Malcolm.
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 I'm going. I mean, I'm just because I'm not as high on School of Rock as most people. I'm going to go for the movie I really want to see is Blind Spotting.
Yeah.
So Blind Spotting's the adult version of what School of Rock was for me as a kid.
Sure.
Like literally, like if I was a kid, if I was an adult who's still going to the video store to watch movies, Blind Spotting would be the one I'm putting on right now.
Yeah.
But School of Rock has the tenure. I'm going School of Rock, and at this literally take left nut, right nut, either way, it sucks. Sophie's choice.
Yeah.
Sophie's choice.
Jen?
Oh man, this is tough. You know, only one of these movies has Joan Cusack, so School of Rock.
Yeah.
Stevie Nicks, baby.
Austin?
Blind Spotting was pretty good, but I adore School of Rock.
Yeah. And School of Rock was pretty good, but I adore Blind Spotting, so I'm gonna go with Blind Spotting.
It was very close, but School of Rock takes it 3-2.
All right.
Oh,
That's more
But hey,
technically Henry.
But hey,
list, even though that's
you're putting some love on Blind Spotting. More people should. I did like it.
Yeah,
More people
it's
should,
so
People
good.
should see it.
So good, yeah. But
Go see it.
But we got Django going.
Hey, I bought it on Voodoo.
Jesus.
I supported it.
Jews
I bought
versus the Holocaust versus slavery. What?
Stop.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, here we go.
This fucking bracket is a bitch.
You're up first, Henry. So you gotta make a
Henry.
decision.
Yeah, Schindler's List. Pulp Fiction's gonna make it far. Schindler's List.
Yeah. Jen?
Yeah, I was very ready to root for Schindler's List last time until Witness showed up, so Schindler's List.
Yep. Austin?
Django.
Yeah.
Can't even make a joke about that. It's like, oh, you're anti-Jews? No, that's
Django. Show some love for Django, but yeah, Schindler's List for sure. Yeah. Malcolm?
Schindler's List.
Yeah, all right, Schindler's List it is.
For the Jews.
Right. Yep. For the Jews, sure. Get Out.
I'm like upset that I killed Spider-Man. I don't know why I did
that. Yeah. All your fault, Jen.
All right, Jen. Well, now you get to pick first between Get Out
No,
and
because
Scream.
this makes it easier for me, so I am actually happy you made it.
I'll blame myself. Is it me first?
Yeah.
First.
I'm gonna go Scream. Like Get Out is great for a debut, but Scream is just one of those franchises that can't die, so it's great.
Yeah.
Literally.
Austin?
Scream.
Yeah, if we're talking great dialogue, I think Scream actually does have like some really good dialogue. It's surprisingly well written, and people don't really think about that. So
it's got the puns. It's amazing.
Yeah. Right there you go. Yeah. But yeah, Scream. Malcolm?
This matchup is telling everyone to get out and scream.
Yeah.
I'm damn strong.
I'm going to scream.
If it was Spider-Man,
hey guys,
I
I'll
know
be
if it
right
was
back.
Spider-Man, this would be harder. Yeah.
Don't say that.
I'm
And
just
don't have
kidding. I'm
sex.
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
And don't have
I'm
sex
just
or
kidding.
drink alcohol.
Gotta get out.
If this was
Henry,
Spider-Man,
Henry,
it would be
Henry, you want another beer? All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
if this was Spider-Man,
No,
it would be 51-49 right now
Don't
in
do it.
Spider-Man's favor. But because
Yeah.
it's Scream, it's 99-1, and that's crazy. Scream.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Scream.
All right. All right, sweet
All
for
right.
Scream. All right.
Yeah. We got
Mad
Mad
Max
Max
Fury
Fury
Road.
Road. Going up against Inception.
Ooh.
Talk about bangers of the 2010s.
Yeah.
Ooh. Toughest one so far for
Awesome.
me. You know what? Let's make these interesting. Fury Road.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I got to go Fury Road
I
for
don't like
sure.
that anarchy.
We gotta have a little bit every tournament.
Inception.
Yeah.
Inception. I love Fury Road, but Inception by a landslide.
Ooh, it's down to Jen.
Witness me.
Yeah.
Hey, Mad Max takes down
Mad Max.
Inception.
Yeah.
Wow.
My top 10 just keeps getting beat the fuck up.
Yeah.
You need some silver spray paint to spray in your teeth right now, like every time it
Mhm.
advances, right?
No, I need Mr. Charles to talk some sense into you guys.
But we got Back to the Future going up against It Happened One
It
Night.
happened one night.
All right. Interesting. So it's me first.
Jordan.
Well, I mean, of course, one of them I haven't seen. So I mean, come on, Back to the Future. I mean, come on, Malcolm.
I'm going to try this again. Back to the Future comes up a lot. It happened one night.
Sure, yeah, may as well.
If I would,
Henry?
if I'm picking two people that I want to watch fuck, it's Clark Gable and Claudette Gobert over Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd. It happened one night. Let's go.
Sure.
Why did you pick
Yeah.
him? That's the real romance of Back to the Future.
Because Jennifer's
Marty
not
and
in it
Doc.
as much as we would really want.
You
Like,
could have got Lorraine and his dad.
I definitely don't want to watch that either. So it happened one night either way.
Crispin Glover.
You don't want to see
not so
Crispin
much.
Glover?
Yeah.
He's a creep in the tree. He's a fucking creepo.
Yeah.
Hey, change your oil.
Get your damn
Change
hands
your
off
oil.
her. Get your damn hands off.
Time to change that oil. Jen. All right, get back to it, Jen.
You can't fight
Back to business.
density. Back to the Future.
Yeah.
I am your density.
Austin.
Hey, Henry, you ready for a wrench? It happened one night.
Oh.
All right.
Anarchy time.
This one
Throw it
happened-
through.
Happened one night.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
All right.
Sometimes I like to cause a little chaos.
Oh,
like the
fuck.
Joker.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck.
Like the
We-
Joker.
Oh, fuck. Oh,
With the Big
fuck. What does it come up
Lebowski
against?
against Fight Club.
Fight Club.
Ooh.
Malcolm.
Could be interesting.
The Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
You want to toe?
Big
Get your soap
Lebowski.
at 3:00, even if it has pink soap on it. Big Lebowski.
Yeah. Jen.
Fight Club is over the line. Big Lebowski.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. Austin.
Fight Club.
Oh, what a dick.
Yep.
Were you
But I would-
expecting me to suddenly love the Big Lebowski? I
Yeah.
made it pretty clear.
We're friends.
Yeah, Fight Club for sure.
Nobody fucks with the
Yeah.
Jesus.
But even so, Big Lebowski.
Big Lebowski hanging on.
Yeah.
All right. That's in on that side, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's it on that
All right,
side.
so where we're at is all these next ones that win will go into the Elite Eight poll for tomorrow. So here we go.
Yeah,
Some
what we're voting
critical
on.
decisions
So
here.
don't make us look bad. That's what that
Let me
meant.
zooming out.
All right.
Going up
Versus
against
Shawshank. Ooh,
All
all right. And Henry's up first.
Shawshank. Big Breakfast Club's awesome, but Shawshank, fucking hands down.
Yeah. Jen?
You know, just to get a little variety in here, I'm gonna go Breakfast Club because Henry, you got a
Yeah.
lot of dramas.
Yeah. Well, Austin?
TNT loves
Yeah.
drama.
You know what? 2 hits. Me hit you, you hitting the floor. Let's go Breakfast Club.
Yep. Yeah, I got to go Breakfast Club too. Like it's just the one that
Wow.
I like a little more. So yeah.
We killed him.
So, yep. Sorry.
That's my number 2 of all time, and you guys just let it get to the poll.
No. Sorry. We got your number 1, hopefully, and we'll see. But
Not the way you guys fucking think.
Although in saying that, I've got to love how Henry's list is really different because a lot of the other people's lists is either a lot of animated, a lot of comic books.
Yep.
Henry's just screw all that. I've got a lot of dramas.
Oh, baby. I roll.
But I'll go Breakfast Club over Shawshank any
Fuck,
day.
what the fuck?
Yep.
All right. Breakfast Club goes to the poll.
Yeah.
All right.
And I quote Breakfast Club almost on a daily basis, so that's how much I
Yeah.
love Shawshank. Let's be real.
Yeah. Well, Breakfast
All
Club
right.
it is,
Breakfast
so.
Club into the 8. All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right.
Wow.
We got Pulp
First one.
Fiction going up against Good Will Hunting.
Good Will Hunting.
Yeah,
Ooh,
right.
All right.
Yeah.
2 Oscar-winning scripts, I believe, right? Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Jen. Which of the Oscar-winning scripts are you going to vote for?
I'm gonna go for the $5 shake over the apples.
Yep. Sounds good. Austin.
Yeah, Pulp Fiction. Yeah. Sorry, Robin.
Yeah. Yep. Jackrabbit Slims. Like I just want to go there. So yeah, Pulp Fiction. So, Malcolm.
I mean, Pulp Fiction's already gone through, so I'm going to go Good Will Hunting.
Sure. Yeah. Henry.
Even though Pulp Fiction's higher on my list, I would have gone Good Will Hunting for the emotion.
All right.
Fair enough.
Well,
Pulp Fiction
Fiction
makes
is-
another poll, like it does a lot, but it is
Yet
what it
another
is.
one.
And that wasn't even for
Mhm.
Anarchy. I was just going my gut. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I was going my
that's
gut
fine.
there.
That's fine.
Like Pulp Fiction is one of those ones though that we never really say like it's been in too many polls. I'm not voting for it. We still
Yeah, it's
vote
that
for
great.
It.
I mean, honestly,
Yeah.
Back to the Future is the same. Like, I'm not fucking
Yeah.
mad.
Back
at
to
it.
the Future's the same,
Exactly,
yeah.
right,
Whatever. Whatever. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Right.
But we have 12 Angry Men up against
Psycho. Oh, fuck.
It's getting harder and harder. So
Yeah. Fuck. Give me 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. Psycho.
Yeah. I gotta go Psycho, I think, too, yeah. Malcolm?
So I just quickly had a look at the library to see if they've got Traveling Men so I can hire out to actually watch. They've got the William Friedkin remake, but not this one.
Oh.
But I'm going to go Psycho.
Yeah.
Mhm.
12
Henry?
Angry Men's higher on my list, but Psycho, I want to go with my gut. The Anthony Perkins performance is fucking. It stands out more than the entire movie of 12 Angry Men, even though it has a better message.
Yeah, for real. Yeah. Jen?
And my vote doesn't matter, so 12 Angry Men.
Sure, yeah. Right.
Why not? Psycho. Into the poll. All right, one more for this side. Into the poll. So Coco hanging on.
Hanging in, yeah. Don't forget to remember the
This is
Titans.
Remember the Titans.
Might have a chance.
Some
All
family-friendly
right,
movies
Jordan.
here, so yeah.
All right, Jordan.
For me, I gotta go with Coco. Like it just like got to me when I saw it. Like it's so good. So yeah. Malcolm.
Let's keep an animated movie going on, Coco.
Yeah.
Let's
Henry?
solidify it, Coco. It's like something in my top 4 has got to be guaranteed in this poll. Coco.
Yeah. Jen.
Yeah, it would be Coco for me. That's the one. Niagara Falls. That final song. My God.
Remember me.
Yeah. Remember me. Oh, it gets you every time. But Austin, I'm sure you're.
Titans, but it doesn't matter. Titans, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All right, Coco.
Yep. Coco it is.
This is not a bad top 8 so far. I'm not angry.
Yeah.
It's a little wild, but I'm not angry.
Yeah. Yeah. We got Old Boy over here going up against 7.
Talk about dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about happy endings. Holy fuck.
Yeah. All right. Well, Malcolm first, right?
Yep, Malcolm.
All right. What do you got?
7.
All right.
I highly recommend Old Boy to anybody who hasn't seen it, but 7.
Yeah. Jen?
Yeah, ditto. Slightest of edges to 7.
Yeah. Austin?
Exactly the same feelings. 7.
I would have gone Old Boy, but it doesn't matter.
This is a great double feature, though.
Seven's going
Like,
through.
seriously.
Yeah, that's a good two for right there.
You just want to like wallow in depression for a day.
You're
by
gonna
all
need some
means.
depression
Yeah, right.
medicine afterwards,
Yeah.
but it's definitely.
And like they both feel like dreary and rainy, kind of,
Yeah,
and like
very
cloudy,
atmospheric.
and
Yeah.
and yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Both of them have a dark cloud over them.
Oh my god! And then we have
Let's go of Rock versus
School of Rock versus Schindler's List.
Wow. Oh,
Wow.
So hold on.
All right.
Don't pick what would you rather watch now. What impacts you more?
Yeah, right. What impacts you more? I think Henry, you're up first.
Schindler's List, greatest movie of all time. School of Rock.
Yeah.
It's a Henry movie, but Schindler's List, I've been vouching for it as a grown ass man for the longest. Like Schindler's List.
Yeah. Jen?
So first of all, you can't control me. You can't micromanage how I vote. But by your argument, I have to go School of Rock because that's the one I quote all the time. So it's School of Rock.
That's fair. That's your
Don't feel
gut.
bad about it. You have nothing to feel bad about. Austin?
School of Rock makes a lot of references to my favorite band of all time, AC/DC, and I'm not Jewish. School of Rock.
Yeah.
Well, if I was Jewish, this Schindler's List would be over Big Lebowski. Let's just be real, though.
Yeah.
But I'm Mexican, so fuck them.
I'm a huge Jack Black fan, but I mean, Schindler's List is just.
I also
a
like the
masterpiece.
Jews.
So, sure, yeah.
The Jew. The
But
Jew.
you also like the
Like
Jews.
Borat.
Yeah, that is a true statement. So, yeah.
Now, which was the Malcolm like more?
I mean, for good reason, I don't really hear anyone going about quoting Schindler's List. I'm going to go Schindler's List over School of Rock.
Yeah. Schindler's List it is.
As you should.
I would be
right.
cool with either being the top 8. I'm like, all jokes aside, I'm happy either way.
For some reason, like I feel like I'm doing something wrong if I don't vote for Schindler's List. Like I'm offending someone. I don't know. So yeah.
Like Schindler's List is great. I just don't put it on like my favorite movies to like put on. Like I feel odd. Like I wouldn't feel right putting it on like my favorite movies list.
Being
fully recognize
literally
its
the
greatness.
best
There's
friend
movies I
favorite.
hold in high regard, and then there's my favorite.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my favorites. There's
But
a reason
because-
like Tremors is like my number 2 and not Schindler's List. Like like
just
shit
a
like
quick-
that.
Yeah.
So just a quick tangent. So if you poll 100 people, no one's really saying Schindler's List is number 1. They're saying Citizen Kane, Godfather, Vertigo, maybe even 2001. So the fact that I am 100% saying Schindler's List is number 1 means something to me personally. So that's why it's on the favorites list. You know what I mean? And I've convinced myself within the last year so you know what I mean? Because I'm technically the only one that says it's like the number 1 movie of all time, like with no influence. So that's the reason. So just a little tangent, but keep going.
I got you.
I totally agree with your logic, though. Like, I think that it might be the number 1 movie of all time because I like it better than all those other ones you mentioned. You know, The Godfather and all those ones. So yeah,
I
that's
appreciate
just me.
that.
But
Here we go.
got Scream versus Mad Max.
Fuck.
Yeah, this is tough.
Genre bending bangers.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Jen.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
See, one of them kicked off an awesome franchise, and the other one like wrapped up one in a whole new way. I'm gonna go Scream. I gotta go Scream.
Yeah.
I love Fury Road, but I'm gonna Scream.
Austin.
By a knife thin margin, Mad Max Fury Road.
Ooh. Well, Scream is my favorite horror franchise of all time, so I gotta go Scream. So, Malcolm.
Malcolm, make Henry choose.
Right.
I mean,
Let me know where he's going.
I mean, I can't really because I don't really like Fury Road, so Scream.
Yep.
I would have easily said Scream, so it wouldn't have mattered.
There you go.
Yep.
All right.
Scream it is.
By easily, that's at this point, that's
I'm pretty sure Scream made somebody else's. I think it made Richie's poll, I believe, if I remember right.
I'm not mad at it. It was
His top 8.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. So it's way one before.
Although I'm saying it, didn't Richie have just about the whole Scream franchise on this?
Yeah, right. It's like his favorite.
Yeah, he put everything on there. Yeah.
Yeah, but
So it happened one night versus Big Lebowski, I believe, right?
yep, versus Big
Yeah.
Lebowski.
It ends.
All right. So
I'm up
it's Austin,
first.
right? Yeah.
Oh, easy for me. It happened one night. Easy. What an easy
For me,
matchup.
Fucking cock and ball.
Well, it's easy for me because I haven't seen it happen one night. So Big Lebowski. Malcolm.
Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
This
Henry?
movie really tied the list together, man. The Big Lebowski.
Yep. Jen.
Austin, you're out of your element. Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
Hey, my number
Alright.
one at least made the poll. I'm happy.
Yeah, there you go.
Made the
Although
poll,
I'm saying
so-
that, yeah.
I don't like it
but
on
it's gonna,
big
it's
screen.
gonna,
Let's be
it's gonna
real.
have to, we're gonna make you force saying Big Lebowski's better than Schindler's List in a minute.
Yeah.
No, it's got
So be
Scream- it's got
careful.
Scream first.
Be,
It's got Scream
be
first,
careful
and
what you
I-
wish for. I'm just saying, be careful what you wish for.
Oh yeah, Jews can go down at that
Aw.
point. Fuck 'em.
All right.
You made me say it.
All right.
Did we?
got-
Did we really?
Yeah, no, we didn't.
You want to do the top half first and then do the bottom half, just because we already see it?
We can do that.
Yeah,
We can do both of the top half
Wait.
ones, so we'll bounce left
Oh
and
yeah,
right.
sure.
We can do that and then scroll down. That's fine.
Yeah,
Let's go.
for the Breakfast Club versus Pulp Fiction. So
Uh-oh, we wonked out for a second and got all out of order.
By we,
Oh,
we just
whoa.
mean
yeah,
Hang on.
that's weird.
What's this wee?
I don't
It's right
you. I
now.
know. When did you learn
What the
French?
heck
my
happened?
guy?
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Hang on.
Jen over me.
Hang on.
We got to
Me
do
over
that.
Yeah.
Malcolm.
Yes,
do the
there
ladder.
you go.
Okay.
Bing bong.
Yeah.
All right,
there you go.
so okay, well, we start with Jordan
Me
for
first?
Breakfast Club versus Pulp Fiction.
Man, I love the Breakfast Club, but I mean, Pulp Fiction is my favorite Tarantino, so Pulp Fiction. So, Malcolm.
Yeah, I can't do it this time. Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
If you ask this
Oh,
community
Henry?
what my favorite movie is and they don't know it's Big Lebowski, which most people do, they might assume Pulp Fiction. So I have no shame with Pulp Fiction potentially being my number one. Pulp Fiction's fine.
Going into the
Yeah.
100, I assumed it was Pulp Fiction. So I
Yeah,
didn't know
and
about
that's
the Big
and that
Lebowski
yeah,
thing.
that's fine.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
And I'll
Jen?
watch it tonight, hammered.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the final Tarantino, and if we don't get a Tarantino to the final four, that's kind of sad for Henry. So yeah, Pulp Fiction.
Even though technically
yeah.
there's no Tarantino in my actual top four.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Yeah. Well, Austin,
Clean sweep for Pulp Fiction. Clean sweep for Tarantino. Yeah.
Pulp Fiction it is. All right. So we
All
got
right. We'll go over there. Yeah, 7 versus Schindler's
Oh.
List.
Schindler's List. All right.
Wow.
A couple of serial killers. Who are we picking?
Yeah.
All right, Malcolm's up first.
Kevin
Yeah.
Spacey versus Hitler.
Mm.
I'm going to go for the serial killer. That's the worst, and that's Kevin Spacey 7.
Oh, okay.
That was
Versus
a fire
Hitler.
joke.
Ooh.
At this point, 7's higher on my list, but I'm gonna go Schindler's List. I think it's the greatest movie of all time, and it might crack my top 10 eventually. Schindler's List.
Yeah. So Jen.
I mean, I just rewatched 7 last week, and it is still straight up fire. I got to go 7.
Yeah. Austin.
7.
Yeah, I knew it was. That's why it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not. It's higher on my list. I'm okay with it.
For me, both these movies are actually kind of hard to watch. Like even 7,
There's
so.
literally a rape scene with
Yeah.
a knife. It's
Yep.
rough.
Yeah. But I gotta go with Schindler's List. I think so. That would be my pick. But even so, 7 it is.
Reagan uses a crucifix as a dildo, and this movie uses a knife as a
Yeah.
dildo. So as a strap on. There's some
Yeah,
wild
right.
shit going on in movies.
Wild stuff. Yeah.
Jen, earmuffs, Jen.
You have to say that before you say the thing, Henry.
That's
Yeah.
like people
Yeah.
say spoiler alert after they say the spoiler. Internet's a
Yeah,
wild.
it's like, fuck, shit, cut, earmuffs.
Yeah. Right.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's backwards.
Final four.
That Psycho.
Psycho Coco, Psycho Coco, a Coco Psycho.
Cool.
All right.
All right, Henry.
First. Henry.
Coco, but if Psycho makes it, I'm not going to be mad. Like, obviously, Coco by a lot, but if Psycho makes it, I'm not going to be mad.
Yeah. Well, Jen.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Psycho. I like both of these movies, though. I'm proud of them for both making it this far. Honestly.
Yeah. All right. Well, Austin.
Psycho.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Big surprise. Yeah, right.
Well, for me, it's Coco by a lot, actually. So yeah. I'll go
shit.
Coco. Yeah. So
Malcolm?
It's up to you to maybe do it for Coco.
Coco.
Let's go!
Yeah.
Final four,
There we
final four.
go. In the final
This
four,
is this is like in mine when the Brendan Fraser Mummy made it to the final four, and I was
As it
really
should.
excited.
yeah.
We were riding that train.
Yeah, but
It's my equivalent.
got Scream v. Big Lebowski. So who's it going to be?
Jen.
You know, like I'm still mad at myself for not voting Spider-Man through, and I'm looking at Scream's path, and Scream had to go against a lot of really strong things. So Scream.
Yeah. Austin?
You know what I'm voting for.
Like
Scream.
You like Big Lebowski yet? Not yet? Okay. Yeah, I got to go Scream.
I have a new favorite movie, guys.
Malcolm?
Hmm?
Yeah.
I was going to go Big Lebowski.
Sure, yeah.
Spoiler alert, Big Lebowski.
Yep.
But there it goes.
Scream it
3
is.
to 2.
There it goes.
The trend continues. We still have not had somebody's number one actually be number one. We've come very, very close. A lot of them made the polls, but well, I'm just saying it might happen eventually, but it still hasn't happened yet. So
the thing is, you have to not say what it is. That's the thing.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm the only one. Everyone else reveals it after it's been said. I just happened to post a video.
You just happen to have the thing. Yeah.
We had Chris's number one make it to the final. Actually, no, Chris number one won, didn't it? Like I think it did.
No, it was something else. It was something else. Aliens won.
That it won. Oh yeah, you're right.
Aliens won. My favorite movie was his new favorite movie.
Yeah, right.
You guys want to hear a fun fact about my final four? 3 of these 4 are in my top 10, and that is fucking awesome.
All right.
And one of them is my 26 out of my 64. My top 100. So I'm really not. This is awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
This was a great episode.
Well, it's Pulp Fiction v. Coco. So.
All right, who makes it to the championship? All right, we'll start with myself. Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. Then we got to go Pulp Fiction this time. Sorry, Coco. Malcolm.
I'm gonna go Coco.
Sure, yeah.
I'm a Tarantino guy, but I'm also fucking Mexican, and Coco's higher on my list.
Sure.
My number 4 versus my number 9. I'm gonna go Coco.
Yeah.
Down to you, Jen.
So Henry's just gonna call me racist now. That's what I can.
Yeah. Right.
It's not looking good, Jen. It's not looking good.
I will remember you, Coco, but it has to be Pulp Fiction. I'm sorry.
Oh,
it has
Pulp
to be.
Fiction.
Yeah.
It's my top 10.
Remember me. Now we can sing it. All right.
I think this is.
Oh, come on.
I think this is the second time Pulp Fiction's made it to a championship. I think I remember seeing it in some championship before. I don't know if it's won yet, but it's made it to a title. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I just didn't want. I kind of knew what he was going to go for. I just didn't want Pulp Fiction to have an easy road.
Yeah. You just wanted to put it all on me. Thanks, Malgo.
Yeah.
Way to make her the bad guy. You're
Netflix
of this.
Yeah. All right. Got some horror movies. Jordan's going first for Scream versus 7.
Yeah. Well, I do think 7 has a better cast overall, but I mean, I'm just a Scream guy. It's my favorite horror franchise, Scream. So, I'm Malcolm.
It's only just dawned to me, how many movies beginning with the letter S did Henry have in his top 64?
That's a lot.
I'm a Sanchez. What can I say?
Yeah.
But I'm going to go Scream over 7.
Just name them all. Yeah.
7's higher on my list, but Scream should be in my top 10, even though it's technically number 26. I'm going my gut. Scream!
Yeah. There we go. Well, Jen.
It's a Scream, baby.
Yeah.
And I also think this is going to make this finals even interesting.
I would have gone 7.
Is Pulp Fiction hands down Scream? I don't know.
But Scream
All right, Scream.
All right.
Scream moves on. So our championship is Pulp Fiction.
Has Scream been anyone's number 1 yet either?
No, it made it to the Richie's poll. I think it made it to the final 4.
No matter what, this is technically a brand new number 1 for.
I think so, because I don't think Pulp Fiction was anybody's number. I know it's made it really, really far. I don't think it actually has won.
I don't think it actually won.
But somebody could fact check me. I'm sure Brian could fact check this because he remembers all that shit. But I think this will be a fresh one. So yeah. So all right, Malcolm, you get to go first. Is Henry's new favorite movie going to be Pulp Fiction or Scream?
Gotta throw it up.
I love both these movies.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to go.
It's not easy.
Fiction.
Pulp Fiction.
All right.
Okay.
Well, Henry.
I am the Tarantino guy. I'm gonna go Pulp Fiction, but I am happy that if Scream makes it, I'm not gonna be mad because as I'm watching this, I'm like, fuck, I love this movie.
Yeah, yeah. Good stuff. Jen?
See, I could end it right now.
You could.
That's the thing.
Good.
God damn it! It's so close. It's really, really
We
close.
should have did
but
whiteboards for all this.
I know.
Yeah,
but
right.
I think I have to go Pulp Fiction just because the way that it's set up of the different vignettes. It's like there's something there for everyone to enjoy. Like there's a different segment for everybody, and I got to do with it. I got Tarantino. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Scream though, and I'm so excited for the movie. See, if we voted Scream, people would just be like, "Oh, it's recency bias because you all rewatched the series because that one's coming out." So there you go.
Yeah.
We're helping.
Awesome.
Well, we picked Tarantino, so we're all film bros. So it's lose-lose no matter what.
Well, what's your favorite scary movie? It's Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
The GIMP scene?
The GIMP scene.
Yeah.
It's pretty horrifying. Pretty scary.
You feel that sting? That's pride. Fuck.
Yeah. Would you have gone with Pulp Fiction, Austin?
I said that.
Oh, you said it. Oh, sorry.
I was making a pun. I said, "What's your favorite scary movie?" It's Pulp Fiction.
Okay. One of us must have been either cutting out or something. I didn't even hear that, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I would have gone with Scream, but yeah. But
all right.
Pulp Fiction.
Well, Henry, your new favorite movie is Pulp Fiction.
You never can tell.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Gotta go watch it tonight.
Can you do that widescreen of that so I can screenshot it? Can you out so I get all of them?
Let's see.
And see all those tiny ass.
Yeah. We're little tiny. Come on.
Ask my ass why. You get used to tiny.
Cooperate. I mean, that's as far out as it goes. I don't know. I've seen it go further out than that, but it's not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have to piece it together.
That's fine.
You 1 and 2 and piece it together.
That's fine. This was awesome.
Hold up. Yep, it's as far out as it'll go. So
that's good.
Well, just to recap, Henry's Elite 8 going into the poll for tomorrow is Breakfast Club, Pulp Fiction, Coco, Psycho, 7, Schindler's List, Scream, and The Big Lebowski.
That's a great lineup.
With that, sir? That's a pretty diverse.
That's a nice
lineup.
variety you got in there.
Yeah, nice variety.
Yeah.
Send me that privately, and I'm actually gonna rank those. I'm curious to see how I.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you right now.
And I'm gonna rank. I'm gonna rank those. I'm gonna rank those blindly, not even based on my top 100. So send that to me real quick, and I'll rank it for you guys as you guys do your wrap ups. So go to me last.
Yeah, I'm typing it right now. So give me a minute, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So. Well, yeah, that was a lot of fun, guys. Thanks for joining us for the episode. We'll just go around the horn. You can tell us where we can find you, if there's anything you want to plug, all that fun stuff. So we'll start with Malcolm. Where can we find you?
You can find me over on Take View Productions hosting Rankum every Saturday night. This Saturday is going to be top shelf spy movies of the 2010s. And you can also find me on Full Metal hosting Full Metal Random. We've got a Disney Animated Championship match coming up on Friday.
Yeah. Sounds good. Jen, where can we find you?
You can find me, Jen Kemp, at JK Meme Queen on Twitter and Letterboxd, even though I don't fill out my Letterboxd, much to Henry's chagrin. But yeah, and if you like me in the Schmodown, tell Christian Harloff. Maybe they'll see me next season. But yeah, I'm around. I'm remote working again, so my schedule's pretty open if you need a nerd.
Hey, maybe you can be on some of our upcoming shows. Hey, why not?
Yeah, for sure.
We got some fun ones coming up. We got, like we said, we got the One Crazy Night and Day thing. I think that one's pretty filled up. But like, we're also doing the one location movies, like movies that take place in like pretty much one location. That one's gonna be fun. Yeah, I mean, we got some fun ones coming up. So,
yeah. Well, Henry, are you ready to for some plugs?
Yeah, so I'm actually so he sent me my private, the top 8. So I'm gonna rank them in order. I literally just went with my gut, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5 beers in. Going with my gut. My number 8 is 7. My number 7 is Psycho.
Who's on first?
My number 6 is Breakfast Club in the top 5. Scream. Number 4, just like it is in real life, Coco. My number 3, Pulp Fiction. My number 2, the greatest movie ever made, Schindler's List. And my number 1 still.
But not as good as Big Lebowski.
At this point, if you guys aren't familiar with me, my name is Henry Confidential. I have my own channel, Henry Confidential. Just look up Henry Confidential, it pops up. You can also look up a show that I have here with Austin, Let's Rank Stuff. Eventually, if Jen has some more time, me and her will create some more podcasts. We've had triple feature, double feature, a bunch of random shit we've tried to pilot and just didn't get off the ground. But hey, it is what it is. But we love making shows together. Malcolm's my boy. He's been my boy for years. See me on Rankum, anything that I'll do that I'm not canceled on. And Jordan, thank you for giving me the opportunity to,
for sure,
promote my top 64 in this fun fashion. This was a blast, and I'm glad that 3 of my top 10 movies made it to my final 4. I'm a happy man.
Yeah.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah. And then you can find us on all the social medias at Movie Hero 2121. You can find the poll tomorrow in the Showdown Friends and Family group over on Facebook, and then you can also look on all the social medias for the giveaway that we're doing. I kind of talked about it up at the top of the show, so you can just look for that. There's some trivia questions, 10 of them that you can answer. So for some prizes, and then so just a couple episodes we have coming up. So we're actually going to be having Henry back Tuesday because we're going to be ranking some Oscar movies. We're going to be doing the most recent 64 Oscar Best Picture nominees. So we'll be doing that with The Barbarian, and then we're going to have Aaron Connell on there, Jordan Owens, a couple of friends of the show. So that should be a fun time. So we got that one. Then we switched things up a little bit. We're actually going to be doing our best basketball movies Friday, and then Tuesday after that, we're going to be doing best One Crazy Night, Crazy Day movies that we mentioned before. Then we also have best comedies of the 70s coming up, and then we're going to be doing a couple of fun ones. We're going to be doing best Simpsons characters for our tournament fight, and then we also are going to be doing best winter sports movies with the Olympics coming up. So you're going to see a lot of
Feel the rhythm. Feel the rhyme.
Oh yeah, it's that one has a good chance to be number 1. I'll say real quickly.
Know your audience.
Know your audience. Yep. It's a shoe in for the S tier. Let's put it that for tier rigger fight. So it's a good bet. Don't bet against it.
Yeah, so that's pretty much where you can find us.
And some Mighty Ducks, I think, is a pretty sure bet.
Yeah, Flying V. Yep. So, but thanks again, guys. That was a fun time tonight. So Henry can go watch Pulp Fiction now. And
have another beer.
How I'm feeling right now, Pulp Fiction's kind of low key the perfect vibe. Let's go.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, nice.
But for Chris, for Malcolm, for Henry, for Jen, for Austin, I've been Jordan Movie Hero Anderson, and we will see you guys next time.
We ended